Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like the videos and subscribe the channel. Guys, there's a great deal of lore drop in this one, as this is the start of Midgard arc and also end of Volume 3, so let's jump right in. When Ethan woke up, he found himself in the embrace of two beautiful naked ladies, one on each of his side. This had been the norm ever since they started their journey to Midgard. But there were times when Lilith would leave the room whenever he did something very intimate with Emma, not wanting to feel jealous. Just like Ethan, Lilith wanted to take their relationship slowly and properly. Hugs, kisses, and cuddles were fine, but they never went past a certain line. Even when they slept beside each other with their clothes off and skin touching, they never did anything more than that, simply enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. For some reason, Lilith found this setup very sweet. It made her feel that Ethan treated her like a lady, not a slave or a servant whom he could use in whatever way he pleased. The four protector clans lived only for the sake of Ethan's bloodline. So if the young man were to ever ask the young ladies from these clans to become his bed warmers, all of them would happily allow him to embrace them. For them, this was the highest honor. This was why having the title of the Promised One was such an alluring concept to them. It guaranteed that the lady who had that position would serve by his side forever. Lilith was also very happy when she found out that Ethan was a kind and respectful master, and a man who always treated his lovers as very important people dear to him. Although the young man hadn't said anything yet, Lilith believed that she had also secured a spot in his heart. Ethan felt so comfortable being hugged by the two ladies lying on the bed beside him that he didn't wish to stand up. But he still had to train with his father after breakfast, and according to Enzo, they were only 2 days away from reaching their destination. So, with a heavy heart, he planted a kiss on Emma's and Lilith's foreheads before gently prying their hands away from his naked body. He cast a spell in order to make himself levitate, but of course, his movement didn't go unnoticed as Emma and Lilith opened their eyes at the same time. "Sleep for a bit more," Ethan said. "It's still early." But contrary to his expectations, the two ladies also got up from the bed. They started picking up his clothes on the floor and helped him wear them. "We're your protectors," Emma replied. "It will reflect badly on us if we're not by our master's side when he's awake." "That's right," Lilith replied as she helped Ethan wear his pants. "Lord Enzo will give me an earful if he sees that I'm not with you." Ethan nodded and thanked the two ladies for always taking care of him. He waited until the two girls were done dressing, washing their faces, and combing their hair before leaving the room with them. As usual, Lilith entered Ethan's shadow, while Emma walked behind Ethan by 2 steps. This was the distance that was expected of her as his promised one. When Ethan arrived on the deck, he looked over the lands in front of the ship. There was a faint light along the horizon, but the sun had still not risen yet. For some reason, he would always wake up just before sunrise, so he made it a point to see it from the deck of the ship. The air was chilly, so he took a robe out of his storage ring. He placed it over Emma's shoulders and pulled her closer to him to warm her up. Emma didn't back away and happily accepted Ethan's care and kindness. She even leaned her head on his shoulder as she gazed towards the east, waiting for the sun to rise and bathe the world with its light. Enzo and the Catkins, who were already awake, gave Ethan a thumbs up in their hearts because they liked the way he was treating his promised one. Also, after interacting with the young man in the past few weeks, the Catkins realized that the young man was not an arrogant teenage boy who lorded over them like a noble. "Lord Enzo, the young master is really different from the young miss," one of the Catkins said in a volume that only Enzo could hear. "How do you think she'll react once she meets her brother?" "Please, don't speak of the one who must not be named," Enzo replied. "Sigh, if only the young miss was as sensible as the young master, we wouldn't have a headache when dealing with her." The other Catkins nodded their heads in agreement. "Just be thankful that the young master grew up with a simple background," Enzo commented. It's possible for him to turn out like the young Missy had he grown up in Caerwhitian. Just the thought of their young master acting like their young Missy made all the catkins shudder. "But what do you think will happen when the two of them meet, Lord Enzo?" a skinny catkin asked. "I don't know, but..." The corners of Enzo's lips curled up into a smile. "I'm sure that it will be a very interesting sight." As if waiting for them to finish their discussion, Wallace appeared on the deck and checked the flight path of the ship to make sure that they were still on the right track. Enzo had given Wallace a dagger that pointed in the direction of Caerwhitian, and it was the same artifact that Ethan's adoptive father used to set a course for their flight. "With our current speed, we will be arriving at our destination a day earlier than expected," Enzo said. "How soon will we arrive?" Wallace inquired. "If nothing unexpected happens, we will arrive before noon." "Good. But we need to be very careful once we reach the path that leads to our homeland," Enzo warned. "If we deviate from the route that I'll tell you, Sir Wallace, the chances of this flying ship shattering into countless pieces is very high. So please, make sure to follow my instructions carefully tomorrow." Wallace nodded. "The guests follow the host's customs. I'll make sure to listen to your directions, Enzo." Ethan's adoptive father had been in Midgard a few times, but he had never gone this far into it in the past, making him look forward to what awaited them at the end of their journey. The flying ship was sailing nearly at its maximum speed, and yet it still took them nearly 3 weeks to arrive at their destination. Wherever Enzo was taking them, it had become increasingly obvious that it was somewhere in the heart of Midgard, a place that not many beings dared to visit due to the dangers it posed. When the sun finally made its appearance, Ethan felt something he had never felt before. A great feeling of unease and anticipation took hold of his body. Ethan felt like a part of him looked forward to knowing his true identity, but at the same time, the other half dreaded coming to know what it was. Emma and Lilith did not tell him anything about his background. However, they did tell him that even if all the nobles of Eastshire were to combine their wealth, it would still fall short of the kind of wealth Ethan's family possessed. After hearing those words, Ethan shared how his talk with Chloe's father, Soren, had gone. His uncle told him that if he failed to become a high-ranking noble by the time he graduated from the academy, he would not allow him to marry Chloe. Emma and Lilith shared a knowing glance with each other before smiling faintly. They didn't tell Ethan anything, but one thing was clear. Once Soren knew about Ethan's true background, he might even tie Chloe in a red ribbon and personally present her to the young man as a gift, then apologize to him for setting such a ridiculous condition for marrying her. The two beautiful ladies also noticed that the distance between Ethan and Chloe had disappeared a week before they left for Midgard. Luna had been very happy with this development as well. After all, Chloe was her best friend. It pained her to see her beloved and her best friend distance themselves from each other, even more so since she knew what both of them really felt. A day later, the flying ship slowed down its speed and slowly descended from the sky. Wallace frowned after seeing that they were headed into a place with extremely thick fog, making it impossible for them to see what was ahead. However, the dagger he was using to navigate his ship glowed faintly and emitted a silver beam of light, which pointed toward the fog. "Follow the light, Sir Wallace," Enzo stated. "Make sure to not wander anywhere. If you do, the situation will become extremely dangerous." Wallace nodded and guided the ship to enter the fog. The moment he did, the entire ship was blanketed in white mist. Fortunately, there was a barrier on the flying ship, Elyon, which allowed everyone to still see each other. The only thing they couldn't see was the view in front of their ship. Emma, Lilith, Enzo, and the catkins weren't feeling anxious because this was part of their home turf. Only Wallace felt tense, feeling as if countless eyes were gazing in his direction, all of which were very hostile. As someone of his level, he was very sensitive to these kinds of things. This forced him to focus on following the light that was being emitted by the dagger. Among the countless gazes, he felt at least 12 pairs of eyes, half of whose owners were on the same level as him. Wallace didn't really feel any threat from those who were on the same level as him. The ones that made his face turn solemn were the other 6 gazes that were directed at him. These 6 beings were extremely powerful, and he believed that they were even more powerful than him. There was a particular gaze that seemed that it could crush him at any given time if he wished, and it was watching Wallace with great intensity. Since Wallace was concentrating on the gaze and the light of the dagger in front of him, he didn't notice Ethan walk to his side. "Father, what's wrong?" Ethan asked. "You look pale." The moment Ethan spoke up, all the hostility that was aimed at Wallace disappeared completely. It was as if everything Wallace had sensed earlier was just his imagination. "It's nothing, Ethan," Wallace replied. "I just didn't get enough sleep last night." Ethan nodded in understanding, because his father had been quite busy as of late. Aside from training him on how to overcome the domains of his enemies, Wallace also regularly corrected their flight path to ensure that they wouldn't go off course. This was a lot of work, and because of this, Ethan was worried about his father's health. "Don't worry," Wallace said before ruffling Ethan's hair. "I'll just take a nap when we arrive." Ethan nodded. "Okay." Wallace smiled and steered the flying ship to follow the beam of light that was emitted by the dagger. He could still subtly feel a few gazes here and there, but they no longer had the hostility he felt earlier. "Did they realize that I'm not an enemy after Ethan called me father?" Wallace mused. "It seems that this place isn't welcoming to strangers." The flying ship continued to fly for another half an hour before it emerged out of the fog and returned to its normal flying speed. "Wow," Ethan muttered at the majestic beauty that appeared in front of him. Dozens of floating islands could be seen in the sky, and several of them had waterfalls that fell on the land under them, filling up rivers and lakes, adding to the picturesque sight that made him wish he could show it to his grandparents and lovers. In the distance, a castle could be seen in the middle part of a mountain. By the looks of it, the castle was twice the size of the one he saw in the kingdom of Eastshire. "Are you perhaps a long-lost prince?" Wallace asked the young man in a teasing tone. Ethan didn't dare to answer his father's question because he didn't want to assume things. Emma, Lilith, and Enzo looked at Ethan with faint smiles on their faces before making a gesture to welcome him and Wallace to their home. "Welcome to Caerwyddion," Emma said. "The place where you were born, Lord Ethan." Emma knelt respectfully, and all the Catkins followed suit as if they were pledging allegiance to their liege, who had returned to take his rightful place on the throne. "Caerwyddion," Ethan muttered as he looked at the castle that was getting closer and closer with each passing second. While the young man was deep in his thoughts, Wallace deftly maneuvered his flying ship to land in the place that Enzo suggested they land. As they slowly descended, dozens of wizards and witches encircled the flying ship, with the intention of catching a glimpse of the handsome young man who had finally returned to his home. A faint smile could be seen in Emma's and Enzo's faces, because they understood what the others were feeling right now. Ethan had been away from Caerwyddion for nearly 18 years, and this was his first time gracing all of them with his presence. There were several young witches who blushed and muttered at each other while looking at the young man with great interest. But the most they did was smile and wave at him, which Ethan returned, making them giggle among themselves. When the flying ship finally landed, elves, dwarves, catkins, and other humans arrived at the scene and placed their closed fists over their chests before kneeling on one knee like knights welcoming the arrival of their liege. Ethan was the first to disembark from the ship, followed by his father, then Emma. Enzo and the Catkins were the last to depart because they wanted everyone to take a good look at Ethan before he retired inside the castle to rest. "Emma, please guide the young master and Sir Wallace to their rooms to rest," Enzo ordered before shifting his gaze to the protector clans that had gathered to welcome Ethan's arrival. "Tomorrow night, we will hold a feast for the young master's arrival. So for today, spread the news far and wide that he has finally returned to Caerwyddion." "Yes." A thunderous reply greeted Enzo's declaration before everyone dispersed. The reason why the old catkin decided to hold a feast tomorrow night was to give everyone time to spread the news that Ethan had finally arrived. This would allow the protector clans to hunt and make preparations for the feast. He also wanted to give everyone time to make themselves presentable, so that they would make a first good impression on the young man, who looked calm on the surface, but was feeling overwhelmed due to the realization that his family might not be simple folks. Inside Kerwydion's castle. "Young miss, it seems that the young master has arrived," a handmaiden said respectfully. "And what of it?" a girl, who seemed to be around 11 to 12 years old, replied. "Nothing, young miss." The handmaiden lowered her head and shut her lips tightly. Their young miss were known for throwing tantrums, and when that happened, things got pretty chaotic inside the castle. "Everyone is making a big deal out of this." The girl frowned before sipping her tea. "What's so good about him anyway?" The other handmaidens who were standing behind their young miss glanced at each other before shaking their heads helplessly. All of them were looking forward to seeing the young Miss Brother, but it seems that she wasn't interested in him in the slightest. A minute later, the girl with long blue hair and blue eyes placed her empty teacup on the table before standing up from her seat. "I'll be taking a nap, so don't disturb me," the girl ordered. "If anyone dares to defy me, you know what will happen, right?" All the handmaidens nodded their heads in understanding. No one in Kerwydion dared to go against the wishes of the girl, who still looked extremely cute despite her aloof and cold attitude. After closing the door, the girl smirked before sitting on top of her bed. "Mother said that she left him on a farm when he was still a baby," the girl muttered. "She also made sure to destroy his magic circuits to prevent him from using magic. This will be fun. Let's see if you don't run away after I'm done with you." The little girl raised her wand, and all the light in her room completely disappeared. But within that darkness, an eerie chuckle reverberated, followed by countless chattering sounds, which made the handmaidens who were standing guard outside of her door subconsciously shudder. Right now, her parents, uncle, and aunt were away from the castle, so she was currently the one with the highest level of authority that could order them around. Ethan, who had just arrived, didn't have this right at the moment because he still hadn't completed his coming-of-age trial, which would make his position in Kerwydion official. Somewhere in the lands of Sarakale. "He has arrived," Vincent said. "Won't you go back home to meet him?" "No," a handsome man with long black hair and red eyes replied, while looking at the battlefield with his arms crossed over his chest. Vincent sighed before shaking his head helplessly. "Are you sure? Your wife is only waiting for Ethan to complete his coming-of-age ceremony before she returns home." "I'm sure," Ethan's father answered. "Heh, you're truly hopeless." "Catherine will be enough," Ethan's father stated. "I'm not worried about Catherine," Vincent commented. "I'm worried about your daughter, Joanne. You know what she's like. I think she's now entering the rebellious stage because you and Catherine are not always there for her." Ethan's father remained silent because he had no rebuttal for his brother's words. He wasn't the best father in the world, and he felt guilty about it. But if he was given a chance to go back in time, he wouldn't change anything. After all, he, his wife Catherine, Vincent, and Vincent's wife, Cleodhina, were all fighting so that they could give their children a better tomorrow. This was his own way of expressing his love, although he might seem like a bad father in the eyes of his children. But without him standing at the forefront of the battlefield, the battles in the lands of Sarakale might spill onto their territories, which would endanger the lives of his daughter and the people who believed in their family. Ethan's father had made hard decisions in his life, and one of them was to let Catherine take their son away from Midgard, so his life wouldn't be endangered by those who had ill intentions. And now, the son that they had sent away had returned, making him feel bitter in his heart. He didn't know how to face Ethan, and he didn't know what to say to him. He had always been a man of few words, and the mere thought of his son hatting him made him more anxious than fighting against armies that wished to conquer their domain. Emma guided Wallace towards the guest room, which was reserved for honored guests. After that, she took Ethan on a tour around the castle, telling him the most interesting places that could be found in it. The young man was amazed because not only was the castle very spacious, but it was very clean as well. One could tell that it was properly being maintained by the maids that they would see from time to time as they walked through the hallways. There are around 100 people maintaining this castle, and they are all from the Meredith clan, Emma explained. As you may already know, the 4 protector clans have their own roles to play here in Caerwyddion. Crafting, construction, and mining are done by the dwarves of the Offred clan. Information gathering, as well as covert operations, are done by the Catkins of the Orpheus clan. Alchemy, farming, healing, and maintaining the surrounding nature falls to the elves of the Argus clan. Lastly, businesses, mercenaries, exploration, maintaining the castle, and human interactions are done by the Meredith clan. Each clan can mobilize with any given notice in times of war. Ethan, who walked behind her, didn't say anything and simply listened to her explanation. Now that they were in Caerwyddion, Emma could explain a few things that she couldn't explain back then. "Do you remember the misty path that we took before reaching this place?" Emma inquired. "Yes," Ethan replied. "Is that just a seasonal thing, or is it a permanent one?" "Make a guess, Ethan." "A permanent one." Emma smiled before nodding her head. "You're right." Emma then led Ethan to the balcony of the palace, where an exceptional view of the surrounding lands could be seen. "You will learn this in the academy when you become a second year, but we are currently in a place that people referred to as the Forbidden Grounds. These are places that no one should casually enter because it is a very dangerous place. The chances of an ordinary person leaving a forbidden ground alive is nearly 0. Because of this restriction, Caerwyddion has become a safe haven for the 4 protector clans and allowed them to prosper. Only your bloodline and us are able to enter that mist without being brutally killed by the creatures who lurked just within striking distance of anyone who traverses the mists of Rockaberrig." "Is the name of this forbidden ground Rockaberrig?" Ethan inquired. Emma nodded. "Yes, but even if you know where it is located, unless the white mist appears, you will not be able to enter the kingdom of Caerwyddion. It will only appear when the 4 protector clans, as well as those who have your bloodline, enter this mountainous region." "I didn't see any mountains earlier," Ethan pointed out. "You're right," Emma smiled faintly. "It is because the mountains are hidden by the mist. You can only traverse a certain path safely, which is the same path we took earlier." "Then, what would happen if someone entered this place without permission?" "They will not be seen or heard from ever again." After the tour ended, Ethan retired to rest in his room, while Emma went to visit her family. Ethan wanted to accompany her so that he could introduce himself to Emma's family, but the young lady only shook her head and told him that he would be able to meet her parents during the feast that would be held tomorrow. Ethan relented and stayed inside his room until dinner time. He, Emma, and Wallace dined together and retired shortly after. Ethan's father admitted that he needed to rest early because he still hadn't fully recovered from his exhaustion of managing the flying ship during their long journey. Even if the ship was on autopilot, Wallace didn't take any chances and kept watch just in case something happened. Ethan, Emma, and Lilith then went to the ramparts on the castle and did some stargazing. "It's quite humbling to know that even if we are far away from Eastshire, the stars are the same," Ethan said softly. "Maybe the others are also staring at the same stars right now." "I wouldn't be surprised if that was true," Emma commented. "Lily liked to look at the starry sky for some reason." Ethan chuckled internally because he and Lily always stargazed while hugging each other to sleep. The pyramid of Centris allowed them to view the stars unobstructed, even from their own bedroom. Both of them had been trapped in the past, and the only solace and entertainment they had during the evening was gazing at the starry sky. Ethan, I didn't really plan on telling you this, but aside from you, there is another person from your family that is residing in this residence, Emma stated. I have a family member who is here in the castle. Ethan asked just to be sure that he hadn't misheard his promised one. Yes, Emma nodded. The young miss is here. She is also your little sister. A little sister? Yes. Ethan was caught completely off guard by this revelation. He had always thought that he was an only child, but after hearing that he had a little sister and she was currently inside the castle, he didn't know how he should react. Then why didn't she meet me earlier? Ethan inquired. I don't know, Emma replied. But the young miss is a strong-willed person. We don't like to be on her bad side. Ethan could tell from Emma's tone that his sister wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Even so, after knowing that he had another family member, he wished he could meet her right away. Perhaps, knowing what he was thinking, Lilith spoke what she had in mind. You don't need to hurry to meet the young miss, Master, Lilith stated. I'm sure that she will eventually make her appearance. Knowing her personality, maybe she already knows about the feast tomorrow and will participate as well. What is her name? Ethan asked. Also, how old is she? The young miss name is Joanne, Lilith answered, and she had just had her 11th birthday. Ethan always wanted to have a sibling because he felt jealous of the other kids having an older sister, an older brother, a younger sister, or a younger brother. Joanne's a good name, Ethan muttered. I can't wait to meet her tomorrow. While the young man was looking forward to meeting his little sister, Emma and Lilith, on the other hand, felt anxious. They didn't want to say anything bad about the young man's sister, so they decided to just let him discover what she was like when the two of them finally met each other. News of Ethan's arrival quickly spread far and wide in every corner of Caerwhitian. Emma's raven, Dawn, had already delivered her master's letter to Emma's mother, Fortuna, that Ethan would be coming to Caerwhitian soon. The heads of all the Protector clans, as well as their elders, had already been informed of this as well, so they were really looking forward to his arrival. As everyone made themselves busy in preparation for the feast that would commence in the afternoon and would last for an entire night, Ethan was inside his room. Emma and Lilith were teaching him the names of the important people in Caerwhitian, including the heads of each Protector clan. Ethan listened attentively, not wanting to leave a bad first impression on the people who wouldn't hesitate to lay down their lives for his sake. After the lecture ended, the young man now had a better grasp of the situation of Caerwhitian. Lilith, tonight during the feast, you will accompany me as well, Ethan said. Yes, Master, Lilith replied. I will be in your shadow like always, ready to protect you at any time. That's not what I meant. Ethan looked at the beautiful catkin and held her hand. You will stand by my side just like Emma. You now understand what I'm trying to say, right? Lilith's eyes widened in shock because she didn't think that this was what the young man meant. Now that she fully understood what he was trying to say, she suddenly felt anxious. Although she longed for this, she wasn't sure if she was prepared to be recognized by the other Protector clans as one of Ethan's lovers. She thought that it would take a long time for Ethan to consider her one of his lovers. So this unexpected talk about accompanying him like Emma to the feast almost gave her a panic attack. Emma smiled after seeing the beautiful catkin's flustered appearance. But just like Lilith, she was also surprised by Ethan's declaration. Master, I truly appreciate that you now see me that way, Lilith said softly. But I'm afraid that my heart is still not ready to face the heads of the Protector clans as one of your confidants. Can we keep it a secret for now? Perhaps knowing that Lilith was truly not ready to make their relationship public, Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Very well, Ethan agreed. Let's keep it a secret until you're ready. Thank you, Master, Lilith said before hugging Ethan tightly. Thank you very much for accepting my feelings. Ethan hugged her back and lightly patted her head to calm her down. Congratulations, Lilith, Emma smiled. I look forward to working with you to protect Ethan from harm. Yes, you can count on me, Emma, Lilith replied. Thank you. With that out of the way, the two ladies began mixing and matching clothes that Ethan would wear to the party in a few hours. When Ethan arrived in Kerwaidian, the closet in his room already had many clothes that were ready to wear. They were imbued with magic, so they would magically fit whoever wore them. There were ceremonial clothes, fancy clothes, as well as some clothes that were specially made for a member of the royal family to wear. Emma and Lilith wanted Ethan to wear the princely clothes in the closet, but the young man declined. In the end, they settled for the ceremonial clothes, which made Ethan look like he was an heir from a high-ranking noble family. Of course, it didn't end there. Emma and Lilith asked Ethan to try on almost every piece of clothing in the closet, to which he complied, giving the two ladies a feast for their eyes. "Well then, I guess we should really start preparing for the party," Ethan said after glancing outside of the window of his room. There were still a few hours before sunset, but he didn't like the idea of arriving at the last minute. Emma nodded in understanding before dragging Ethan to the bathroom so that she could do her duties to prepare him for the upcoming party. Of course, Lilith followed. The three of them only left the bathroom 3.5 hours later, with Ethan looking very satisfied and the two ladies looking very happy as if they had just drank some delicious fruit juice. Meanwhile, somewhere in the castle, Ethan's sister, Joanne, was looking at the dresses that were scattered on her bed with a critical gaze. There was no way that she would skip the celebrations. After all, she had planned something grand for the teenage boy who was supposedly her long-lost brother. Even if they were blood-related, she didn't plan on recognizing him as part of their family. So, she planned to embarrass him in front of everyone and cause a big commotion during the party. "I'll make you regret coming all the way here." Joanne smirked as she chose a black, high-neck halter dress, which not only made her look extremely cute, but also brought out a villain-like vibe, which she was aiming for. Although she was only 12 years old, anyone who saw her in that dress would be instantly charmed because of her beauty, which ran in their family. Even her handmaidens couldn't help, but sigh as they helped their young miss wear her dress and fix her hairstyle. Truth be told, all of them were worried because they could tell that Joanne didn't like Ethan. That was fine, but since they were about to attend an important occasion, which was being supervised by the 4 protector clans, they couldn't help but hope that their worst fears wouldn't come to pass. After she was properly dressed and her hair had been styled the way she wanted it, Joanne raised her hand, and from her room, a white elephant plushie with large ears flew in her direction. She caught it and held it in her arms, making the handmaidens subconsciously shudder. "Oh no, this is bad," the head of the maids who served Joanne frowned. "The young miss is up to trouble." So, without delay, she excused herself from the room and rushed to warn the heads of the protector clans that their young miss might unleash absolute chaos while the party was being held. Torches lit up the castle that night as music played within its main hall. Ethan and Wallace sat in the seats of honor on an elevated platform, alongside Emma and the heads of the 4 protector clans. The elves were skillfully playing their instruments as the performers displayed their skills in order to entertain their young lord, who had finally returned home after many years. Each table was filled with delicious food. Everyone made merry and toasted for Ethan's good health and happiness. When the performance ended, Ethan applauded the entertainers, making them feel that their hard work was worth it. A few minutes later, the elves once again plucked the strings of their instruments as the dancing officially began. Ethan stood up and asked Emma if she wanted to dance with him. His promised one was dressed beautifully for the occasion. The ladies sighed in envy, wishing that they were in her shoes. The two of them then danced, and everyone watched their graceful movements. The majority of the adults were trying to get a good read of their young master, wanting to check if he had grown up as a gentleman during the years that he was away from Kerwaidian. They were quite happy that Ethan was a very respectful and down-to-earth person who made them feel that they didn't need to be too formal when talking to him. "You dance well," Ethan commented as he and Emma danced in the center of the event hall. "I learned from a young age," Emma replied. All the candidates to become your promised, one learned how to dance so that they wouldn't bring you down on occasions like this. The two danced for a few more minutes before the song finally came to an end. Cheers and a round of applause descended on the two of them as they bowed to each other as a sign of respect. Suddenly, the sound of a bell reverberated in the surroundings, making everyone glance at the grand staircase that led down into the event hall. There, a beautiful young girl, wearing a black dress, slowly descended the stairs while holding a white elephant plushie in her hands. Her handmaidens, who were wearing ceremonial clothes, trailed behind her. The young girl's head maid raised her voice and declared her master's name for Ethan to hear. Lady Joanne Valentin has arrived to join the party, the head maid declared. The heads of the Protector clans didn't say anything and simply stood from their seats, bowing their heads respectfully. All the people in the room, with the exception of Ethan, Wallace, and Emma, bowed their heads respectfully to the cute girl, who had made her presence known. Since Emma was Ethan's promised one, she was exempt from having to bow to the members of Ethan's family, for her status meant allegiance solely to her master. The only time she would have to bow her head was if her master bowed to someone first. I have declared my name, Joanne stated. So, what is your name, or are you perhaps a nameless person? Ethan Gremory, Ethan replied. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Joanne. The corner of the girl's lips curled up into a smirk after hearing Ethan's reply. A Gremory, what's that? Joanne asked. Is that some kind of dog from the countryside? The little girl covered her lips with her hand and giggled. Wallace gave Joanne a sidelong glance before sipping his wine. His gaze then shifted to Ethan, wanting to know how he would react to the girl's provocation. I can't believe that my little sister is this cute, Ethan said as he glanced at Emma, who was standing beside him with a calm expression on her face. Do you think I can take her back, so Grandma Agnes can hug her? Emma didn't know if he should laugh or cry, because Ethan had completely ignored Joanne's taunt, as if it was just a passing breeze. The heads of the 4 Protector clans, Enzo, Fortuna, Helith, and Thoric, gave Ethan a thumbs up in their hearts for handling the situation properly. The other elders, on the other hand, knew that this was just the beginning, so they kept silent and waited with bated breath for how things were going to unfold. Seeing that her provocation didn't work, Joanne smiled sweetly and once again taunted her long-lost brother. So, you accept that you are just a dog from the countryside? Joanne asked. I had no expectations from the start, but to think that the 4 Protector clans would bow their heads to a mongrel. It seems that the times really have changed. Ethan smiled at the little girl before taking a step in her direction. The atmosphere and the surroundings immediately became tense, making even the heads of the Protector clans prepare to defuse the situation by force if they had to. Enzo, Thoric, you take care of the young master if he decides to confront the young miss, Fortuna said through telepathy. Helith and I will deal with Lady Joanne. The catkin and the dwarf nodded their heads at the same time. They prepared themselves, ready to take action if the situation escalated. Joanne smiled fearlessly at the young man approaching her, because this was her intention. She wanted to anger Ethan so that he would raise his hand against her, giving her the perfect reason to use her power as a means of self-defense. Also, even if the 4 Protector clans treated Ethan with respect, that respect would instantly disappear if he were to raise his hand against her, who had been raised in Caerwhitian since she was a baby. In the end, her importance exceeded that of Ethan, for she had long been recognized as a true member of the Valentin family. His answer earlier when he declared that he was a Gremory was also her way of telling everyone that the young man was still not a Valentin and would not be recognized as a Valentin until he shed his former surname to become part of their family. When Ethan was only a meter away from Joanne, her handmaidens tensed as they readied themselves to create a human wall to protect their lady from her brother's wrath. But to everyone's surprise, Ethan crouched down until his eye level was the same as Joanne's. The young man then smiled, and asked Joanne a question that she didn't expect she would hear from the person in front of her. "Are you really my sister?" Ethan inquired. "I'd be really happy if you are. I've always wanted to have a sibling because I grew up as an only child. Can you call me brother? Just once is enough, please." The smile on Joanne's face disappeared, replaced with a scowl. The mere thought of calling the person in front of her brother made her skin crawl. So, instead of answering Ethan's question and calling him brother, Joanne held the elephant plushie in her hand tightly before uttering 3 words. "Trample him, Earhart." As soon as she said those words, she released the elephant plushie in her hand and flew several meters back. Her handmaidens, who had already seen this scene in the past, also retreated quickly. Earhart then grew into a 3-meter-tall elephant, which raised its foot to stomp the young man as ordered by its master. Enzo and Thoric were about to dash in Ethan's direction in order to save him when the two of them felt a hand rest on their shoulders, holding them in place. "He's going to be fine," Wallace said calmly. "Just watch." As soon as he finished saying those words, a loud explosion erupted in the hall as the white elephant stomped its foot down. But to everyone's surprise, Ethan was still standing in the same spot, while the white elephant's body was pinned on the ground by an invisible force that prevented it from standing up. A moment later, an eerie chuckle reverberated in the surroundings, and the figure of the ancient Wendigo turned visible. The vile creature was sitting on the white elephant's head, preventing it from standing up with his gravity magic. Its malevolent gaze landed on the little girl, whose face had become completely ashen due to how scary the monster looked. The ancient Wendigo once again chuckled, but its laughter was cut short when Ethan gave it a chopping strike on the head, making it stop laughing. "Don't bully or scare my sister, okay?" Ethan said in a disapproving tone. "If you do, I'll feed you to the fish." Dainsleif blinked once then twice before nodding his head in understanding. Since his master had forbidden him to scare or bully the cute girl, he decided to turn invisible so that no one would be able to see the amused smile on his monstrous face, because he found this situation quite amusing. The appearance of the ancient Wendigo was truly expected. Even Joanne, who had always been strong-willed, couldn't help but shudder after being gazed at by the diabolical creature who was known to devour those who were unlucky enough to cross its path. But after seeing that Ethan was in possession of one, she felt disgusted instead of afraid. In her eyes, someone who could control such a vile creature must be equally vile as well. How dare you desecrate this place?" Joanne shouted, and the castle seemed to tremble as if answering her call. The heads of the Protector clans were alarmed, because the meeting of the brother and sister pair seemed to have gone off in the wrong direction. "Calm down." Wallace casually sipped his wine as if what was happening wasn't a big deal. This is the first time they've seen each other after several years, so it's normal for something like this to happen. Also, you don't have to worry about anything. That girl will never be in danger. Ethan will never hurt her. Our family raised him properly, so he wouldn't harm anyone, especially a girl, unless she crossed his bottom line. Right now, that bottom line has still not been crossed. If it comes to that, I will personally step in to stop it. So let them duke it out. Maybe they will better understand each other after everything comes to an end. The heads of the Protector clans pondered Wallace's words before shifting their gazes to Enzo. He was the only one among them who had spent time with Ethan. "Will he really not hurt the young miss?" the matriarch of the elves, Helith, asked. "I've been watching him closely since I arrived in Eastshire, and based on my observation, I think Sir Wallace here has a point," Enzo replied. "Let's trust the young master for now." The heads of the other Protector clans reluctantly nodded their heads and shifted their attention to Joanne, whose magical powers were creating gusts of wind around her. The trembling of the castle continued for a few more seconds before everyone heard a faint rumbling sound that was coming from on top of the staircase. A few seconds later, hundreds of stuffed toys of different designs flew down the staircase and hovered behind Joanne. "Get him," Joanne ordered, and the hundreds of stuffed toys flew toward Ethan with a vengeance. The young man didn't bother making a move. Behind him, a portal appeared and released countless fairies, who were shouting war cries as if they were Amazon warriors. Lapis, the first fairy whom Ethan had summoned from his celestial domain, grabbed hold of a teddy bear flying toward her master and spun it in the air. A moment later, she slammed it into the ground like a wrestler. However, it didn't end there. With a shout filled with determination, the fairy elbowed the teddy bear's face, making Ethan's eyes widen in shock. The other fairies, who decided to help their master, were doing the same thing. Instead of using spells to annihilate the stuffed toys, they fought them in close combat. Some of the fairies even used boxing and unleashed a flurry of jabs, straights, hooks, and uppercuts, overwhelming their opponents in sheer fighting abilities. A couple of others even triple-teamed a single plushie, taking turns in slapping, kicking, and head-butting them like gangsters on the streets. There were also several fairies, like Lapis, who used martial arts against the plushies that faced them in battle, as if they were battle-hardened MMA fighters who had fought 1,000 rounds in the cage. Those who were in the event hall couldn't help but look at this all-out battle with shock and awe. This wasn't the first time they had seen fairies, since there were many of them living in Caerwyddian, especially in the territory of the elves. But they had never seen such brutal and barbaric fairies in their lifetime, making them wonder if they were really fairies or gremlins in fairy form. Even the stuffed toys couldn't help but tremble as they faced a horde of fairies of different elements, all hell-bent on giving them a piece of their fists. The event hall, which was very lively a while ago, had turned into an arena for a battle royale. The fairies outnumbered and outclassed the plushies. Spectators watching the battle from the side couldn't help but feel their blood boil due to how intense the battle was. Even Ethan didn't expect that the fairies living inside his celestial domain were capable of physical brutality, making him vow to himself that he would do his best to not offend them. Lapis said that they want a chocolate fountain near their candy tree, Sebastian commented. Make sure to create one later. Ethan nodded in agreement, because he could never look at the fairies the same way again. Several minutes later, the brawl finally settled down as all the plushies laid on the ground, with some of the fairies biting their ears, stepping on their heads, and slapping their heads silly while saying, "You want a piece of me, huh? You want a piece of me." Joanne's body shivered not out of fright, but out of anger. She had never encountered anyone who dared to defy her in Caerwyddian. No one dared to defy her because she was their princess. "I'll end you myself," Joanne said coldly as she took out her wand. "Nox Arya." Immediately, the event hall was covered in complete darkness. Joanne's origin magic was dark magic, and doll manipulation was her core magic. Ethan and Sebastian were surprised to see that someone as young as Joanne was already able to cast a domain. If she were an Easter, she would be treated as a prodigy among prodigies. "You could have just left." Joanne's cold words spread in the darkness, making those that had been caught up in her domain tense. Even those who had dark vision weren't able to see her because her darkness domain was darker than black. "You should have just stayed in the countryside and never showed up in this place." From within the darkness, something diabolical started to stir, making ripples within the domain. "Just because you're here, did you think that you would immediately become part of the Valentin family? Even if you shed your surname, Gremory, I will not recognize you as my brother." Ethan's eyes glowed faintly in the darkness as he activated his X-Vision. Others might not be able to pierce through the darkness, but he wasn't one of them. He could perfectly see where Joanne was and the being that was standing behind her, which looked like the manifestation of her origin magic. "That's a Dark Walker," Ethan's other half commented. "A mage who has thrown themselves into the depths of darkness to obtain a power that transcends the norm. If that is her origin magic, then there is a chance that she, too, will become a Dark Walker and stop being completely human." Ethan frowned after hearing the words of his other half, not liking what he just heard. Joanne might still be years away from turning into a dark walker herself, but he would prevent it as early as possible. He wouldn't let something happen to his family. Mimir's wisdom, Ethan muttered, and his origin magic flared to life, allowing him to learn the information he needed to know about dark walkers, as well as a way to neutralize his sister without harming her in the process. Joanne, who had complete confidence in overpowering Ethan after activating her domain, decided to go all out in order to teach the young man a lesson. This was the first time that she had fought for real, because none of the members of the Protector clans dared to spar with her seriously. She never had the chance to test her full powers, but now that she had the opportunity, she decided to make Ethan her first guinea pig. But just as her dark walker was about to unleash countless rays of darkness to teach the young man a lesson, a pair of golden eyes glowed within the darkness. These eyes belonged to Ethan, but Joanne only thought that the young man was using some kind of spell in order to see where she was. However, she wasn't worried. Inside her darkness domain, no one would be able to see even their own body, so the chances of them seeing her were nearly zero. Joanne pointed her wand at her opponent and shouted, "Radius Tenebrarum." Her voice reverberated across her domain as countless rays of darkness flew toward her brother, who was standing completely still. Just when the dark rays were about to hit Ethan, a silver trident appeared in front of him and cast a blinding light, dispersing the dark rays before they could even land on the young man's body. Ethan's spear, Lightbringer, was a spear specially made to fight against any form of corruption. It specialized in dealing with corrupted monsters and the undead, who would be purified with its powers. In short, Lightbringer alone was unable to counter the power of darkness, because this was not its specialty. Although it was imbued with holy properties, it wasn't the best counter against the power of darkness. But that was fine. Ethan had a helper that would allow him to neutralize Joanne's attack by using the same power of darkness she possessed. From within Joanne's domain, a familiar vile chuckle resounded. This made the little girl warily look around her. She momentarily ignored Ethan, whose entire body could be seen in the darkness because Lightbringer was illuminating its surroundings. The Dark Walker, who was standing behind Joanne, summoned a sword of darkness and slashed at something that was on her master's right side. The sound of metal clashing against each other spread in the surroundings as the sword of darkness collided with the ancient Wendigo's claws, which were also imbued by the power of darkness. Ethan calmly walked toward his sister, who was preoccupied with dealing with the ancient Wendigo, whose laughter was getting on her nerves. She tried to overpower the vile creature, but her current magic power was unable to push it back. Dainsleif was no ordinary ancient Wendigo. Not only had it obtained the legacy of gravity, but it had also consumed the bodies, as well as the powers, of the Fomorians, whom Ethan served to it on a silver platter. No matter how strong Joanne was, she was still too young and too inexperienced to fight against a monster whose entire existence was spawned out of darkness itself. Dainsleif didn't set its eyes on the girl, and instead focused on fighting against the Dark Walker with one goal in mind: to devour it. Perhaps seeing its intention, the Dark Walker hastily retreated inside Joanne's body. It had sensed that its current self was unable to defeat its opponent, so it made a hasty retreat before the other consumed it. Joanne, who was left all alone to fend for herself, took a step back as Dainsleif laughed evilly while looking down at her with eyes filled with malice. "Stay back," Joanne ordered as she pointed her wand at the ancient Wendigo, who also took a step forward with every step she took backward. As the young lady kept on taking a step back, she suddenly felt her back hitting something, which made her body stiffen. "Dainsleif, I already told you that you're not allowed to bully my sister, right?" Ethan asked as he rested his hands on Joanne's shoulders, holding her in place. "Apologize to her, now." Dainsleif chuckled awkwardly before scratching its head. A few seconds later, it bowed its head and said sorry through telepathy. "Well then, have you had your fun, Joanne?" Ethan asked with a smile. How about we stop this so that the party can continue? Joanne lowered her head as if thinking about something. But half a minute later, she angrily stepped on Ethan's foot before dispersing her domain. She then hastily ran toward the stairs, leaving the scene without even taking a second glance at her brother, whom she tried to kick out of the castle. Her handmaidens hurriedly ran after her, because they were worried that Joanne would do something reckless after losing to her brother in battle. Ethan sighed. It seemed that his sister had no intention of having a chat with him tonight. He was just about to return to his table when he saw the fairies happily eating and drinking, seated on the stuffed toys that they had defeated. It seemed that the entire ordeal with Joanne wasn't a big deal to them, seeing that they were more interested in trying the new delicacies that they were seeing for the first time. Quite shamelessly, too. "Hey, can I have some more of this fruit punch?" Lappies asked one of the humans who were serving alcoholic beverages. "This roasted boar tastes good. Tell the chef that he deserves a raise," another fairy commented as she tore a piece of meat from the boar and ate it without problems. "I thought fairies were herbivores," Fortuna asked Helith, who was looking at the fairies with concern. "They are," Helith replied. "This is the first time I've seen fairies eat meat. Just where did the young master get them?" "Ha ha ha, I thought we only had one master. Hick, why am I seeing two of him?" A fairy, who happened to have drunk a lot of wine, circled around Ethan while carrying a wooden mug. "Who is the best master?" a fairy asked. "Oh, Ethan." "Who is the love master?" "Oh, Ethan." "Who rocks your world, yo?" "Oh, Ethan." "Who loves to shake his hips, yo?" "Oh, Ethan." The fairies all cheered and shouted in unison, the sight of which made Ethan wish that he could toss them all back to the celestial domain so that the party would regain its peace and quiet. But since they all came to help him, he didn't have the heart to ask them to go back. He could only force himself to turn a blind eye to their antics. At the end of the day, he knew that they wouldn't hurt or cause trouble for anyone, at least. That was what he hoped. Wallace, who had just finished drinking his wine, smiled as he glanced at the heads of the Protector clans. "See," Wallace smirked, "I told you that we raised him properly." As someone who had taught Ethan how to break the domain of his opponents, he was pleasantly surprised that the young man was able to choose the most effective method in neutralizing his sister's ability. Although a slight mishap had happened, the party continued as it should, with the addition of the mischievous fairies, who made the party more lively and fun for everyone. As for Ethan, he allowed Emma to pour him a drink while he thought of ways to cross the gap between him and his sister. Joanne, who was sulking inside her bedroom, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in anger before punching her pillow repeatedly. Clearly, she wasn't happy with how things ended, especially since her plan to embarrass Ethan in front of everyone failed miserably. A day after the feast was held in the castle, the heads of the Protector clans gathered together to discuss Ethan's coming-of-age ceremony. Traditionally, those who took this trial would enter the sacred cave in order to undergo the heart trials or accomplish an act that would benefit Kerwydian as a whole. They originally planned to send Ethan to the sacred cave, where he'd take the test. But just this morning, a letter arrived in the residences of the patriarchs and the matriarchs of the 4 Protector clans. "There is no mistake," Fortuna said as she looked at the 4 letters placed beside each other, forming a square. "It came from our lord." "But isn't this a bit too dangerous?" Thoric, the dwarven patriarch, commented. "The sacred cave is one thing, but our lord wished for him to enter the gate of Okanos. This is extremely dangerous." "Indeed," the matriarch of the elves, Helith, nodded. "One mistake, and the young master might end up trapped in the river of time. This is simply too dangerous. Does he perhaps know of what happened between the young master and the young miss? If so, is this his way of punishing the young master? As much as our lord spoils our young miss, I don't think that he would go that far," Enzo voiced his opinion. "He must have a good reason for doing this." "Or maybe he doesn't have a reason," Fortuna said, after careful deliberation. Perhaps the Lord just wants to see how things will turn out once the Master enters the river that traverses the entire world, as well as time and space. Enzo, Helith, and Thoric were really against the idea, but since this was their Lord's orders, they were unable to disobey his arrangement. No one in Car Whiteon dared to defy their master's orders, which made them want to believe that there was a deeper reason for this arrangement. It says that the young master must take the trial tomorrow at noon, Helith sighed. Who wants to inform him about this quest? The four of them glanced at each other. Clearly, none of them wanted to be that person who had to break the news to Ethan about his trial. Fine, I'll do it, Fortuna volunteered in resignation. Make the necessary arrangements. Ensure that the young master will have enough food and drinking water just in case he ends up in a place where he is unable to hunt or find water. The other three leaders nodded their heads and adjourned their meeting. Further discussions was pointless because the decision has already been made for them. Fortuna, Emma's mother, was extremely worried. The river of Okanos was a place that even they didn't dare to step into. Those who had been swept away by the river were never seen again. To prevent the same tragedy from happening, they placed a powerful seal on it, preventing others from going near it. But tomorrow, that seal would be removed, and their young master, who had just arrived in Kerwaidian, would dive in it to perform his coming-of-age ceremony. It didn't take long for Fortuna to find Ethan. Since Emma was always with the young man, all she needed to do was find Emma. She had a way of finding the location of her daughter, and soon she found Ethan without any problem. Young master, the trial that you will take for your coming-of-age ceremony has been chosen, Fortuna said respectfully. Tomorrow at noon, you will enter the river of Okanos. Once you are able to return, the trial will immediately end, giving you a passing mark. The moment Emma and Lilith heard that Ethan's trial was to enter into the river of Okanos, their faces turned pale, almost losing all their colors. Mother, is this a joke? Emma asked, forgetting that she was not only talking to her mother, but also the current matriarch of the Meredith clan. Fortuna didn't find fault in Emma's outburst, for she had the same reaction when she learned about Ethan's mission. I wish it was, Fortuna replied. Trust me, I also wish that it was just a joke. We originally decided to let the young master enter the sacred cave, but a letter from the Lord arrived, stating the contents of the trial. Lilith, who had been listening from the side, clenched her fists, knowing that there was no way for her to accompany Ethan on his trial. Even if she merged with the young man's shadow, the moment he entered the river of Okanos, she would immediately be expelled due to the restrictions placed on it. Ethan, who had Mimir's wisdom, simply searched for information about the river and was surprised when he read what was written about it. According to Mimir's wisdom, the flow of the river of Okanos encompassed the entire world. However, that wasn't all. The river had branches that could potentially send anyone caught in its currents to the past or the future. Although the chances were small, the chances still existed, making it an incredibly dangerous place to visit. If Ethan were to be stranded somewhere in Midgard, the young man would be able to return safely to Kerwaidian or the Shire continent, since he could swim in the sea or fly in the sky. But if he were stranded in the past or the future, even if he were to return home, he might no longer see the people he wanted to see. Is there really no other way? Emma inquired. Maybe you can change the trial. It doesn't have to be this dangerous. It's an order from the Lord, Fortuna said sadly. You already know that his words are law. We cannot disobey. Ethan, who had just finished reading the information he got from Mimir's wisdom, pondered for a bit. He wasn't really afraid of going to the river, since he was confident that he would be able to survive no matter where he was sent. His only concern is the possibility of being trapped in the future or the past. Having already experienced what it was like to be trapped in the past, he frankly wasn't looking forward to being stuck in a situation like that again. The Lord has left another important message in the letter, Fortuna stated. If the young master rejects this trial, he will not be allowed to return to Kerwaidian, and he will be excommunicated from the Valentin family. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Lilith couldn't help but stutter after hearing Fortuna's words. Is this because of what happened during the party? Did the Lord perhaps not like what happened between the young master or the young miss? Fortuna shook her head. I don't know. All I know is that the young master needs to make a choice. Return to the Shire continent and forget his background, or take the trial and learn about his true identity. Fortuna then glanced at Ethan with a worried gaze. Since her daughter was now Ethan's promised one, she was worried that the trial would distance the two from each other. We will wait for the young master's decision until the sun rises, Fortuna said. Young master, please carefully think about whether you should accept this trial or not. If you think it's too dangerous, feel free to reject it. I'm sure that the Lord would change his mind in a year or two and call you back to take a different test. Ethan nodded, knowing that this wasn't an easy decision to make. He would need some time to weigh the pros and cons of this trial. He might be curious about his identity, but it didn't mean that he would be willing to take such a risk and obey the orders of this Lord, whom he hadn't even seen once in his life. Ethan's other half, on the other hand, frowned. Even he didn't expect that Ethan's coming-of-age trial would be something like taking a dip in the river of Okanos. But he didn't say anything. This was Ethan's life, and he wanted the young man to make the choices that would shape his own future. Meanwhile, inside Joanne's room. Grandpa, you finally returned. Joanne happily sat on the lap of her grandfather, who only visited the castle during her birthday. Grandpa, I wish you had come sooner. That commoner who arrived here 2 days ago bullied me. The little girl complained and acted like a spoiled kid, making the handsome man with short gray hair chuckle. You should get along with your brother, Joanne, the man said with a smile. Family is important. Didn't you say that you've always wanted a brother or sister? You have one now. Why aren't you getting along with him? I hate him, Grandpa, Joanne replied. I don't recognize him as my brother. I hope he fails his trial and leaves this place at once. Her grandfather only smiled faintly before patting his granddaughter's head. Actually, he's about to perform an extremely difficult trial, the gray-haired man commented. He is going to challenge the river of Okanos. As to where the currents will take him, only fate will know. The river of Okanos. Joanne frowned because she had never heard of it. What's that? It's a river that travels around the world, the gray-haired man replied. I got lucky when I took that trial. That's where I met your grandmother, and she fell in love with me at first sight. But Grandma said that it was the other way around, Joanne corrected. She said that it was you who fell in love with her at first sight. Don't listen to your grandma. She has already become senile with age. Huh, who are you calling senile, you stupid old man? Grandma. Joanne jumped off her grandpa's lap and ran toward her grandma, giving her a tight hug. An extremely beautiful woman, who seemed to be only in her early 30s, picked up her granddaughter and kissed her cheeks as a greeting. Grandma, Grandpa said that you fell in love with him at first sight, Joanne said sweetly. Nonsense, the beautiful woman replied. He got down on his knees and begged me to become his wife, promising to give me the moon and the stars. Listen, Joanne, if you happen to meet a man like that when you grow up, make sure to tell me. I promise that I will feed them to the fish. The gray-haired man coughed awkwardly, not expecting that his wife would appear out of nowhere. Aren't you supposed to be in the lands of Sarakale? The gray-haired man asked. What are you doing here? The same reason why you are here, the beautiful woman replied. Don't worry, Vincent and Lou are standing guard. There is no way that our enemies will get past them so easily. The gray-haired man sighed before reluctantly nodding his head. So, have you seen him? I saw him before I came here. The beautiful woman smiled faintly as she recalled the face of her grandson, whom she hadn't seen for nearly 18 years. I liked his eyes, the beautiful woman said as she sat on Joanne's bed and placed her pouting granddaughter on her lap. I liked them too, the gray-haired man nodded. I didn't expect that he would regain his power even after Catherine destroyed his magic circuits. It's truly a miracle. The beautiful woman agreed. Indeed, it seems that fate has other plans for him. Joanne, who had been left out of the discussion, cursed her no-good brother, whom she didn't want to recognize in her heart. Usually, when her grandparents came to the castle to visit, they would spoil and pamper her, giving her whatever she wanted. But now, they were just talking about Ethan, which made her pout. The beautiful woman chuckled after noticing the dissatisfaction in her granddaughter's face. She then lightly pinched her cheeks before kissing her forehead. "Joanne, at the end of the day, he is still your brother," the beautiful woman said. "It doesn't matter if you like him or not. It will not change the fact that the two of you are family, and I want you to remember that." But he said that his surname is Gremory," Joanne replied. "Why would he want to keep that dog name if he wants to become part of our family?" "A lady of your standing mustn't use these kinds of words, Joanne," the beautiful woman answered. "There is nothing wrong with letting him keep his family name. After all, they were the ones who raised him. In his eyes, his adoptive family is his real family, unlike us who only appeared now that he has grown older." The beautiful woman exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, making the gray-haired man smile bitterly. Back then, they were forced to make a difficult decision in order to save one of their most precious family members. The trial that Ethan was about to take part in wasn't entirely their decision either. No, it was decided by their patron, the one allowing the Valentin family to wield incredible powers. The gray-haired man was once a powerless person. Only after becoming a warlock did he gain a power so strong that it turned every nation in the world into his enemy. Now, the same patron who granted him that power wanted to test the child, whom the Valentin family had been forced to abandon due to an incident that was outside of their control. He had high hopes for Ethan's potential, and if possible, he hoped that the patron of the Valentin family would have Ethan take over the mantle of his grandfather and finish the job, which the gray-haired man had abandoned halfway. After careful deliberation and thinking, Ethan found himself staring at the entrance of a sealed cave along with his two lovers Emma and Lilith, and his adoptive father Wallace. Just behind Ethan, the elders of the Protector clans were busy unraveling the complex seal that had been placed over the entrance of the cave, which led to one of the branches of the river of Okanos. Fortuna, Enzo, Thoric, and Helith stood behind the elders and looked at the entrance of the cave with solemn gazes. At their center were Joanne and her handmaidens. The young girl came because she wanted to see the river of Okanos, which she had only heard about in passing from her grandfather and grandmother. Emma and Lilith tried to convince Ethan to skip the trial because he didn't need to prove anything. Even those who were born in Caerwhitian and were part of the 4 Protector clans thought that this trial was simply too much. For them, it didn't really matter if Ethan was recognized as a member of the Valentin family or not. They would still stay by his side, even if they were to be exiled from their families. Ethan truly appreciated his lover's concern for him and was reminded once again of how much they loved him. But he had his own reasons for taking the trial. First off, he wanted to know the real reason why he had been abandoned as an infant. He didn't like the thought of having some unknown enemy trying to find him and attack him when he least expected it. Although he was confident that he would be able to defend himself, there were still things he was worried about. After all, he was no longer alone. The young man didn't want to get his family, lovers, and friends involved in some kind of hidden war that even he was not aware of. It would be much better if he got to know who his enemies were, so he could properly defend himself and even take the initiative to attack them on his own. The second reason he decided to take the trial was because of the fact that he believed that he needed to confront the past so that he could move forward into the future. He had no intention of running away or closing his eyes to escape reality. His family would not stop existing just because he refused to recognize them. At the end of the day, the blood of the Valentin family still flowed in his veins. Emma, Lilith, and Enzo also made him realize that his background wasn't simple. In Eastshire, he was being antagonized by the high-ranking nobles, which included the Astaf family and the Care family. There was also the issue regarding those who were still dissatisfied with the fact that he had gained Queen Celestia's legacy. Ethan was strong. There was no doubt about it, and he was aware of it. But he also understood that he alone would not be enough to protect the people who were important in his life. If he could command the 4 protector clans using his position as one of the heirs of the Valentin family, then he would be able to focus his attention elsewhere. He had already met his mother and sister, but he hadn't seen his father. The young man had many questions, and he wanted the answers to them. And the only way he could get them was to complete the trial and gain what was meant to be his through his birthright. While there were risks involved, it was a calculated risk. Ethan had also considered the possibility of getting sent to the past or the future. But after giving it some thought, he realized that there was no need for him to worry. He wasn't alone. Sebastian and his other half would still be around to guide him if ever he got lost. Together, the 3 of them would be able to work something out so that he would be able to return to where his loved ones were waiting for him. With these thoughts swirling inside his head, the seal of the cave was finally undone. The elders inspected the cave first, before asking Ethan to follow them inside. Wallace, Emma, and Lilith also followed Ethan because they wanted to be with him until he dove into the river of Okanos. The heads of the protector clans and Joanne were the last to enter. Everyone walked for nearly 10 minutes until the sound of flowing water reached their ears. The elders stood 2 meters away from the river, holding torches to light the way. Despite being inside the cave, the river of Okanos was shining a bright blue color. Even from a distance, Ethan could feel the strong spiritual and magical power oozing from it, making his face turn serious. "You only have one mission," Fortuna declared. "No matter where the river takes you, you are to return to Kerwaidian. Once you have finished this task, you will be allowed to enter the Altar of Storms, where all the information of the Valentin family is documented. You will also gain the authority to command the protector clans to do your bidding." Fortuna, Enzo, Thoric, Helith, and the elders of the 4 protector clans pressed their fist over their chests and bowed their heads toward Ethan. "May the winds of fortune smile upon you, young master." Ethan turned around to look at his father, and the latter nodded before placing his hand on the young man's shoulder. "I will stay here and wait for you, but only until 2 months from now," Wallace stated. "If you're not back by then, I will return to Easter and wait for you there. Make sure to come back soon, okay?" "Yes, father," Ethan nodded. After getting his father's blessing, Ethan faced Emma and Lilith. He kissed their lips and gave both of them a hug, which made Fortuna and Enzo smile faintly. "I will wait for you no matter how long it takes, master," Emma said. "I, too, will wait for your triumphant return, Ethan," Lilith smiled before whispering something in his ear. "When you return, I want you to make me yours." Ethan nodded, pulled his lovers close to him, and gave them one final hug. Joanne looked at this scene with a smirk. She hoped that this would be her last time seeing the person whom she refused to recognize as her brother. After stealing his nerves, Ethan finally turned around to face the river. He walked toward it calmly with firm steps. However, when he was only a few meters away from the river, something unexpected happened. A giant, shadowy hand rose from its surface and flew over Ethan's head. A second later, a scream reverberated inside the cave as the shadow hand grabbed Joanne and dragged her into the river. The members of the 4 protector clans quickly sprang into action to save their young miss. However, they soon found themselves frozen in place, unable to move their bodies. "Help me!" Joanne shouted desperately before her body disappeared under the water's surface, not even making a splash. Ethan didn't hesitate to jump in after her. Due to his control over the water element, Ethan dove down like a seal and charged toward his sister, whose 2 hands were covering her mouth and nose. The sea god's trident emerged and dispelled the shadow hand that had a firm hold on Joanne's body. After that, Ethan grabbed her and created a dome of air, allowing his sister to breathe underwater. Joanne coughed repeatedly before taking deep breaths in order to regain her composure. While this was happening, Ethan tried to rise to the surface, but the currents of the river suddenly became much stronger than before, preventing the water bubble from floating upward. In the end, Ethan stopped forcing it, knowing that if he did, the water bubble might break, endangering his sister's life. Unable to do anything, he simply hugged Joanne and allowed the river to take them to wherever it wanted to take them. After what seemed like an hour or so, the current of the river finally slowed down, giving Ethan the opportunity to rise to the surface. He didn't know where they ended up, nor did he know why the shadowy hand grabbed hold of Joanne, when it was only him who was supposed to take the trial. When he broke out from the water's surface, Ethan noticed that a big boat made up of wood was about to hit them in a few seconds. Without wasting a second, he shot up from the water and landed on the deck of the wooden ship, still holding his sister in his arms. Before he could even catch his breath, the sound of weapons reached his ears, and he found himself encircled by warriors, whose swords were just a few inches away from piercing his body. Ethan. A familiar voice, which Ethan hadn't heard for several months, reached his ears. He momentarily shifted his attention away from the warriors, who were all pinned down on the deck of the ship, unable to lift their bodies from the pressure that was keeping them in place. Dainsleif had used the power of gravity to neutralize the immediate threats that had tried to attack his master. Of course, he made himself invisible, for Ethan had forbidden him to show his true form out in the open. "Is that really you, Ethan?" A girl with long brown hair and brown eyes looked at the young man in disbelief. She never thought that she would see him again in her life. "Princess Ramona," Ethan called out with an uncertain tone. Just like the princess, he was also doubting whether there was something wrong with his eyes or not. After hearing the young man mention her name, the 12th princess of the Magdar kingdom didn't hesitate to cry out and jump into his arms. Ethan had no choice but to temporarily release his hold on his sister in order to catch the princess, who was now sobbing in his embrace. "I thought I would never see you again," Princess Ramona said as tears fell from her eyes. "I returned to the city of Zentris after half a year, but you and Lily were no longer there. I asked the allied tribes, but they said that you have returned to the future." The girl's pained sobs made Ethan sigh internally. He then patted her head in order to help calm her down. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect, and Princess Ramona only cried harder. "Where are we?" Joanne, who didn't care about the touching scene in front of her, asked with a frown. "Do you know these people?" "Yes," Ethan replied as he continued to pat the head of the crying princess in his arms. "We have traveled back in time, and we're currently in the Magdar kingdom." "Ha!" The frown on Joanne's face deepened after hearing Ethan's reply. "This is no time to make a joke. We need to return to Caerwhitian as soon as possible. Why must I be stuck in the same place as you? I'm not even supposed to take this trial." "Calm down, Joanne." Ethan looked at his surroundings in order to better assess the situation. "This is no time for internal conflict. Even if you were to return to Caerwhitian, we are trapped hundreds of years in the past. You're not even born at this time. Take your time to assess the situation first, all right? There are no protector clans here to protect you. One mistake, and you will be trapped here forever." It took a while for Joanne to fully comprehend what Ethan was talking about. After remembering that the River of Okanos not only traveled around the world, but could also traverse space and time, the spoiled girl's face became grim. Then, what should we do?" Joanne stuttered. "We should head back to the future and return to Caerwhitian as soon as we can." Seeing his sister start to panic, Ethan couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Having experienced it firsthand, he understood how difficult it was to accept being stuck in a place not only thousands of miles away from home, but also separated from your current timeline by hundreds of years. "Don't worry, there is a way for us to travel back to our time," Ethan said in order to reassure his sister that everything was going to be fine. "For now, just calm down." 10 minutes later, Princess Ramona finally regained her calm and invited Ethan and Joanne to her private quarters on the ship, where the three of them could talk. According to the princess of the Magdar Kingdom, it had been 6 months since she had seen him and Lily in the city of Zentris. This meant that not a lot of time had passed since they had left, so the people of Zentris would surely remember him if he returned. "Since we are here, then returning to the present is not a problem," Sebastian stated. "But I will need to focus on gathering a huge amount of magical power in order to send you and your sister back to the present. Should I start saving magic now? Let me just warn you that while I am in this mode, I will not be able to help you in any way. If you try to summon me in your celestial domain, the magic I have saved will be used up, and I will have to start again from scratch." Ethan didn't even need to think before replying to Sebastian's warning. "Start saving magic now, Sebastian," Ethan replied. "Our priority is to return to the present." "I understand," Sebastian commented. "I will now go into magic saving mode. You can still talk to me anytime, but anything more than that is beyond me." Ethan nodded in understanding. "Ethan, who is this girl?" Princess Ramona asked. "Is she your daughter with Lily? The two of you look similar." "Excuse me," Joanne arched an eyebrow. "I am not this man's daughter." "She's my sister, Joanne," Ethan replied. "Joanne, this is Princess Ramona from the Magdar Kingdom. I hope that the two of you can get along and become good friends." "HMPH, why should I get along with this girl?" Joanne complained before changing the subject. "Since the two of you know each other, does this mean that this is not your first time traveling to the past?" "I've been here before," Ethan replied. "And if my guess is right, it will take us some time to return to the future." "How long are we talking about?" Joanne inquired. "Months," Ethan answered. "Maybe even more than a year." "More than a year?" But you don't have to worry about the time difference. Even if we stay here for a year, I have a way that will allow us to return to the present, with just a month passing after we fell into the river." Joanne could tell that Ethan wasn't lying, and that the confidence in his voice was real. This meant that they really would be able to return to the present, no matter how long they stayed in the past. "Just treat this as a vacation," Ethan stated. "You've been cooped up in Kerwaidian for a long time, right? Sometimes, a change in scenery will allow you to learn many different things. It might even be helpful in raising the proficiency of your magic." Princess Ramona, who was sitting on Ethan's lap, looked at Joanne calmly. However, she was anything but calm. After seeing her first crush appear in front of her again, she was thinking about how she wanted to spend this miraculous time with him and get to know Ethan's sister, who seemed to hate her brother just as much as Princess Ramona hated her own brothers. Princess Ramona didn't know why Joanne hated Ethan, but she wished to know more about him through her. And with it, she hoped that Joanne would become her best friend, which was something that she currently didn't have in her life. "By the way, where is this ship headed, Princess?" Ethan asked, making Ramona pout. "Just call me Ramona, Ethan," Ramona replied, ignoring Ethan's question. "Stop calling me Princess." "I can't do that," Ethan shook his head. "If I called you Ramona in public, people might think it rude, or think that I'm not showing you respect. Also, it might lower your standing as a candidate to become the next ruler of the Magdar Kingdom." Princess Ramona frowned, but she knew that the young man was right. However, she decided to make him compromise by giving a suggestion. "Then just call me Ramona when it's just you and Joanne," Princess Ramona proposed. "Okay." Ethan nodded. "Understood, Ramona." The young princess then smiled sweetly before giving Ethan a hug. Hugging him calmed her down, and fortunately, the young man didn't push her away, which made her very happy. This is pure bliss, Princess Ramona thought, while praying that she wasn't having a dream. Because if she was, she wanted to stay asleep for a little while longer. Joanne looked at this scene with disdain, because she still didn't know why the brother that she didn't plan to recognize was very popular. "Now can you tell me where this ship is headed?" Ethan inquired. "We're headed to the Island of the Kings," Princess Ramona answered. "All candidates must go there in order to make a pledge to serve the kingdom. My brothers are probably already there since I was the last to leave the capital. Are they still sending people to assassinate you? Ethan narrowed his eyes. I'm not sure, Princess Ramona replied. Father has sent me some of his trusted guards who protect my residence. So far, there have not been any attacks that I am aware of, but there might have been some skirmishes in places that I cannot see. The princess' body subconsciously trembled because her relationship with her brothers had been strained as of late. However, after Ethan threatened to drown the Magdar kingdom with the power of the Tidebringer, they started to hesitate whether it would be wise to antagonize such a powerful existence. Ethan's and Lily's return to the future had been kept a tightly guarded secret by the allied tribes, who currently resided in the city of Zentris. Everyone knew that the Tidebringer was the guardian of the lands of Alastair, so as long as they kept silent, no one would dare try to declare war on the allied tribes ever again. Even the orcs, goblins, and other monsters no longer bothered to antagonize them, especially after what happened in the battle with the necromancer. They only told Princess Ramona that the Tidebringer and his wife had already left, because Ethan asked them to do so. Princess Ramona was Lily's first disciple, so she got preferential treatment from the allied tribes. I guess we came at the right time. Ethan patted the princess' head. As long as I am here, your brothers will not dare to even touch a strand of your hair. Princess Ramona hummed as she continued to hug Ethan. Right now, she had too many enemies, and she didn't know who to trust. She knew that she could trust her father, but she also understood that he couldn't give her favorable treatment because it would just make her an eyesore to the other princes, who were eyeing the throne. Even the guards, who were in the ship, were people that were assigned to her by her father. However, she didn't trust any of them. The only ones she trusted with her life were Ethan and Lily, who didn't care for the riches, influence, or power that they would gain if they were to help her sit on the throne of the Magdar kingdom. This was why they were special in her eyes. They were her teachers, her close friends, and to a certain extent, the only people that she had opened her heart to. She even confessed her feelings to Ethan, hoping that he and Lily would remain in the lands of Alastair, so she could live with him forever. But that wasn't meant to happen. However, due to fate's design, she was once again reunited with her first love, and with him by her side, she felt safe and secure. Ramona, Ethan asked in concern when he noticed that the young lady in his arms had stopped talking and moving. It was then when he heard her soft, sleeper breaths, which informed him that the princess had fallen asleep. She hadn't been sleeping well as of late because every small sound she heard in the middle of the night would wake her up, thinking that she was under attack. Lily had told her how to use her magic properly so that she could defend herself. But at the end of the day, she was just a 12-year-old girl who just wanted to live in peace. Unfortunately for her, she was blessed with strong magical powers. This made her a threat to her brothers, who wished for her to be eliminated, so that they would have one less rival for the throne of the Magdar kingdom. Ethan gently laid the princess on the bed before looking outside of the window of her cabin. Since they were sailing in the sea, he could sense anything within his domain. He gazed at the dozens of black dots in the horizon, who were headed in their direction at a rapid pace. All of them were ships, and from the looks of it, they were targeting the ship where Princess Ramona was currently at. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound coming from the door of the cabin. "Princess, enemy ships are approaching us from the east," a guard shouted anxiously. "Do not leave your room at all costs. We will deal with them without fail." After saying those words, only the sound of hurried footsteps reached Ethan's ears. He had placed Princess Ramona inside a protective bubble, which had a soundproof ability. This meant that she couldn't hear anything that was happening outside the bubble, allowing her to sleep peacefully. "Joanne, want to vent your frustration on some people who wish to kill us?" Ethan asked his sister, who was sitting on a chair with her eyes closed. "I don't want to waste my time on small fries," Joanne replied. "If you wish to deal with them, you can deal with them yourself." After losing to Ethan during the celebration party, Joanne asked around to get a better understanding of the person who suddenly barged into her peaceful life. It was then when she was informed that the young man was able to manipulate any body of water, and his specialty was controlling the sea. Since that was the case, she wanted to observe how Ethan fought for real. During the party, it was the ancient Wendigo and the fairies who fought for him. She wasn't able to glimpse a fraction of Ethan's power, which was why she planned to sit this one out, so that she would know her enemy better. Before following Princess Ramona to her room, Joanne had silently dropped a small doll on the deck, who used the commotion to climb the ship's tallest mast. Ethan's sister could see through the eyes of her dolls, which was also the reason why she had closed her eyes, so that she could get a better view of the young man's abilities. But Ethan didn't do anything. He allowed the ships, who seemed to be pirate ships, to come closer until they were only hundreds of meters away from their ship. The enemy forces immediately surrounded Princess Ramona's ship and made a declaration. "If you wish to live, surrender the princess to us peacefully. Resist, and all of you will be killed down to the last man." Ethan smiled faintly after hearing the ultimatum that the leader of the pirates gave. He still didn't make a move because he was waiting to see if there were double agents or traitors among the guards that were protecting the princess. The young man understood that the princess had been living a very precarious lifestyle because she didn't know who she could trust and which of them were working for her brothers as spies. Just as he expected, a banging sound was heard on the door. "Come out, princess. The pirates are demanding that you surrender so that everyone in this ship will be spared." An anxious voice came from the other side of the door. "We want to live, so please, won't you surrender to them peacefully? I'm sure that they will not harm you." Ethan wanted to laugh at the man's desperate attempt to get on Princess Ramona's good side. The mere fact that they were trying to harm a 12-year-old girl who just wished to be left alone made him wish to start a massacre. However, he endured. This was not the right time to strike. Also, even if all the pirates were to work together, the young man wasn't afraid. All of them were fighting in his domain, and the majority of the pirates were just ordinary people. Just a single thought from him, and the sea would answer his call. It was a very simple matter for him to flip over the pirate ships, which would make the pirates panic. But he didn't do that. He was still waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Only when he had flushed out the traitors within Ramona's guards would he deal with the pirates, who had no idea who they were dealing with. Joanne, who had no idea what her brother was thinking, remained seated. Although she didn't like him, she recognized his abilities, which meant that she wasn't worried about what was going to happen next. Besides, even if Ethan didn't make a move, she was confident that, with her powers, she would be able to send the pirates packing and ensure they would never bother them again. The sound of banging could be heard on the door as more than one guard beseeched Princess Ramona to surrender to the pirates, saying that they didn't want to get killed. Seeing that the princess hadn't responded even after their begging, they started to hack at the door with their weapons. Just then, Ramona stirred on the bed. Ethan gradually dissipated the sound barrier so that the sound coming from the door wouldn't startle her. The moment Ramona heard the sounds of the door cracking, she leaped off the bed and hid behind Ethan's back. When the door finally collapsed, 3 guards entered the room, their weapons drawn and ready to strike. "Give us the princess, and no one will need to get hurt," one of the 3 guards demanded. "If you don't comply, then don't blame us for being forceful." Ethan looked past the 3 guards and saw no other guards waiting for them outside the destroyed door. "I guess these 3 are in cahoots with Ramona's brothers," Ethan thought as he calmly looked at them, unaffected by the swords the 3 guards were pointing in their direction. "I won't ask again," the guard stated. "Give us the princess or else." "Or else what?" Ethan asked with a smirk. "I'd like to hear what you plan to do with me." "I gave you a chance," the guard sneered. "Kill him." The other 2 guards sprang into action, but before they could even cross the distance between them and the handsome young man, 3 water snakes emerged from under Ethan's feet and coiled around the 3 guards, holding them in place. "Do you know these 3 guards?" Ethan asked the princess who was hiding behind him. "No," Princess Ramona replied. "They are the guards who were supervising this ship when I arrived at the port with my entourage." "I see." Ethan nodded in understanding before casually tossing the 3 guards out the window like cannonballs, making them fall into the water head first. This made the pirates think that the ship that they had encircled was fighting back, prompting them all to attack by shooting flaming arrows at Princess Ramona's ships. Their orders were to capture the princess dead or alive, so they didn't mind if she got hurt in the process of their capture. This plan might have worked in the past, but now that Ethan had arrived on the scene, whatever they did would not work. A dome of water covered Princess Ramona's ships, repelling the arrows that were being shot at it in every direction. A moment later, countless water snakes rose from the sea and started to smash the hulls of the ships, creating holes that allowed water to enter. The panic-stricken pirates knew then and there that they might have made a mistake in targeting the princess ship. They received no reports that there was a powerful mage who could use water magic among Princess Ramona's entourage. By the time they realized their mistake, it was already too late. No matter how hard they tried to row their ships to escape, there was nowhere in the open sea where they could go in order to escape Ethan. The young man didn't just plan to make the ships sink. He planned to destroy them completely, leaving no place for the pirates to escape. Soon, screams of fear, despair, and regret reverberated in the surroundings as the water snakes mercilessly smashed the pirate ships to pieces, forcing the pirates to abandon their ships. Naturally, these pirates tried to swim towards Princess Ramona's ship, but would Ethan allow them to do that? Of course not. He had plenty of questions to ask them, so he activated his celestial domain and tossed all the pirates into it. The fairies, who saw uninvited guests come in, all gathered to form a swarm and flew in their direction. After what happened at the celebration party, the fairies developed a new hobby of fighting in close quarters. So they all mobbed the pitiful pirates who escaped the frying pan, only to be burned by the fiery fists and kicks of the fairies who had low-key become MMA fighters. Ethan ordered them to not kill the pirates because he planned to interrogate them later. With him around, he would ensure that no harm would come to Princess Ramona anymore. When he and Lily were still stuck in the lands of Alastair, both of them entertained the thought of supporting the princess to become the new queen of the Magdar kingdom. But in order to do that, they would have to deal with her brothers, who wished for her death just so they would have one less competitor for the crown. Unfortunately, at that time, Lily and Ethan only had a few days left before they returned to the present. They didn't have enough time to ensure that their disciple would sit on the throne and rule her kingdom safely after they had dealt with her pesky brothers. The guards who were on the ship didn't know what happened. When they came back to their senses, they were already surrounded by a dome of water. When the dome disappeared, the only thing they saw were countless pieces of wooden planks floating on the sea, and there was not a single pirate in sight. Some of them checked the princess' condition and were surprised to see that the door of her cabin had been destroyed. When they asked Ethan what happened, the young man only said that the spies sent by Ramona's brothers had tried to capture her by force. When the guards asked where these people were, Ethan only smiled, making the guards look at him warily. They didn't have to be smart in order to connect the dots, so they instantly realized that what happened earlier might have been done by the handsome young man, who suddenly appeared in the middle of the sea to reunite with Princess Ramona. Joanne, who didn't see how the pirates disappeared, eyed Ethan with a solemn gaze. Her doll was unable to see anything because they were covered by a dome of water. Even so, what happened earlier was enough for her to understand that Ethan was indeed a terrifying opponent at sea. When I fight him again, I better make sure that there are no bodies of water around, Joanne thought before crossing her arms over her chest. Even so, what happened earlier was enough for her to understand that Ethan was indeed a terrifying opponent at sea. When I fight him again, I better make sure that there are no bodies of water around, Joanne thought before crossing her arms over her chest. She was trying to learn Ethan's weaknesses so that the next time they fought, the one who would emerge victorious would be none other than her. With the pirates gone, the ship continued its voyage to reach the Island of Kings. 2 hours later, they finally reached their destination. When Princess Ramona's 2 brothers saw that she was safe and unharmed, a frown appeared on their faces. But when they saw Ethan disembark from the ship, both of them, as well as the sorcerers who had chosen to support them, felt a suffocating presence wash over them. Ethan's eyes were cold and murderous, and he didn't bother to hide it. In fact, if the king of the Magdar Kingdom wasn't on the island with them, he might have already captured all the princes and made sure that neither one of them would be able to harm Princess Ramona ever again. When the king of the Magdar Kingdom, King Baldur, saw Ethan, a surprised look appeared on his face. "Tidebringer, it's an honor for you to join us on this momentous occasion," King Baldur said with a smile. He and Ethan had become acquainted in the past after he had asked the young man to help protect his daughter to the best of his abilities. The king was also the one who gave Ethan the silver trident, Lightbringer, which was imbued with holy properties. Truth be told, he had been starting to worry because his daughter's ship was nowhere to be found as the time of the oath ceremony drew near. "The pleasure is mine, King Baldur," Ethan replied. "I came here to observe and to support Princess Ramona as the next crown princess of the Magdar Kingdom." Ethan's declaration caused a stir through everyone present on the island. The Tidebringer was the deity whom the people in the lands of Alaster worshipped. If he were here to support the young princess to become the next crown princess, the people of the Magdar Kingdom would definitely rally under Princess Ramona's banner, for their deity had chosen her to become their next ruler. Ethan's declaration made King Baldur's face turn solemn. Although he recognized and even wished Princess Ramona to become the next ruler, he found it a bit distasteful for Ethan to use his influence to force him to make a decision. Of course, the other princes also didn't like what he had done, so they made their opinions known in the hope that they would be able to intimidate their sister and make her back down from the fight for the throne. "Tidebringer, I greatly admire and respect you, but it is best that you do not meddle in the affairs of our kingdom," the second prince, who went by the name Prince Ross, said coldly. "I agree with my brother," the first prince, Prince Dylan, stated. "You shouldn't interfere with the affairs of our kingdom." The other princes also voiced their concern, forcing Princess Ramona to lower her head because she couldn't bear to look at the glares that were aimed in her direction. Her body would tremble from time to time, because there were also killing intent mixed among the stares that were boring into her small body. Ethan, who sensed Princess Ramona's discomfort, stood in front of her, blocking everyone's glares from the princess. "I think all of you are making a big misunderstanding here," Ethan stated. "The Magdar Kingdom exists because I allow it to exist. The moment I decide to stop it from existing, all of you will cease to exist." At that exact moment, the princes, as well as the sorcerers who were glaring at Princess Ramona earlier, suddenly felt a strong force descend upon their bodies, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Daneslafe, who was currently invisible, stood behind his master and used the power of his gravity spell to bring the princes down a peg. The Island of Kings wasn't a big island. It was just over 1.5 kilometers long and 0.5 kilometer wide. It was surrounded by water in all directions, so if a fight were to truly break out, the one who would emerge the victor would be none other than Ethan. Only King Baldur was exempted from the powerful gravitational force that was forcing everyone to kneel, because Daneslafe didn't target him as per Ethan's orders. "Have mercy on my foolish children, Tidebringer," King Baldur said calmly. "Although they were a bit rude, this matter is indeed an affair of our kingdom. If possible, I would like for you to respect our ways of doing things." "And if I refuse?" Ethan asked in a teasing tone. He was just a push away from tossing the prince candidates into his celestial domain, where he would trap them until Princess Ramona was crowned the queen of her kingdom. Although Ethan was smiling and seemed to be just joking around, King Baldur didn't plan to take any chances and smiled. I'm sure that the benevolent deity of the lands of Alastair wouldn't resort to violence to settle this dispute, King Baldur stated. I am giving my children an equal chance to sit on the throne. Only the fittest among them may take my place and rule my kingdom. Ethan nodded, because he understood that he was indeed being pushy. However, he didn't plan to brush aside the things that happened a few hours ago. If he wasn't there to protect Princess Ramona, then she would have already been captured by the pirates, and might have never been seen or heard from again. Earlier, Princess Ramona's ships were attacked by pirates, Ethan declared. They demanded that she surrender and allow them take custody of her. I'm quite certain that this ploy was done by one, if not more than one, of her brothers. Since I am supporting her candidacy as queen, I will only give you a day to find out who the culprit is and punish them accordingly. If I am not satisfied with how you handle things, I will make you regret it. Ethan smiled, but his smile never reached his eyes. In fact, those who were on the island, who saw his expression, couldn't help but shudder because he was emitting a murderous intent. The teenage boy was no longer the ignorant and innocent young man who would shy away from killing people. Princess Ramona was his and Lily's disciple, so he wouldn't just sit by and allow her to get bullied. I understand, King Baldur replied. I will investigate this matter. Remember, you only have one day, Ethan stated. If you are unable to satisfy me, I will take matters into my own hands. Also, from this moment onwards, any act of aggression towards Princess Ramona is an act of aggression towards me. If you all wish to have a chance to become the next ruler of your kingdom, make sure that you do not antagonize her, okay? After Ethan finished his declaration, Dainsleif removed the effect of the gravity field, allowing everyone in the island to sigh in relief. The young man knew that he had to show a power that would make the royal family, and the sorcerers who supported them, remember that the Tidebringer was not someone they could antagonize. Having been given an ultimatum, King Baldur declared the start of the oath ceremony. One by one, the candidates declared their oaths, assuring their supporters, as well as their rivals, that they would rule their kingdom justly and fairly, if ever they were chosen by their father to replace him. Don't worry, Ethan said as he lightly patted Princess Ramona's head, who would be the next one to make her oath on the king's stone. I'm here. Princess Ramona nodded. She was only 12 years old, and the youngest among the candidates. Although she was the most gifted child of the royal family, her father believed that she was still too young to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. However, since her power was something he couldn't ignore, he decided to add her as one of the candidates to the throne. Although he didn't regret his decision, he was starting to think that he might have been too hasty when he declared that Princess Ramona would be added to the list of candidates. If he didn't make her a candidate, she would have been trained to become a priestess or a sorceress who would become one of the pillars of the kingdom. She might have lived a different life, with none of her brothers aiming for her life. But what was done was done. King Baldur had already made his decision, and he would stick with it regardless of the consequences of his actions. After the oath-taking ceremony ended, he ordered the princes to cooperate with his interrogation. He was not happy when he learned that his daughter had almost been captured by pirates while at sea. Because of this, he used everything in his power to get to the bottom of things. King Baldur was a powerful sorcerer in his own right. However, compared to Professor Barrett, Professor Reinhardt, Wallace, Seth, and Enzo, he fell far too short. He wasn't bad, but in the eyes of those who lived in the future, his talents were only average. This was why he had high hopes for Princess Ramona, whose magic power had surpassed their expectations. After 2 hours of interrogation, King Baldur finally found the culprit, and it was none other than the 6th prince. The other princes, who wished to have one less competitor, all worked together to pressure their father to revoke the 6th prince's claim to the throne. King Baldur didn't say anything right away, and instead glanced in Ethan's direction. However, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine when he saw Ethan's cold gaze. The king wasn't a saint, and he had also killed many people before getting the right to become the king of the Magdar kingdom. So, he recognized right away that Ethan was looking at the sixth prince as if he was already a dead man. Although he didn't like what his son did, the prince was still his son, and he couldn't bear to have him killed, especially right under his nose. "You are no longer a son of mine," King Baldur said coldly to the sixth prince, who immediately dropped to his knees to beg for forgiveness. "You will be stripped of your title and exiled from the Magdar kingdom. You are no longer fit to carry my crown on your head." The other princes were very satisfied with their father's declaration, so they laughed at their idiotic brother in their heart. Their only regret was that he didn't succeed in having Princess Ramona killed, because truth be told, she was the thorn in everyone's eyes. However, now that the Tidebringer had made his appearance, they would have to think of subtle ways to eliminate her without arousing the young man's fury. They already saw that their father would not hesitate to strip them of their title and send them to exile if their underhanded schemes were discovered. Because of this, they decided to lie low for the time being and wait for the right opportunity to eliminate their sister, who suddenly found a strong backer, supporting her candidacy for the throne of the Magdar kingdom. After taking an oath and dealing with the sixth prince, King Baldur and the members of the royal family returned to the Magdar kingdom. The journey had been uneventful, and everyone managed to safely return without any problems. As Princess Ramona's most esteemed guests, King Baldur wanted to give Ethan and Joanne a villa near his personal residence, but the young man declined his offer. Ethan then added that since they had come to support Princess Ramona, it would be best if they stayed in her residence instead. In the end, the king reluctantly agreed and allowed Ethan to stay with his daughter. This naturally made Princess Ramona very happy. Not only did she reunite with Ethan, but he was also going to live with her. On the contrary, Joanne was still discontented. She didn't want to stay anywhere here and wanted to go back home as soon as possible. However, since she knew nothing of the Magdar kingdom and the current timeline they were stuck in, she decided to talk to her brother against her will. "How do we return to the future?" Joanne asked. "I'm already working on it," Ethan replied, "but it will take some time." "How long are we talking about?" "At least half a year." Unlike his past self, Ethan was more composed since he already knew a way to return to the future. Sebastian could activate the pyramid at the center of the city of Zentris, allowing them to travel back to their original timeline. Since that was the case, the only thing he could do was wait. For the time being, he planned to help Princess Ramona secure the throne, which was something that he and Lily had wanted to do in the past. "Is there no other way?" Joanne inquired. "Maybe there's a faster way to get back home." "You're right, there might be another way," Ethan nodded, "but I only know the method I used in the past." Joanne was smart and mature for her age. Several months ago, Fortuna casually mentioned that her brother was attacked by bandits and was forced to enter a nexus, which sent him to the past. Back then, the little girl, who still hadn't met her brother, thought that Ethan was pathetic to have been defeated by mere bandits. If it were her, she would have handled the situation easily without breaking a sweat. Seeing that Princess Ramona, King Baldur, and the princes were familiar with Ethan, she swiftly figured that her brother had been transported to the lands of Alastor and had found a way to return to the future. If not for that, she wouldn't be as composed as she was now. "Since we'll be here for a while, why don't you and Ramona become friends?" Ethan proposed. "She doesn't have any friends because she's always cooped up in the palace. Also, your ages are about the same, so both of you should be able to get along just fine." Joanne pondered a bit before nodding her head. Since she was stuck in the past and Ramona was a princess, it wouldn't be bad to befriend her. Aside from that, she was also curious about what kind of magic people used in the past. Ethan's idea was indeed good. "Lastly, I introduced ourselves as brother and sister to everyone," Ethan stated. "I know that you don't like me, but for your own safety, it will be best if you use my influence to intimidate those who wish to harm you. The Tidebringer is the deity of the lands of Alastor. As my sister, they will give you special treatment, However, don't abuse it. Remember that Princess Ramona has many enemies, and they might try to butter you up so that they can have a connection with me. HMPH, to think that these people refer to you as a deity when you are clearly a fake, Joanne sneered. But your proposal isn't that bad. Very well. I will use your influence as the Tidebringer and live a comfortable life here. Also, messing with the past sounds fun. If we make Ramona a queen, will our names go down in history? Ethan nodded. When I returned to the present, I saw a statue of me and my fiancée, Lily, in a port town. Who knows? If you and Ramona became good friends, she might also build a big statue of you and call you the guardian deity of the Magdar kingdom. Joanne didn't realize it, but the corner of her lips curled up into a smile as she envisioned a giant statue of her built in the Magdar kingdom. If that really happens, then I can brag to mother, father, grandpa, and grandma, Joanne thought. I'm sure that they will praise me for becoming part of history. Joanne was a sheltered child, so she didn't know many things about the world. But she was fond of reading, and some of them were stories about heroes in faraway lands and witches who made their names known in history. The mere thought of having bards sing songs of her adventure made her feel that spending half a year in the past wouldn't be that bad. Since she was certain that Ethan had a way to return to the future, she would just treat this experience as a long vacation, which she would tell her family about when she returned to Caer Widian. Just as Joanne was thinking thoughts of grandeur, she and Ethan heard a knocking sound on the door, which made the two of them share a knowing glance with each other. "Come in," Ethan said. When the door opened, Princess Ramona entered with a sweet smile on her face. "We'll be having dinner soon, so I was wondering if you'd like to dine inside the residence. Or should we have it on the balcony facing the sea? The stars are beautiful at night, so it will be a very romantic experience." "Sounds good," Ethan replied. "I prefer eating with a beautiful view, so let's have dinner on the balcony if you don't mind." "Yes, let's do that." Princess Ramona nodded happily before leaving the room with a spring in her step. Joanne looked at the princess, who didn't even bother to close the door behind her as she left the room. "That girl likes you very much," Joanne said with a smirk. "How about you send me to the future while you stay here in the past? I'm sure that the two of you will be a good couple after a few years." Ethan ignored his sister's words and walked out of the room. Princess Ramona was truly endearing, but in his eyes, she was like the sister he never had. He never thought of her as a romantic partner. After all, she was only 12 years old. Ethan believed that she was just seeing him as her crush. He was certain that in a few years, she would be able to move on from her feelings for him and find an exceptional man who would love, care, and protect her for the rest of her life. Seeing that her teasing had no effect, Joanne pouted before following her no-good brother, whom she planned to defeat no matter what. Sebastian and Ethan's other half glanced at each other and thought that perhaps getting sent to the past wasn't that bad of a thing. It would give Ethan and Joanne a lot of time to get to know each other. Perhaps as they spend more time, the distance between them would disappear. Both of them knew that, even though Joanne was being mean to Ethan, the young man would not do anything to harm his sister. They just hoped that time would come when the little girl would open up to Ethan and recognize him as her brother, which would definitely make the young man very happy. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Joanne's cute, sleeping face. Even as a girl, I couldn't help but feel attracted to her. Maybe it's because she reminds me of Ethan, who is currently living in my residence. I never had the opportunity to spend time with girls my age, because I was forbidden from leaving the palace and interacting with anyone. However, I believed that all those years of loneliness happened so that I could spend today and tomorrow with a smile on my face. As I looked at Joanne's sleeping face, I confirmed that she was indeed Ethan's sister. Her smooth, silky, long blue hair reminded me of the Tidebringer's hair, which charmingly fluttered in the breeze whenever he wasn't wearing a hairpin. Joanne's face was delicate and made her look like a beautiful doll, but she still shared similar features with Ethan, whom she tried so hard to deny during our talks last night. However, after careful prodding, I realized that Joanne didn't really know much about her brother. It was as if she had only spent a very short time with him. When I asked her about Ethan's favorite food, the answer she gave me was, "I don't know, and I don't care." As someone who had lived her life reading the moods of people, it saddened me that she didn't seem to get along with her brother. If Ethan were my brother, I would definitely do my best to get close to him and act like a spoiled child. Unfortunately, he wasn't my brother, and the ones I had wanted nothing more than to send me into exile or eliminate me completely. At times like this, I wished my mother was still alive. If she were here, maybe I wouldn't have to suffer as much as I do now. Yesterday, I saw something that I'd never seen before. Joanne was hugging something, and it looked really cute and fluffy. "What is this thing?" I thought as I poked its head. Suddenly, the thing moved and raised its head to look at me. I almost jumped back out of fright, but fortunately, I didn't feel any malice or hostility coming from it. It just looked at me and remained in Joanne's embrace. Patting my chest in order to regain my calm, I decided to observe this thing, which seemed to be moving because of magic. "Hello, are you Joanne's familiar?" I asked. The thing, which I would later know as a doll, shook its head as if to answer my question. "Then, are you her friend?" I inquired. This time, the doll nodded as if confirming my guess. "Do you have a name? Do you eat? Do you take a bath?" I asked many questions, and the doll would either shake or nod its head to answer my questions. I didn't know how long I talked to the doll, but it was cut when Joanne opened her eyes and looked at me with a confused look on her face. Even her confused face looked cute. If not for the fact that I was scared that she might get angry at me, I might have pinched her cheek to feel just how soft it was. "Ah, that's right, I was sent to the past with that fool," Joanne muttered. While Joanne was still in a daze, I decided to greet her good morning, which I hadn't said for a long time. "Good morning, Joanne," I said with a smile. Good morning," Joanne replied. "Prepare my bath and make sure to heat up the water a bit. Also, I like to eat fruit for breakfast. If you don't have fruit, porridge and milk will do. Make sure that the milk comes from the finest cows. That's all, you may now go to work." Did she just order me as if I was her maid? I thought as I gazed at the girl who was rubbing her eye with her hand. But after thinking about it, I think it would be fun to have a change of pace. Getting out of the bed, I headed to the bathroom and drained the water from the small pool that served as my bathtub. After that, I refilled it with water and dropped a fireball in it in order to warm it up. My specialty was ice magic, but I didn't have any problem using other elements. The only downside was that it took me more effort to use them compared to using ice magic. Perhaps sensing that the bath was ready, Joanne entered the bathroom and raised her hand. "Okay, undress me and make sure to wash my clothes later." This girl. However, being the timid person that I was, I felt a little intimidated, so I decided to do as she said. After removing her clothes, I couldn't help but gaze at her pale white skin. It was a stark contrast to my sun-kissed skin, which Ethan said made me look healthy and energetic. Joanne then dipped her small foot in the pool, as if testing if the temperature was right. A look of satisfaction appeared on her face before she entered it to soak her body. A sigh escaped her lips, which made me wonder if it really felt that good. I didn't usually use magic to heat the water, because it didn't matter to me that the water was cold. As someone who specialized in ice magic, I had very high resistance to coldness. Even if I jumped into freezing waters, I would be just fine. "Hey, what are you waiting for?" Joanne asked after a minute had passed. "Aren't you going to join me? The pool is big enough for the two of us." "See, can I join you as well?" I asked, half in doubt and half hoping that she wasn't just teasing me. "Why not?" Joanne asked. But make sure to wash yourself first with water before you join me. It is common etiquette to do that." "Is it really common etiquette?" I mused because that was the first time I was hearing such a thing. But since she sounded confident with her words, I decided to just trust her. I carefully removed my clothes, and folded them neatly before placing them in the basket where I usually put my clothes. After that, I used water magic just like Joanne did to wash my body before entering the pool with her. This was the first time I experienced bathing with someone else, and for some reason, I felt quite happy about it. "Hey, do you really like that guy?" Joanne asked. "That guy?" I asked back while tilting my head to the side. "Who are you referring to?" "Ethan." "Why are you suddenly asking me something like this?" "It's because you're like an open book," Joanne replied. "I don't really understand what is so good about him, so why don't you tell me what you like about him? Who knows? If you cooperate with me, I might just help you, you know." Joanne's words were like the sweet whisper of a devil, promising to give me what I wanted in exchange for entertainment. Yes, entertainment. I could tell with a glance that she was just teasing me, but talking to her made me wish that I was as confident and as bold as her. Joanne was a girl who had a very strong presence. She always seemed to look down on everyone and didn't treat anyone as her equal. A part of me wished to gain a fraction of her boldness and courage, so I decided to take that step and answer her question even though I knew that she was just using my embarrassment for the purpose of her own entertainment. "I guess I fell in love with Ethan after he saved me from the sorcerers who were sent to kill me," I replied. "He was brave, powerful, and kind enough to help a complete stranger. I think those qualities of him make him very charming in my eyes." "Heh, so he looked like a prince charming in your eyes, right?" Joanne inquired. "Like those heroes written in fairy tales when they came to rescue the princess from the evil wizard or dragon." "Fairy tales," I pondered. "Are you referring to folk tales?" "Something like that," Joanne nodded. "So, you and your people call him Tidebringer, right? How about you tell me what this Tidebringer can do and why he is considered a deity in the lands of Alaster?" "Very well, I will tell you everything I know about the Tidebringer," I said with confidence. Ever since I met Ethan, I had searched the library for any information about the Tidebringer. I was confident that I had memorized everything that was written there, and so I began to tell her the story about the benevolent deity who had come from the sea and treated the lands of Alaster as his home for a few hundred years. A long, long time ago, when the Magdar kingdom had just been founded, a time of war and strife was upon the lands of Alaster. Princess Ramona began her story. It was worse in the south, where the various tribes were in a constant state of war to vie for supremacy. Even the kobolds, who only wished to mine under the ground, were not spared from the eyes of those who wished to expand their territories. During this time, a young man with long blue hair suddenly emerged from the sea and stopped all the wars single-handedly. Anyone who defied him was easily subdued by his superhuman strength. One by one, the conquerors were eliminated and disposed of. Whenever someone asked him his name, he would just shake his head and tell them that his name was not something he could say easily. Simply knowing his name could cause a great calamity upon those who gained this knowledge. For this reason, the people gave him the moniker Tidebringer, taken from his constant appearance and disappearance with the coming and going of the tides. He didn't usually stay in the lands of Alaster for a long time, but whenever he was around, it was the most peaceful time in this region. No one dared to make war in his presence. Even the brave orcs and the mischievous goblins behaved like good kids whenever he was around. "Sounds like a busybody to me," Joanne interjected with a smirk. "Maybe his plan was to make everyone in this land subservient to him all along. I mean, if he tried to conquer your people, they would definitely fight back. So he chose the diplomatic route and branded himself a savior and peacemaker. And seeing that all of you are glorifying his name, it meant that he succeeded. You know, my grandpa once told me that truly strong individuals would reach a limit to their powers. In order to break this limit, they would need the power of fate, and to generate that power, they need someone to believe in them. The more people who believed in them, the stronger the power of fate that would descend upon their bodies, allowing them to become stronger than their former selves. Those who received the love and belief of millions of followers could even ascend to godhood. Of course, I haven't seen a real god myself, but that's what my grandfather said, so it must be true. Princess Ramona listened to Joanne's statement and only smiled. What I told you is the story that the common people know about, Princess Ramona said after Joanne finished talking. The real story is completely different. The princess closed her eyes before taking a deep breath. The Tidebringer's home was a place called Atlantis. Princess Ramona clasped her hands together as if offering a prayer. His parents were the deity of the sea, Arariel, and the water fairy queen, Celestia. His birth was kept a tightly guarded secret, so no one knew who his parents were. But before she could finish saying the rest, Joanne raised her hand, prompting her to pause. If it is such a tightly guarded secret, and no one knew who his parents were, then how did you find out? Joanne interjected with a smirk, making the princess of the Magdar kingdom pout. Can't you at least let me finish first? Princess Ramona puffed up her cheeks, which made Joanne giggle. Continue your story, O great princess of the Magdar kingdom, Joanne said in a teasing tone. But after you tell this fairy tale of yours, you will tell me how you came to know this story, okay? Okay, but you have to listen to me until the end, all right. Princess Ramona eyed Ethan's sister, who just simply made a gesture for her to continue her story. Seeing that Joanne would no longer intervene, she continued her tale. One day, while the people of Atlantis were living their lives like they usually do, the Fomorians and their allies attacked the city of Atlantis. The progenitors and the colossi waged war at sea for many days and many nights. When the war ended, the ones who emerged victorious were those from the city of Atlantis, but at a great cost. There were countless casualties, and the island city had almost been turned into ruins. In the end, Arariel decided that he would take Atlantis to the deepest part of the sea, preventing anyone from seeing it again. While this was happening, Queen Celestia brought her son, the Tidebringer, to the lands of Alastor to be raised by the nymphs of the sea and the nymphs of the rivers and lakes. A few years passed as the family of three lived in seclusion, but their enemies had no plans to let them live their lives in peace. Knowing that they couldn't keep them away forever, Arariel and Queen Celestia decided to leave their only son behind. The Tidebringer was already a young man by then, and he already had sufficient strength to defend himself. So, Arariel faced off against those who were hunting them, while Queen Celestia went to the place called the Shire Continent to hide something that the Fomorians were looking for. The Tidebringer stayed in the lands of Alastor because his parents had left a very strong protector for him, which would keep him safe from harm. After living here for many years, he had come to recognize this place as his home, but peaceful times never last. The drums of war spread far and wide, turning this region into a battleground. Perhaps, remembering the battles that tore his family apart, the Tidebringer used his deity-like powers to annihilate those who targeted the weak and the innocent. He relentlessly hunted the factions that were mercilessly killing people and breaking families apart. It didn't matter if they lived near the sea or on land. With the power to conjure storms, he was truly a force to be reckoned with. His power was born from the union of his parents, who were the colossi of the sea and the colossi of rivers and lakes. These two powers ensured that no matter where he was, he would be able to wreak havoc on his foes. He either drowned them with a flood or obliterated them with lightning bolts. After a year, the wars in every part of this land stopped completely. It was impossible for them to win when their opponent was a deity-like existence. Although she didn't want to admit it, Joanne couldn't help but be impressed because of the Tidebringer's prowess. However, she just couldn't connect this deity-like existence to her brother, who wasn't that special in her eyes. Princess Ramona paused for a bit before continuing her story. More people who came from faraway lands migrated to the lands of Alastor. The land bridges that connected the different continents served as the bridge for them to reach this place. The Tidebringer always had his subordinates watching over these pathways, and whenever they needed help, he would appear and lead them safely to these lands. For him, this place was his safe haven, and the people who lived here felt the same way. It was then that everyone started to treat him as the guardian deity of these lands. People even erected statues of him and prayed to him on a daily basis. But one day, the Tidebringer fell in love. Hold on just a minute, Joanne interjected. Is this falling in love part important to the story? Can we just skip it? Joanne sighed before looking at Joanne, with a face filled with injustice. I thought you were going to let me finish without interrupting. I was planning to do that, but you suddenly jumped to a romantic part out of the blue. I didn't sign up for this, you know. Princess Ramona sighed for a second time before standing up to leave the pool. Using wind magic, she dried herself up and left Joanne behind. The princess was too vexed, so she stepped out of the bathroom while huffing and puffing. However, her body suddenly stiffened when he noticed that there was someone inside their room and was currently looking at her with a calm expression on his face. Ethan stood up, took out a bath towel from his storage ring, and wrapped it around the princess' body before leaving the room. He was waiting for the two to finish taking a bath so that the three of them could have breakfast together. He didn't expect that Princess Ramona would come out fully naked because her mind was preoccupied at that moment. When the door finally closed, Ramona suddenly lost the strength in her legs and slowly crouched down on the floor with the large bath towel that was covering her body. As if waiting for that moment, Joanne stepped out of the bathroom with a bath towel wrapped around her torso and looked at the little turtle that was curled up on the carpeted floor. Sorry, I didn't expect that you would react that way. Joanne crouched down to apologize. You can continue the story. This time, I promise I won't interfere, I promise. Unfortunately, no matter how much Joanne coaxed the princess, the latter was too embarrassed to say or do anything. At that time, the only thing that Ramona wanted to do was dig a hole and bury herself in it. She didn't expect that Ethan would be inside her room when she got out, making her wish that she could turn back time so that the person she liked wouldn't see such an embarrassing side to her. A few minutes later, Joanne was finally able to coax Princess Ramona to wear something so that they could eat breakfast together. You can continue your story after we finish eating breakfast, Joanne said, as she tried to pacify the girl beside her. But Princess Ramona ignored her. Clearly, she was still sulking about what happened earlier. When they arrived at the dining table, Ethan was already there, and the maids had already brought the food to the table. Just a glance was enough to see that the servants had no intention of leaving the room because they wanted to be in the presence of the handsome young man, whose mere presence made their hearts beat wildly inside their chests. Unfortunately for them, Princess Ramona wouldn't have it. With a rare show of determination, she crossed her arms over her chest and told the maids to leave them alone. Her voice was firm, and her tone wouldn't take no for an answer. Reluctantly, the maids decided that antagonizing the princess wasn't worth it, so all of them left the room one by one. Ethan, who saw Ramona's commanding stance, couldn't help but smile as he watched the young lady sit across from him. That dress looks on you, princess, Ethan said with a smile. Thank you, Princess Ramona stuttered before lowering her head. Her earlier dominance vanished completely, making her return to her timid personality. Seeing this, Joanne clicked her tongue before sitting beside the princess. You know, Ramona and I were talking earlier in the bath, and she mentioned the part about the Tidebringer falling in love, Joanne stated. She wasn't talking about the fake Tidebringer, but the real one. So, Ramona, how about you tell us both this story? What do you say? Knowing that the princess liked Ethan, Joanne used this opportunity to coerce the teenage girl to continue where she had left off earlier. Although she wasn't interested in the love story of other people, she felt apologetic because her talk with the princess had come to an abrupt end. Truth be told, this was the first time that Joanne talked to someone for a long time. Her handmaidens were too meek to hold a conversation with her, and they always talked to her respectfully. However, Princess Ramona was different. She was a princess, and she was the same age as her. Joanne was also treated as a princess in Kerwaidian, so seeing someone of the same rank as her made her feel that she and Ramona had something in common. Ethan's sister didn't have a lot of friends, and she didn't plan on making any. However, talking with Ramona made her feel at ease which was something that she only felt when her parents or her grandparents visited her in Caerwyddion. The Tidebringer fell in love, Ethan asked. Clearly, his interest was piqued, so he gazed at the princess with eyes that were saying, "Can you tell me more about it?" Seeing his gaze, Princess Ramona couldn't help but shyly nod her head. If her Prince Charming wanted to hear a romantic story, then she would definitely do her best. Maybe, just maybe, that would make her crush interested in her as well. Although she knew that this was nearly impossible to happen, she still didn't want to give up. After all, her mother told her that if she wanted something, she had to do everything in her power to get it. The Tidebringer fell in love, but he didn't fall in love with just an ordinary mortal girl, Princess Ramona said. He fell in love with a mermaid queen. Well, at least she got that one right, Sebastian commented from inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. Why have you never told me about this in the past? Ethan asked. You didn't ask, Sebastian replied. Princess Ramona, who wasn't aware of the discussion that was happening inside Ethan's head, continued her story. According to the story that was told to me, the Tidebringer and the Mermaid Queen had 2 daughters. Unfortunately, she didn't know their names because talking about them was forbidden. They lived happily for a time. However, time came when the Tidebringer had to leave and go to the place called the Lands of Saracale to help his father, who was said to be besieged from all sides. Queen Celestia had sealed herself away, so the Tidebringer was the only one who could come to Lord Arariel's rescue. Unfortunately, he was never heard or seen from again since then. Sebastian fell silent after hearing his master's fate. He had been left behind by the Tidebringer to continue to protect the city of Zentris, and to a certain extent, protect the lands of Alastair as well. But you know what? The person who told me this story added a little tidbit. Apparently, there was a mermaid princess from another kingdom who also liked the Tidebringer. However, knowing that he was already married to the Mermaid Queen, she asked the Tidebringer to matchmake one of his descendants to him. The Tidebringer, who found this arrangement amusing, agreed to the Mermaid Princess' request. For this agreement, the Mermaid Princess offered the Tidebringer a rainbow scale, which would be bestowed upon one of his descendants, who would become the Mermaid Princess' promised partner. Princess Ramona sighed, before looking at Ethan with a smile. It's so romantic, right? Princess Ramona eyed the young man, and the latter only gave her a stiff smile in return. A rainbow scale, Ethan's other half chuckled. What a coincidence, right, Sebastian? The world is vast, and yet so small at the same time, Sebastian smirked. I guess we should be on the lookout for a certain wand created with the rainbow scale of a mermaid princess, right? Ethan pretended to not hear the comments that came from the peanut gallery. However, Princess Ramona's story made him remember the first time he touched the wand that was now in his possession. At that time, Professor Ophelia even teased him, saying that kissing a wand was not something a wizard would usually do when holding it for the first time. Ethan pinched the bridge of his nose because he felt that he was going to experience a headache one of these days. However, before he could even make any comments, Joanne's voice broke him out of his daze. So, who was the one who told you this story? Joanne inquired. You sound so confident as if this story is real. This must mean that the source of this information is credible, right? Of course, it is credible, Joanne replied as she patted her chest. This story was told to me by my grandma, so it's 100% true. My grandma heard this story from her mermaid friend, who was one of the attendants of the Mermaid Queen. Joanne didn't know if she should pity Ramona, or just pretend that she didn't hear what she had said just now. The one who told the princess the story was her grandma, who had the story told to her by a mermaid friend. Joanne found this setup quite unbelievable, but since she loved her grandparents and also believed everything they said, she decided to not say anything that might offend the princess, who seemed to completely believe the words of her grandma. Little did Ethan's sister know that her brother believed the princess story very much. In fact, he felt that it was so accurate that he was starting to worry about the future. At that moment, Joanne suddenly asked a question to change the topic. So, do you think the Tidebringer is still alive? Joanne asked. I'm not talking about this fake Tidebringer here. I'm talking about the real one. Joanne, Sir Ethan isn't fake, Princess Ramona pouted. The bloodline of the Tidebringer flows inside his body. To a certain extent, you have it too. Yours are just not as strong as Sir Ethan's. If that helps you sleep at night, then have it your way, Joanne replied, not even believing the words that the princess had said. First and foremost, she wasn't proficient in water magic. She specialized in dark magic and puppet manipulation. However, since dolls looked prettier and cuter than puppets, she preferred using them in battle. Let's change the topic for now, Ethan said with a smile. Your father invited me to have a private talk last night. He asked me to not make my intention of supporting you public because he was afraid that the fairness of choosing the next ruler of this kingdom would be compromised. I didn't give him a concrete answer, and I only said that I would think about it. So, I would like to ask you straight, do you wish to be the queen of the Magdar kingdom or not? Princess Ramona looked down and rested her palms over her lap. She had asked this question herself many times in the past, and each time she did, a different answer would arise. Sometimes, she felt that she should do her best to become the queen so that her people would be able to live more comfortable lives. But at times, she felt that she wasn't fit to be a ruler because she was inexperienced and had a timid personality. A king or queen must be firm and decisive enough to make decisions that could affect their kingdom as a whole. This was why she respected her father very much. King Baldur was a standard good king. He still made his opinion known to the Tidebringer despite knowing that he might offend the deity of the lands of Alastor, which many considered to be a crime. Before you answer, let me just tell you this, Ethan stated. I will support your decision. If you don't want to be the queen, I will ask the princes to make a binding oath never to harm you again and allow you to live your life in peace. However, if you decide to be a queen, then you must firm your resolve because it means that you will have to compete with your brothers, who have been targeting your life for the past few months. Think about it until sunset. I will ask for your answer then, but whatever choice you make, you should stand by it until the very end. I don't want you to regret anything. Although Joanne and I might not be able to stay here for a long time, I'll make sure to realize your wish before we return to the future. Princess Ramona nodded. I will think about it carefully. Thank you for giving me some time to make my decision. Ethan smiled before patting her head. I'll go and visit the city of Zentris for a bit. Joanne, look after Ramona. Her brothers might attempt to do something while I'm away. I'm not afraid of those second-rate sorcerers, Joanne replied. They will not be able to do anything to her as long as I'm around. How dependable of you, as expected of my little sister. Who are you calling little sister? Scram before I kick your shin. Ethan chuckled before leaving the two girls behind. However, after closing the door behind him, the smile on his face disappeared. Daneslafe, protect my sister and Princess Ramona, Ethan ordered. If anyone tries to harm them in any way, go for the kill. The ancient Wendigo softly chuckled and nodded his head. A moment later, the vile creature made itself invisible, ready to strike down the fools who would try to harm the two girls, who were entrusted to him by his master. What do we do now? The first prince of the Magdar kingdom, Dylan von Magdar, asked his 4 siblings, who were in the meeting room with him. If the Tidebringer supports Ramona, then none of us will have a chance to become king. I asked father to talk to the Tidebringer yesterday and convince him to not declare his support to Ramona publicly, the second prince, Rufus von Magdar, stated. I had breakfast with father earlier, and he only said that the Tidebringer would think about it. Think about it, the third prince, Miles von Magdar, snorted. He's just delaying the inevitable. There is a way to turn this situation around, the fourth prince, Emir von Magdar, commented. We just need to make the Tidebringer an offer he can't refuse. Easier said than done, Prince Miles scoffed. Can you possibly offer the Tidebringer something he can't get or achieve by himself? Women, money, power, influence. This is something he can ask for just by simply raising his hand. Do you really think there's something that would make him consider not making his support public? Isn't that why we are all here? Prince Amir arched an eyebrow. We need to think of a way to convince the Tidebringer to play by the rules. Right now, his only concern is Ramona. If we can guarantee her safety during the selection process and promise that none of us will mistreat her when we become king, then it's possible that he will not interfere in the fight for the throne. That being said, it will be wise to stop any assassination plans that you have already planned for the entirety of the selection process. This is a critical time, and I advise all of you to not do something stupid. Prince Dylan, who was the oldest among the princes, sneered. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who instigated our sixth brother to send pirates to capture Ramona during her trip to the Island of Kings? Prince Dylan mocked. You are the one who should put a stop to whatever you are doing, Amir. If you jeopardize this selection, I will end you. Remember that, okay? The corner of Prince Amir's lips rose, but he didn't say anything. He merely smiled, which made his brothers look at him in contempt. Still, Amir has a point, Prince Rufus stated. If we want to convince the Tidebringer, we should make an oath to not hurt Ramona. Of course, we can also use a more bold approach to ensure that he will listen to our proposal. A bold approach, Prince Miles frowned. What are you thinking? Are you perhaps thinking of assassinating the Tidebringer himself? Perish the thought, brother, Prince Rufus shook his head. I am not stupid enough to do that. What I am saying is that we have other options here. Take, for example, the Tidebringer's sister. If we can convince her to side with us, then the possibility of making him stay neutral is possible. If we can't convince her, Prince Amir arched an eyebrow. Well, there are plenty of ways to make ladies understand their place. Prince Rufus smiled faintly. The only question is, are any of you here brave enough to do it? The three other princes looked at Prince Rufus with a frown. Among all the princes, the second prince of the Magdar kingdom was best known for being a womanizer. So far, there was no lady in the kingdom who had managed to reject his advances. They even believed that he was using some kind of magic that specifically targeted ladies, making them subservient to him. You're playing with fire, Rufus, Prince Miles, who had always been the most vocal among the princes, frowned. Lady Joanne is the Tidebringer's sister. If you even harm a strand of her hair, you'd become fish food. Prince Rufus shrugged because he was confident in his abilities. Also, he was very curious to know if his charm would work against the Tidebringer's sister, whom he believed would be the key to him becoming the king of the Magdar kingdom. If he succeeds in winning Joanne, then he could force Ethan to publicly declare his support toward him in exchange for his sister's safe return. It was a risky move, but if his gamble succeeded, then he would be guaranteed a kingdom. Also, although Joanne was young, he believed that in a few years, she would become a peerless beauty who would be the perfect queen candidate for him. That look on your face, I can already see what you're thinking, Prince Amir chuckled. High risk, high returns, right? Exactly, Prince Rufus nodded. So are you guys in or out? The three other princes remained silent, knowing that this was a really risky move. They also understood that if Prince Rufus succeeded, the only one who would benefit from this affair was him. I'm not joining this plan, Prince Dylan stated. I'm not that desperate to die just yet. I'm not joining it either. Prince Miles crossed his arms over his chest. I have my principles compared to a degenerate like you, Rufus. I'll think about it, Prince Amir commented. As long as you can offer me benefits with this plan, I don't mind lending a hand. However, the benefits must be worthwhile, okay? A devilish smile appeared on Prince Rufus' face after hearing the smartest among his brothers. If Prince Amir were to really join hands with him, then the success rate of beguiling the Tidebringer's cute little sister would increase. Prince Dylan and Prince Miles stood up and bid their two brothers farewell. They felt that if they stayed inside the room, then their devilish brother would find ways to tempt them and make them join this nefarious plan of his. Those two are so straight-laced, Prince Rufus laughed. They're not like you, Amir. You understand where the winning side is. Winning side? Prince Amir shook his head. What you are planning isn't considered winning, but suicidal. But then again, the Tidebringer is really a big variable, and I don't want him interfering with the selection. As long as you succeed in charming his sister, then you have already won halfway. As long as you don't touch his bottom line, I think you will be able to get away with this plan of yours. Don't worry. Although I admit that she is indeed very attractive, she's still too young for my taste, Prince Rufus replied. But after 4 or 5 years, she'll definitely become a beauty that would cause the downfall of a nation. Prince Amir sneered internally as he looked at his brother, who already believed that he had the Tidebringer's sister in his embrace. Beauty and misplaced ambition will become your downfall, you fool, Prince Amir mused. And I'll be there to see it happen. This bastard thinks that I don't know what he is thinking, Prince Rufus laughed internally. Oh, Amir, you really think you're so smart, right? I've always wanted to see the look of desperation and defeat on your face. It will be a wonderful memory that I will always cherish when I ascend the throne and become king. The two princes smiled at each other, not knowing what the other was thinking. Both of them thought that the other was a fool, not knowing that just outside of the window, a little doll was clinging to the wall. It had heard everything that the princes had talked about and had already passed this information to its mistress, who was currently looking in the direction of their location with a sneer plastered on her adorable face. It's good that they're living peaceful lives, Ethan thought as he observed the city of Zentris through the eyes of dozens of water butterflies that he created to fly over the city. Since they weren't that big, they weren't noticed by the tribes that were living their everyday lives, unaware that the young man who disappeared with his wife half a year ago had returned to check on their current conditions. You're such a worrywart, Sebastian replied. Before we left, I made sure to place a form of protection around the city. It will hold up for at least 200 years, so they will be safe until then. Ethan smiled and decided to return to the Magdar Kingdom because his purpose for coming had already been achieved. In order to prevent anyone from seeing him, he decided to dive deep in the sea and travel underwater until he reached his destination. However, it wasn't even 5 minutes since he entered the water when he sensed a magical fluctuation behind him. Ethan decisively looked back to see what was happening and saw countless water snakes headed in his direction. The young man didn't bat an eye and summoned his own water snakes to attack those who were targeting him. A moment later, his sixth sense picked up something, forcing him to move to his right side. Suddenly, a blue beam of light, like a laser beam, passed harmlessly by his right side. If he was a second late, then he might have gotten hit by that attack, which he believed was highly pressurized water, fired at a speed that could cut through diamonds. Where is it coming from? Ethan thought as he extended his senses, trying to detect where the person who was attacking him was located. Since they were at the sea, it didn't take long for him to realize that his enemy was over 2 miles away from his location, which greatly surprised him. Ethan shot through the water like a torpedo, with the intention of catching whoever was attacking him from a distance. However, his attacker immediately understood what he was planning, so they retreated, while firing high-pressurized water beams that even Ethan had to avoid at all cost. But as he evaded and pursued his target, he realized that his opponent was not any less faster than him. Even as he sped through underwater, his attacker was just as fast, and perhaps even faster, which made his expression turn solemn. Not wanting to let his enemy escape, Ethan pointed his sea god's trident in their direction with determination. Grand Arya. The sea answered his call and created an invisible border, preventing anyone from getting in or getting out. A thunderstorm appeared above the sea, ready to smite his master's enemy the moment they surfaced above the water. At that moment, a song reverberated in the surroundings, which made Ethan's, Sebastian's, and his other half's eyes widen in shock. It couldn't be, Ethan thought. Possibly, Sebastian commented. Her right, Ethan's other half concluded. The song continued to spread in the surroundings, but Ethan was unaffected by it. He had tried to summon his wand because he wanted to test something, but his wand didn't answer his call. It was as if the wand was hiding, and didn't want to be held by its master at this point in time. Hee, this is very funny, Sebastian chuckled after sensing Ethan's frustration. Small world. Ethan's other half nodded his head in agreement. Ethan ignored the comments of the two members of his peanut gallery and stared straight ahead. Half a minute later, his gaze landed at an extremely beautiful young lady with deep blue hair and eyes who was looking at him with the intention to kill. Her upper half was bare for him to see. As for her lower part, it ended in a rainbow-colored fishtail from her waist down. She looked like a young lady in her late teens, and the gaze she gave Ethan made him subconsciously grit his teeth because seeing her angry expression, which was directed to him, made his heart ache. "I won't forgive you," the mermaid said coldly as the power of the sea gathered around her body. "How dare you take something important from me?" The young mermaid then unleashed countless beams of water, ready to turn Ethan's body into a bloody corpse. Ethan still hadn't mastered the technique to use such a skill, so he decided to play it safe and block the attacks with a water barrier that had been compressed to its limits. Sebastian, who was watching the battle, decided to momentarily pause his mission to gather enough magic energy to open the portal, which would take Ethan and his sister, Joanne, back home. "I'll help," Sebastian declared. "Ethan, you have 3 choices. The first one is to knock her out, the second one is to fight her seriously, and the third one is to run away. You can't afford to hold back in a battle against a mermaid princess. She might look like a teenager in your eyes, but I believe that she's over 100 years old. They age like elves and are nearly immortal. She lives and breathes underwater, so her mastery of water magic surpasses yours right now. If you don't plan to escape, then you need to fight seriously or you will die." Ethan, who had been backed to a corner, decided to try something else and shouted with all of his might. "Sing with me," Ethan roared. "Illumina." The wand, who had been avoiding being summoned by Ethan earlier, appeared in front of him and created a more powerful water barrier to protect him from the countless water beams, which seemed unending. A beautiful voice echoed under the sea as Illumina materialized from Ethan's wand. This time, it was the mermaid princess, turned to become shocked because of what was happening in front of her. Illumina sang a calming song, which made the mermaid princess stop her bombardment of the young man, who was being protected by someone who looked exactly like her. Sensing that his opponent had finally calmed down, Ethan canceled the effect of his domain, returning the sea to its calm state. When Illumina's song ended, a sigh escaped her lips before she swam towards the mermaid princess in front of her. She only stopped when she was a meter away from the mermaid, who was looking at her with a complicated look on her beautiful face. Ethan silently sat under the sea as the mermaid princess and Illumina conversed with each other. The mermaid princess would glance at Ethan from time to time, but her gaze no longer contained the killing intent that made the young man's heart ache. The two mermaids chatted like 2 best friends who hadn't seen each other in a very long time. They even erected a transparent dome of water around them, preventing any sound from escaping from it. Whatever they were talking about between the 2 of them was only meant for the 2 of them. Mermaid princesses rarely give away one of their rainbow scales since it's something precious to them, Sebastian commented. If any rainbow scales are within range or in the same sea, they will immediately know its location. Maybe she sensed the rainbow scale and came to investigate. However, when she realized that you possessed it, she became angry and attacked you. She probably thought that you stole it from its rightful owner, Ethan's other half smirked. But I guess this is also a good thing. We can avoid any misunderstandings and prevent any similar attacks from happening in the future. Ethan was just happy because the last thing he wanted to do was hit the mermaid princess, who had done many things for him. If it wasn't for Illumina, his journey in the wizarding world might have been way harder than how it originally started. The 2 mermaid princesses got carried away as they talked, not caring how much time had passed. When the barrier surrounding the 2 of them dispersed, it had already been 4 hours, and Ethan wondered if his sister and Princess Ramona were already eating lunch by now. Illumina then returned to Ethan and transformed into a wand, landing perfectly in his hand. The mermaid princess then approached him and looked at him from head to foot. She then circled around him 6 times, making sure to check him out from every angle as if she were assessing if he was passable or not. A minute later, she reached out to touch Ethan's long blue hair that fluttered in the water. The young man didn't do anything and allowed her to do anything she wanted. Even when the mermaid princess cupped his face and stared directly into his eyes, he didn't move and just stared back at her. Several minutes later, the mermaid princess finally backed away before looking at Ethan with a faint smile on her face. "See you later, Ethan," the mermaid princess said before swimming away, leaving the young man behind. "Is this what the students in the academy refer to as scene zoned?" Sebastian asked his partner in crime, who only burst out laughing. Maybe she is just embarrassed because she attacked him earlier without even confirming whether he is friend or foe. Ethan's other half commented after his laughter ended. "Anyway, I'm just glad that things didn't take a turn for the worse," Sebastian stated. "Great decision, forcing Illumina to appear with your resonance." Ethan sighed as he looked in the direction where the mermaid princess swam away. Half of him wanted to swim after her, but the other half knew that if she wanted to stay to talk to him, she would have stayed. The fact that she left meant that she had no intention of talking to him. However, her parting words, "See you later, Ethan," made him smile. "See you later," Ethan thought as he held his wand firmly in his hand. "Illumina." The young man then swam in the direction of the Magdar Kingdom. There were many things on his mind right now, so he decided to rest first and organize his thoughts. Meanwhile, as Ethan sped towards his intended destination, the mermaid princess stopped swimming and glanced in his direction. She then rested her hand on her bare chest, which Ethan had seen earlier, to feel her wildly beating heart. Earlier, the only thought in her mind was to kill the person whom she thought had stolen her rainbow scale. But after everything that happened, her hatred turned to surprise, then embarrassment. When the embarrassment faded, a feeling of expectation rose in her heart. The mermaid princess was then left with 2 choices: go back home and pretend that nothing happened, or observe the young man from a distance that he couldn't sense so that she could learn more about him. Not even half a minute had passed before the mermaid princess made her decision. She swam in the direction where Ethan went, controlling her speed and keeping her distance so that Ethan wouldn't detect her. The mermaid princess knew that this chance encounter might never happen again, so she decided to observe the young man for now and understand his character for future reference. Princess Ramona's bedroom. Joanne sat cross-legged on top of the bed as she meditated. Princess Ramona, who was reading a book by the window, would glance at her from time to time, curious about the inexplicable thing her new friend was doing. She could feel the magical fluctuations around Joanne's body, but these fluctuations would appear and disappear at varying intervals. If not for the fact that her sensitivity to magic was very high, she would probably think that Joanne was simply resting with her eyes closed. But for some reason, Princess Ramona could tell what the cute girl was doing. "She's using magic over long distances," Princess Ramona thought. "Is she spying on someone using scrying or divination magic? I want to ask her, but she'll probably just deny it." After spending some time with her, Princess Ramona understood that Joanne was very different from the girls of the Magdar Kingdom. She was confident, bold, prideful, charismatic, and arrogant, whose traits the princess of the Magdar Kingdom wished she also possessed. If she had Joanne's qualities, then she wouldn't be so passive about her brothers. After all, they had made multiple attempts to assassinate her, making use of whatever means they could get their hands on. Princess Ramona believed that if Joanne was in her shoes, the blue-haired girl would not hesitate to go on the offensive, making sure that those who tried to make her life miserable would suffer a fate worse than death. When Ethan arrived at the palace, he saw the 2 girls sitting at the dining table, who were just about to have lunch. The moment he entered the room, both of their gazes landed on his body. Joanne rolled her eyes at him, while Princess Ramona looked at him with a sweet smile on her face. For a brief moment, Sebastian and Ethan's other half thought that the room brightened a bit after seeing the princess smile. Seeing her smile also lifted Ethan's spirits, especially after his encounter with the mermaid princess. Daneslafe, who had been protecting the two girls in secret, reported that no one had visited them, aside from the servants that delivered their food. However, the ancient Wendigo stated that it could sense something amiss in the surroundings, so it would continue to perform its duty without fail. Ethan sat beside Princess Ramona and across from his sister, who didn't even bother to look in his direction. She simply ate her food and kept her silence. However, Princess Ramona was the complete opposite and asked her crush about the things he did. "I visited the city of Zentris to check on the allied tribes," Ethan replied to Princess Ramona's question. "They're doing better than I expected." "They are," Princess Ramona nodded. "I went to visit them not long ago to ask about you and Master. They are happily living their lives there. Speaking of Master, how is she?" Princess Ramona had acknowledged Lily as her master, who taught her the ways of magic. Because of this, Lily and Ethan treated Princess Ramona like a little sister, which both of them never heard. Ethan thought that he was an only child, while Lily was the youngest in her family. They didn't know what it felt like to have a little sister, so they treated the adorable princess as one. "She's doing well," Ethan replied as he looked at the adorable girl. "In fact, when I return to the future, I will visit her homeland to officially marry her." Princess Ramona blinked her eyes in confusion after hearing Ethan's reply. "Aren't the two of you already married?" Princess Ramona inquired. "Isn't she your wife?" "It's a bit complicated," Ethan, who didn't want to lie to the princess, replied with a stiff smile. "But she is going to be your wife soon, right?" "Yes, she will be." Joanne, who was just listening from the side, found this tidbit quite interesting. "You were taught magic by this man's wife?" Princess Ramona asked, not wanting to call Ethan her brother. Princess Ramona frowned, but decided to not correct her first friend, and just nodded as her way of saying yes. "Oh, then how about I teach you how to use magic?" Joanne proposed. "But you will also call me Master, okay?" "I don't want to." "Are you sure? I'm very strong, you know. I can teach you powerful magic that will be super beneficial to you." Out of curiosity, Princess Ramona asked Joanne what kind of magic she was talking about. "This magic is called Summon Golem," Joanne stated. "Depending on how proficient you are with the elements, you will be able to summon golems, or even better, you will be able to summon elementals. How about it? I'll teach it to you if you call me Master." The adorable princess was torn between wanting to learn how to summon golems and not wishing to call the smug-faced girl in front of her master. She felt that if she really called Joanne her master, she felt that she was on the losing side. "I'll think about it." Princess Ramona decided to use a safe answer instead of outright rejecting the offer given to her by Ethan's sister. Ethan watched this scene with a smile and decided to not interfere with the budding friendship of the two girls. Since they would probably be stuck in the past for half a year, he thought that it would be best if his sister and the princess were to really become friends. However, he also felt a bit worried that if the two of them became the best of friends, their parting would be much more painful as well. "By the way, did your father set a deadline for this battle for the throne?" Joanne suddenly asked a question that caught the princess by surprise. "He has set a deadline, and it will be on the next solstice," Princess Ramona replied. "That's at least 6 months from now." "Oh, what a coincidence," Joanne muttered. "So, have you decided if you want to become queen or not?" "I thought I had until sunset to think about it," Princess Ramona pouted, which made Joanne look at her in contempt. "If you are being wishy-washy, it doesn't matter how much time is given to you," Joanne replied. "You will continue to dodge the question until you find yourself backed against a wall. Should you wait for that to happen before you arrive at an answer?" Princess Ramona lowered her head and looked at her half-eaten plate. Instead of giving Joanne an answer, she decided to finish eating first, making Ethan's sister shrug. Ethan, on the other hand, also decided to eat because he was feeling very hungry. After their meal ended, Joanne returned to the bedroom to meditate, while Princess Ramona and Ethan went to the balcony that had a view of the sea. "The sound of the waves hitting the shore has a calming effect," Princess Ramona commented as she held a small lyre in her hands. "But would you like to listen to a song, Ethan?" "Sure," Ethan replied. "I almost forgot that you like to play the lyre. Have you gotten better since the last time you played for Lily and me?" "I think just a tiny bit better," Princess Ramona smiled. "When I'm here in the palace, the only thing I do in my free time is practice magic and play the lyre." Ethan nodded as he made a gesture for the princess to start playing. As the young girl plucked the strings of her instrument, a soft and cheerful melody reverberated in the surroundings. Although Princess Ramona didn't sing, she started to hum, giving her music more impact. Listening to her performance, Ethan couldn't help but close his eyes to appreciate it better. He wasn't aware that somewhere in the sea, someone else was listening to Princess Ramona's performance. The mermaid princess, who had secretly followed Ethan, observed the two who were sitting on the balcony with calm eyes, but within their depths, the first signs of a raging storm was starting to take place. 3 days had passed since Ethan's fateful encounter with the mermaid princess. During this time, Ethan visited the royal library and looked around, picking up the scrolls or tomes he found interesting. On the other hand, Joanne spent most of her time training Princess Ramona. She even taught her how to summon elemental golems. The first golem that the princess summoned was a meter-tall ice golem, and it made her incredibly happy. She even played tag with it, and her heartfelt laughter spread inside her villa. Joanne found this scene quite amusing, but in her heart, she could relate to what the princess was feeling. She felt the same way when she made a doll move for the first time, but that happened too long ago when she was only 3 years old. Back then, the only playmates she had were her dolls, and it made her very happy when she was playing with them. Joanne was a genius, and it was very easy for her to learn the art of magic. So, seeing the princess happily play with the ice golem made her remember her past. It also made her feel a soothing warmth in her chest, which she never felt before. Suddenly, one of her dolls informed her that someone was headed toward Ramona's residence, which made her smirk. "Ramona, we have pests. I mean, guests that will be arriving shortly," Joanne said. "It's best if you unsummon the golem for now." Princess Ramona nodded in understanding and reluctantly waved her hand to make the ice golem disappear. A few minutes later, the second prince and the fourth prince of the Magdar kingdom arrived at Ramona's villa. They didn't bring any of their subordinates with them. They came with just themselves, as if trying to tell their sister that they meant her no harm. "Good day, Ramona," Prince Rufus said with a smile before glancing at the beautiful girl with long blue hair who was reading a book in her hand. "I hope that you've been well." "I'm doing well, Brother Rufus," Princess Ramona replied before shifting her gaze to the fourth prince, whom she only saw during meals with her father. "Good day to you, Brother Amir." "And a good day to you, too, Ramona," Prince Amir nodded. "I tagged along with Brother to see if you have recovered from the scare that our sixth brother gave you. If something like that happens again, don't hesitate to ask for my help, okay?" Princess Ramona smiled, but she neither agreed to nor turned down Prince Amir's proposal. Among her brothers, the one whom she didn't trust the most was the fourth prince, who made her feel as if she was looking at a poisonous snake that was only waiting for the right opportunity to strike. "By the way, can you introduce us to your beautiful friend?" Prince Rufus asked, his gaze lingering on Joanne's face as if trying to determine if he could charm her or not. "This is my friend, Joanne Valentin." Princess Ramona didn't hesitate to call Joanne her friend, for she really thought of Ethan's sister as her friend. "Joanne, these are my brothers, Prince Rufus and Prince Amir." Joanne gave the two princes a sidelong glance before briefly nodding her head to acknowledge their existence. After that, she resumed reading her book, acting cold and aloof with no care for the politics of the Magdar kingdom. Seeing that the young lady didn't seem interested in talking to them, the two princes didn't lose heart and sat on the couch across from Joanne. "I've always been fascinated about the story of the Tidebringer," Prince Rufus said. "However, I didn't expect that he would have a sister. Has anyone told you that the color of your eyes and hair looks like a calm sea right after a storm has passed?" Prince Rufus waited for Joanne to comment on his praise, but the only sound he heard was the turning of the page, making his smile widen. "Playing hard to get, huh?" Prince Rufus smiled internally. "I love breaking girls who play hard to get." Prince Rufus was notorious in the Magdar Kingdom for always hanging out with beautiful young ladies. However, there had been no talk about any scandals, making everyone think that the prince was a true gentleman. However, beneath that gentle facade was a man who sought conquest. The more beautiful a lady was, and the more she tried to play hard to get, the more it fanned the sadistic flames inside Prince Rufus, which he unleashed only in the bedroom as he descended upon his prey, relishing the euphoria of his conquest. Although he didn't really target little girls because their bodies were still not fully mature for his tastes, just succeeding in charming Joanne, the Tidebringer's sister, made him think of her as his ultimate conquest. A lady with the power and influence to shake the entire Magdar Kingdom with just a word was sitting across from him. So how could he possibly not feel excited about making her one of his pawns in order to become the next king of the kingdom? Prince Amir, who could easily read what his brother was thinking, only sneered in his heart. Half of him believed that even if his brother's charming ability worked on ordinary young ladies, it would prove difficult for him to succeed in charming the Tidebringer's sister. But he also wanted to use Joanne for his own benefit, so he decided to lend Rufus a hand by setting a time and place for the second prince to use his powers over the blue-haired girl, who was giving them the cold shoulder. Prince Amir was in possession of some powerful artifacts that could drastically boost Prince Rufus' ability for a short period of time. The place where he was also going to prepare was connected to a ley line, which would amplify any magic that was cast over it. Even if Joanne had the power to resist Prince Rufus' ability, the preparations he was setting up made him believe that they stood a chance in succeeding in their plans. Once Joanne had become their puppet, they would use her to force the Tidebringer to cut his support from Princess Ramona and have him shift his support to them instead. As long as the Tidebringer made his support public, the kingdom would definitely bend to his will. "Later this afternoon, I plan to have a small gathering at my residence," Prince Amir said. "I was hoping that I could invite the two of you to join me. Of course, Brother Rufus will also be there to join us. So how about we have a nice little talk and possibly discuss a non-aggression pact in our fight for the throne? Of course, we can also talk about alliances if you want. So how about it, Ramona? Can you and Lady Joanne join us later for this discussion?" Princess Ramona glanced at Joanne because this was something that she couldn't decide on her own. However, when she saw her friend nod her head, she and the two princes sighed in their hearts at the same time. "Great!" Prince Amir decided to strike while the iron was still hot and smiled. "We'll meet you two at 3 in the afternoon in the gardens of my residence. The air there is fragrant due to the flowers, so I'm sure that both of you will like it." "I've been there a few times in the past, and I have to agree with Amir's words," Prince Rufus commented. "It is truly a good place to have a nice chat and get to know each other better." After staying for a few more minutes for idle chatter, the two princes finally left in order to make their final preparations. Both of them knew that they only had one chance to do this, so they would make it work no matter what. When she was certain that the two pests were truly gone, Joanne closed the book in her hands and stared at Princess Ramona. Ethan's sister told the princess a few things that she should watch out for when they arrived at the meeting place. Princess Ramona listened carefully to Joanne's words until the very end. "Understood," Princess Ramona said. "I'll do as you say." "Good girl." Joanne patted the princess's head, making the latter pout. "You're only older than me by 2 months, so why are you acting like the big sister between the two of us?" Princess Ramona said sulkily. 2 months is still 2 months, Joanne replied. Since I am older than you, I will consider you as my little sister, so be honored that someone like me is even patting your head." Princess Ramona moved away, wanting to keep her pride and dignity as a princess intact. Joanne giggled because she found this act quite endearing in her eyes. As for what the two princes were plotting against her, she wasn't worried in the slightest. She was even looking forward to whatever they had thought up because she was confident that no matter what kinds of tricks they used, her superior magic and bloodline would make all their plans fall apart completely. "Are you sure about this, Joanne?" Princess Ramona asked. "Why don't we tell Ethan about this? If my brothers were to do something, the two of us might get into big trouble." "Relax, nothing will happen," Joanne replied. "Don't worry, I don't trust your brothers as much as you do. I'm simply confident that nothing will happen to us." "Are you sure about this? Shouldn't we at least tell Ethan where we are going?" "Don't be too dependent on him, Ramona. He won't always be around you. If you wish to become a queen, you should learn to rely on your own strength, especially since you are and will be surrounded by enemies in your own home. Right now, your brothers won't dare to hurt you because they know that it will incur that fake Tidebringer's wrath, as much as I don't want to admit it. I am confident that he will go on a rampage if you get hurt." Princess Ramona blushed after hearing Joanne's words. "Will he really go on a rampage if I get hurt?" Princess Ramona asked. Joanne rolled her eyes at the young princess, but she still reluctantly nodded in the end. "Yes, yes, and yes," Joanne replied in exasperation. "Happy." Princess Ramona nodded before hugging her friend. "I'm sure that he will do the same if something happens to you," Princess Ramona whispered. "Although I can tell that you don't like him, he still calls you his little sister, so I'm sure that he will get angry if you are hurt." Ethan's sister pried the princess, hands off her body, and took a step back. "We need to go or we'll be late for the meeting," Joanne stated. "But no matter what happens, don't let your guard down. Also, if your brother, Prince Amir, asks you to go with him, just follow him." Why would I do that?" Princess Ramona blinked innocently. "It's because their real target is me," Joanne replied. "It seems that your brother Rufus wants to talk to me about something. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me, so just follow your brother if he decides to separate the two of us." Princess Ramona frowned, but she still nodded. "Be careful, okay?" Princess Ramona said. "If anything happens, just shout." "Silly girl." Joanne lightly pinched the princess' cheeks, pulling it a bit. "I'm not a helpless damsel in distress. If your brother tries anything funny, he'll regret it 10 times over." After their talk ended, Joanne held the princess' hands and dragged her out of the room. She wanted this to be over before Ethan returned and ruined the plan that she was planning to execute. "Is everything ready?" Prince Rufus asked Princess Amir, who was sitting beside him in a gazebo at the center of the garden in the 4th prince's villa. "Yeah, I'm done with my preparations, so hold this." Prince Amir handed Prince Rufus a gold token. "Once you activate this artifact, the preparations I made will activate. Even if she has a high resistance to your charm ability, it will not work once you activate that token." "And why are you certain that it will work if I activate this token?" "Because there's a leyline right under this gazebo. The magic power of whoever holds that token will drastically increase. With that, your charm ability would be at least 20 times more effective." Prince Amir wouldn't have lent the token to his brother if the latter's charm ability affected guys as well. Fortunately, it only worked on girls, so he would be safe even if Prince Rufus used such an ability. Suddenly, Prince Amir looked in the direction of the gate of his residence, sensing the presence of his two guests. "They're here," Prince Amir said. "Remember, wait until I take Ramona away before you start." Prince Rufus nodded. "Don't worry, I know what to do." His charm was a single target ability, so he didn't plan to take any chances and have Ramona disrupt their plan. Prince Amir had already planned to separate the two girls after a while, so he just needed to wait until then. A few minutes later, the two girls finally arrived at the gazebo. "Thank you for inviting us, brothers," Princess Ramona said. "So, what do you want to talk about?" "We can talk about it later," Prince Rufus said. "For now, let's have some snacks first. The talk can wait after we've all eaten." The table was already filled with cut fruits and other sweets that the people of the Magdar kingdom treated as snacks. At first, the two princes tried to engage the two girls in a small talk, but only Princess Ramona joined the conversation. Joanne remained aloof and quietly ate the fruits that she found to her liking. "I've always wondered, do you and your brother really live under the sea like the legend says?" Prince Rufus asked Joanne in order to change the topic of the discussion. Instead of answering, the young lady only sipped on the fruit juice and treated Prince Rufus like air. Perhaps, sensing that the time was right, Prince Amir decided to execute their plan. "Ramona, come with me for a bit," Prince Amir said. "I want to discuss something privately with you. This is about the fight for the throne, and if possible, I want you to consider my offer seriously." The princess glanced at Joanne, who was casually sipping the fruit juice in her cup, and remembered what Ethan's sister told her earlier. Things are happening just as she predicted, Princess Ramona thought. Joanne is really amazing. While she didn't know how her friend guessed what would happen, she decided to follow through with their plans. After all, if Joanne was able to predict that the two of them would be separated from each other, that meant that she already had a plan in mind. "Understood, brother," Princess Ramona replied. "I'll go with you." "Good," Prince Amir nodded. "This way, please, brother, make sure to treat our guest well." "Don't worry, I'm very good at handling girls," Prince Rufus smirked. Princess Ramona threw her friend one last glance before she followed the fourth prince, who had a faint smile on his face as he led his sister inside the villa. Seeing them leave, the smile on Prince Rufus' face became wider. Excitement filled his heart at the thought of conquering the Tidebringer's little sister, who was the key that would make him sit on the throne of the Magdar kingdom. When they were finally alone, Joanne finally raised her head to look at the second prince, whom she caught admiring her from where he sat. "You're going to be an unrivaled beauty when you grow up, Joanne," Prince Rufus said. "I guarantee it." "Even if you don't guarantee it, I will still grow up to be a beauty," Joanne replied. "After all, my mother is very beautiful as well." "Oh," Prince Rufus smirked. He was not a stranger to having an affair with married women. In fact, he had already done it several times, targeting the beautiful wives whom he met during parties held in the palace. So when he heard Joanne say that her mother was a very beautiful woman, he couldn't help but feel like he had just been presented with a challenge. A challenge that he would be more than happy to accept. "So, does your mom live under the sea as well?" Prince Rufus asked. "Is she perhaps a mermaid?" "Something like that," Joanne replied. "So, tell me, what's your real purpose for inviting me here?" "Very smart," Prince Rufus smirked. "I love smart girls." "Bet they don't love you back." "Oh, you'd be surprised how much they love me back. It'll be as much as you'll soon love me." Prince Rufus' eyes glowed crimson, red, as he activated his charm ability. He didn't use the artifact that his brother had given him yet, because he wanted to test if his power alone was enough to dominate the arrogant and aloof little girl, who was now looking at him with ridicule. "You were saying?" Joanne asked in a teasing tone as she casually picked up the cup of fruit juice on the table and took a sip. "What exactly are you trying to do here? Are you perhaps trying to make me fall in love with you? Cheap tricks like that don't work on me, you know." Prince Rufus chuckled in amusement. This was the first time that his charm didn't work on his target. Although he had already expected this result, he still felt a bit frustrated since it didn't work the way he intended it to. "I knew that you're different from the other girls that I've seen in my life," Prince Rufus stated. "This is why I'm really looking forward to making you fawn over me." "You must really be bad with girls if the only thing you can do is force them to be with you," Joanne smirked. "The man you call Tidebringer has many lovers, and he didn't even need to beguile any of them to fall for him. You're also a man like him, but it is very obvious that you are far more inferior than him." Joanne didn't like Ethan, but she hated Prince Rufus more. Someone like him, who would take advantage of his ability to charm girls in order to have his way with them, disgusted her very much. This was why she planned to teach Prince Rufus a lesson. Once she was done with him, he would never be able to harm anyone again. Having been taunted by the girl in front of him, Prince Rufus' expression turned cold. Her remark about him being an inferior man hurt him more than he expected. "I really want to see how you will kiss the feet of this inferior man every day from this day onwards," Prince Rufus stated coldly. "I was planning to treat you well, like a prized possession, but I guess a little punishment is in order." "Punishment? What kind of punishment are you talking about?" "Don't worry, I will engrave that punishment in your body right now." Prince Rufus activated the golden artifact in his hand and once again used his charm ability on Joanne. The girl was confident that nothing the prince could do could bypass her mental defenses. But as soon as Prince Rufus activated the golden token and his ability, crimson light filled the gazebo as the power of the ley line boosted the prince's abilities to its limits. When the light receded, Prince Rufus stared at the arrogant little girl who had been mocking him earlier. Her facial expression was slack, and she was staring blankly into the space in front of her as if she had fallen into a trance. "Ha ha ha!" Prince Rufus laughed because he could now feel a strong connection between him and the Tidebringer's sister, which meant that he had successfully charmed her. "HMPH, I wasn't really planning to be rough with you, but since you ticked me off, I guess I'll have a little taste," Prince Rufus said as he lifted Joanne's chin to make her look directly at him. Seeing her blankly stare at him made the smile on his face widen. "Well, I guess I'll punish those sweet lips of yours by giving them a kiss," Prince Rufus said as he gave Joanne his first order. "Kiss me on the lips and make sure to use your lips well." Joanne's body moved closer to him, and he relished watching her adorable face come closer to him. At that instant, a thought appeared in Prince Rufus' head. "Maybe I should just charm Ramona as well," Prince Rufus thought. "I can make her my puppet queen and have her rule in my stead while I control everything from the shadows. That will give me more time to play with this arrogant girl and make sure that she will serve me for life." Just as he was entertaining these thoughts, Joanne's face was only a few inches away from his. Prince Rufus kept his eyes open, wanting to watch the young beauty offer her soft and innocent lips to him in her own accord, which he was certain would give him a great sense of euphoria. But just as he thought that those sweet lips would finally become his, Joanne's blank eyes changed to a purple color. Suddenly, Prince Rufus' body stiffened after his gaze landed on those beautiful purple eyes, which seemed to see through his very soul. A moment later, the prince stared blankly in place as the young lady took a step back and giggled. "Thank you for teaching this girl a lesson," Joanne said in a seductive tone as she lightly patted Prince Rufus' cheek with a mischievous smile on her face. Joanne is still young and was raised as a spoiled child, so she thinks that everyone aside from her family is beneath her. I'm sure that this experience will tone her arrogance down a bit. In the future, maybe she'll no longer underestimate her opponents. Unfortunately, her fight with Ethan failed to teach her that lesson first. Although she hated to admit it, a part of her still recognized Ethan as her family. This is why, when she was defeated by him, a part of her thinks that it is natural because they share the same bloodline. What I'm really trying to say here is that, Mr. Wendigo, I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't tell Ethan what happened here today. This girl might be arrogant, but she is still a girl after all. She will be really embarrassed if her brother finds out that she messed up. Also, I need you to keep quiet because I will continue to execute the plan that Joanne put together. In order to do that, I need you to cooperate with me and keep this a secret, okay? The ancient Wendigo removed its invisibility and chuckled evilly. "Like brother, like sister," Daneslave said in a voice that would make any little girl run away screaming in fear. "Are you perhaps Joanne's other half?" "Yes," Joanne's other half giggled. "It's part of the bloodline power of the Valentin family. We don't really come out in the open unless it is an emergency, so keep this a secret, okay?" The ancient Wendigo nodded before turning invisible once again. However, its vile laugh reverberated softly in the wind, as if liking that things turned out the way they did. Ethan, who was having a friendly chat with the king, suddenly frowned upon sensing a sudden fluctuation of magic in the distance. He was only able to sense it thanks to the strong connection he and Daneslave shared. Even the king, who was the most powerful sorcerer in the Magdar kingdom, didn't feel anything. "Is there something wrong?" King Baldur asked Ethan after seeing the frown appear on his face. "I know that I'm asking a lot, but I really hope you will consider not making your support for my daughter public." Ethan didn't reply right away because he had just sent a mental question to Daneslave, asking him what just happened. "It's nothing, Master," Daneslave replied. "Your sister is just experimenting a bit with her powers." After getting his answer, Ethan once again shifted his attention to King Baldur, who thought that he had said something that offended the young man. "Very well," Ethan replied. "I will not publicize my support for Ramona. However, you better make sure that none of her brothers try to assassinate her again. If anything happens to her, you won't need to worry about your next successor. Do we have an understanding?" King Baldur nodded. "Understood. I will gather the princes and hold a meeting tonight. I'm sure that they will no longer try to harm their sister after hearing your ultimatum." Although King Baldur was a powerful sorcerer, the Tidebringer's presence was like a powerful deterrence to him, making him unable to disobey. It was like a mouse looking at a cat, its natural predator. It didn't matter even if he was stronger than the young man in front of him. The deep-rooted belief that the Tidebringer was the deity of the lands of Alastor made it impossible for him to go against Ethan's will. "There is one more thing that I wish to consult with you about aside from the choosing of the next candidate for the throne," King Baldur said solemnly. "In the north of the Magdar Kingdom and past the Margrave Forest is the Cloudwall Mountains. There, a horde of ratmen is starting to lay claim on the land, infesting the surroundings with their pestilence. We have the Margrave Forest as a natural barrier. However, the merchants traveling from the Greater Duchy of Morgau had stated that these ratmen were heading south. If they continue to spread their pestilence and corruption on the land, I believe that it will only take them half a year to reach the Magdar Kingdom. Their kind reproduces very quickly, so if left unchecked, they'd probably reproduce until they overwhelm every other race in the nearby domains. Although goblins also have a high reproduction rate, they don't spread pestilence like the ratmen. In fact, I am more worried about a plague spreading in my kingdom than a horde of ratmen knocking on my gates." Ethan sighed, because he already knew what the king wished to ask of him. "It won't be cheap," Ethan replied. "I will allow you to select 3 treasures from the kingdom's treasury," King Baldur stated. "I will also promise to protect Ramona and your sister while you are away. So, can you please help us deal with this threat?" Ethan didn't answer right away. Truth be told, he was still very worried about leaving Ramona and Joanne behind. However, since the king promised that he would protect them and Daneslave would be there to guard them, he felt that they would be safe enough even if he wasn't around. "If Daneslave is not enough, maybe you can leave some of the high pixies and fairies behind," Sebastian commented. "They're a bit chatty, but I'm sure that they will get along with the children really well. Also, I think that those 2 girls are starting to become good friends," Ethan's other half commented. "It will be best if they have other girls to talk with them, like the fairies. Maybe it will also help Ramona stop being timid." "Ah, that reminds me. If we ever see fairies on our trip to the territory of the Ratmen, we can just ask them to live with Ramona. That way, after we leave, she will still have friends to take care of her." After hearing Sebastian's and his other half's comments, Ethan felt that this was indeed a good plan. He and Joanne couldn't stay with Ramona forever, so having fairies around to talk to her might help her break out of her timid shell. "I just hope that the mischievousness of the fairies doesn't rub off on her," Ethan commented. "Ramona is an innocent girl, so I hope she keeps that innocence for a little while longer. After all, if she ever becomes queen, she will no longer have the time to act her age because she'll be too busy with her responsibilities." Sebastian and Ethan's other half nodded in their understanding. They also wished that Ramona could have a happy childhood, since she would only be able to live her life once. After making up his mind, he told King Baldur that he would leave after a week, which made the king sigh in relief. Ethan then returned to Princess Ramona's residence to wait for the 2 girls, whom the ancient Wendigo said were visiting the fourth prince's villa. Since Dainsleif said that everything is fine, then there's nothing to worry about, Ethan thought as he sat on the couch. Still, I wonder why her brothers invited her to meet them. The relationships between the members of the royal family of the Magdar Kingdom were complicated. Although they looked like they were getting along well on the surface, deep down, they were constantly scheming and trying to pull each other down. And within this chaotic storm was Princess Ramona, who had no ally to protect her from the schemes of those who wanted to hurt her. Even the king, who had assigned guards to protect her, wouldn't always be there to look after her. So Ethan hoped that somewhere along the way, Ramona would find allies that would never betray her. Ethan didn't really care about who would be the next king or queen of the Magdar Kingdom. As long as the princess, whom he and Lily treated as their little sister, would be able to live her life peacefully, he would feel relieved when it came time for him to travel back to the present, leaving the lands of Alastair behind a second time. "Joanne, it's time for dinner," Princess Ramona said as she looked at the curled-up girl, covered with a blanket, on the bed. "Come out so that we can eat together with Ethan." "I'm not hungry," Joanne replied from under the blanket. "I ate too much earlier, so you can eat with him on your own." Princess Ramona sat on the bed with a sigh. Ever since they returned to her villa, her friend had not said a word to her and looked down for some reason. "Did my brother do something to you earlier?" Princess Ramona asked. "If he did something, tell me. I'll make sure to tell Ethan and father about it." "HMPH, as if that weakling can do anything to me. Just go and leave me alone. I want to sleep early." "Fine, but if you change your mind, you can still join us, okay?" Seeing that Joanne had no intention to answer, the princess sighed a second time. However, since she could tell that Joanne had no intention of leaving the bed, she decided to leave her alone and have dinner with Ethan. Once she was certain that her friend had really left her alone, Joanne popped her head out of the blanket with a pouting face. "Look at you throwing a tantrum like this because you let your guard down earlier," Joanne's other half said in a teasing tone. "Were you scared?" "No," Joanne replied, but as if wanting to prove that she wasn't really scared of what happened, she repeated her answer. This time, her tone was firmer than ever. "No, I wasn't scared." A giggle sounded inside her sea of consciousness. "Of course you weren't scared," Joanne's other half commented. "After all, you knew you had me as insurance if things went terribly wrong. But be honest with me. You were scared, right? It's no use hiding it since you and I share the same body." Joanne closed her eyes and didn't even bother to confirm or deny her other half's words. Earlier, when Prince Rufus' empowered charm spell hit her, it did manage to break past her mental defenses. While she was under the charm spell, she could clearly see and hear everything around her. The taunting words that the prince said to her, and the order he gave her to kiss him made her skin crawl so much. "I'd rather kiss that so-called brother of mine than kiss that disgusting scum," Joanne thought, which elicited another giggle from her other half. "I know, right?" Joanne's other half smiled sweetly. "Comparing your brother to that scum is like comparing a human to a cockroach." "I'm going to sleep," Joanne stated. "Wake me up early tomorrow so I can teach Ramona magic." "Understood, my dearest Joanne," Joanne's other half replied. "Do you want me to cast a dream spell so that you will dream a happy dream?" One happy dream coming right up. Joanne felt lonely most of the time, which caused her to always have trouble sleeping. She was only able to sleep well the past few days because she and Ramona slept in the same bed. She didn't expect that sleeping with someone would be enough to put her mind and heart at ease. The princess was of the same age as her, and unlike her, who had an aloof and cold attitude, Ramona was the complete opposite, warm, kind, and friendly. Perhaps that was also the reason why she felt a kinship toward the princess, who did not hesitate to hold her hand, despite her cold attitude. A minute later, the young lady's soft sleeper breaths reverberated inside the room as she slept soundly on top of the bed. Half an hour later, the young lady opened her eyes, and a mischievous smile was plastered on her face. The first thing Joanne did was fold the blanket she used, after which she left the room to look for her friend, whom she believed had already finished eating. Just as she expected, Princess Ramona was on the balcony with Ethan, looking at the purple sky. The sun had just set, and the stars were starting to show up in the heavens. Princess Ramona and Ethan sensed her arrival and looked in her direction. Joanne calmly walked toward them and did something that caught the princess and the young man by surprise. Instead of taking the empty chair beside Princess Ramona, Joanne sat on Ethan's lap and kissed his right cheek. After that, she rested her head on her shoulders and closed her eyes in satisfaction. WWA, Princess Ramona, who momentarily lost the ability to speak, looked at her friend with eyes filled with disbelief. She knew how much Joanne hated her brother, so seeing her act so intimate made her wonder if she drank some kind of juice that she wasn't supposed to drink. It was not only Princess Ramona who was caught by surprise by Joanne's action. Ethan, who had been kissed by his sister, also stiffened before shuddering subconsciously. It felt even weirder when he was hugged by the young lady, whose head was now resting on his shoulder. "Brother, I love you," Joanne said softly, making Princess Ramona's face turn beet red. "Ethan, be careful," Sebastian commented. "It might be a prank. When girls usually do this, they will ask something from you." Ethan's other half, on the other hand, smirked and remained silent. He wanted to know how things would turn out, so he didn't mention anything to the young man, who was at a loss whether he would hug his sister back and return her kiss on the cheek. To his surprise, the young man didn't hug, kiss, or push the girl who was sitting on her lap away. He only asked her a question. "Who are you?" Ethan asked, which made Princess Ramona's eyes turn solemn. "Why are you asking me this, brother?" Joanne said as she raised her head and cupped Ethan's face. "I'm sure you already know what is happening, right? After all, you and I are the same." Ethan met the young lady's gaze, and for a brief moment, saw a purple light flash in the depths of her blue eyes. "I see," Ethan nodded. "So you are the naughty Joanne." Joanne giggled, and her giggle was like the sound of pealing bells that made anyone who heard it feel as if their hearts were melting. Ethan's sister was already an extremely cute girl, and seeing her act girly was enough to make any man feel the strong urge to protect her smile. "Yes, brother," Joanne replied sweetly. "I'm your naughty sister, so are you planning to punish me for being naughty?" "Wah, wah, wah," Princess Ramona, who didn't know if she should pull her friend away from her brother or join her to sit on Ethan's lap, once again lost the ability to talk. Sebastian, who finally realized what was happening, glanced at his comrade before laughing out loud. He didn't expect Joanne to also have another version of her inside her head, who was looking after her and willing to lend her help when she needed it the most. Joanne's other half, who had been found out, kissed Ethan's left cheek this time before resting her head on Ethan's shoulder. Since Ethan's sister didn't want to acknowledge him, her other half decided to take the opportunity while Joanne was sleeping to spend some quality family time with the young man, whom she was talking to for the first time since she had awakened inside Joanne's consciousness. Ethan didn't know whether he should be happy or sad with his current situation. He had wanted his little sister to become close to him because they were family, but she had been treating him coldly and made it clear that she didn't even want to recognize him as her brother. However, right now, that same girl was acting spoiled and clingy while sitting on his lap. "Although this may sound weird coming from me, but I am also your sister, you know," Joanne's other half whispered. "So, you have every right to be kind and nice to me, brother." "You're like a little devil," Ethan whispered back. "Oh, you call your sister a devil," Joanne replied using telepathy. "But I'm neither a devil nor am I a demon. I'm your cute sister, who is just a bit more naughty and mischievous than the one who gives you the cold shoulder." But just as Ethan was about to reply, he saw something from the corner of his eye. Princess Ramona lifted her chair and placed it beside him. She then hugged him and Joanne at the same time, burying her head on Joanne's chest to hide her embarrassment. "Oh, ain't she the cutest little thing?" Joanne's other half smiled sweetly as she hugged Ramona back, even patting her head while saying, "Good girl," over and over again. But seeing that Ethan wasn't hugging Ramona, Joanne gave her brother the "what are you waiting for? Christmas?" gaze, making the young man sigh internally. In the end, he wrapped his arms around the two girls, hugging them at the same time. "It feels warm, right?" Joanne's other half whispered in Ramona's ears, making the latter nod her head in agreement. The three stayed in that position for nearly half an hour before Joanne's other half thought of something interesting. Closing her eyes, she returned her senses to Joanne, making the latter feel the same warmth that she was feeling. Joanne, who was asleep, hugged Ramona a little tighter because she was feeling good right now. It was warm, but it didn't make her feel uncomfortable. This was the soothing warmth that she liked during very cold nights when her mother and father visited and slept on the same bed as her. Joanne snuggled deeper into Ethan's embrace while enjoying a very happy dream. Several minutes later, Ramona also fell asleep, melted by the same warmth and security that her friend was feeling. Ethan, who was holding two sleeping girls in his embrace, looked up at the starry night sky and wondered if his lovers were also sleeping peacefully somewhere in the future. Although they were far away from each other, he still thought of them from time to time and wondered what they were doing right now. He was certain that the four protector clans might be panicking right now after Joanne got caught up in his trial. The young man didn't believe that what happened was an accident. The shadowy hand that grabbed Joanne and dragged her in the water had done so in the fastest way possible, not giving Ethan and the protector clans time to react. Of course, Ethan didn't know that when the incident happened, the patriarchs and matriarchs could have done something to save Joanne. However, during that time, their bodies were frozen in place, as if someone had prevented them from rescuing their young miss. Only Ethan was the one who could move, and he jumped into the river to save his sister. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, he was standing on the deck of the ship and reunited with Princess Ramona. At first, he was very worried because his sister had been sent to the past just like him. But after seeing her get along with the princess, he felt that perhaps this would also be a good experience for her. The lands of Alistair had played a very important part in his life. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that being sent to the past was a turning point that turned him from the naive country boy to the current him. He had lost many things, suffered hardships, and entered a state of depression. After overcoming those things, he returned to the present a changed man. Because of this, the lands of Alistair would always hold a special place in his heart. Perhaps feeling nostalgic, Ethan suddenly thought of Lily, who spent more than a year with him in the past. "I wonder what she's doing now, Elle." Ethan thought of the young lady who had been there during his darkest moments and had changed him for the better. "I wonder what he is doing right now," Lily muttered as she gazed at the stars in the sky. "He's probably holding Emma in his embrace right now," Nicole replied as she sipped her mug, which was filled with hot chocolate. "Too bad. I can't use him as a bed warmer right now." "You use Ethan as a bed warmer?" Lyall, who was seated beside Nicole, arched her eyebrow. "So did you." "No," Nicole replied before Lyall could even finish whatever she was going to say. "There's no deeper meaning behind it. I just use him as a warm compress whenever I feel cold." "You feel cold," Lyall blinked. "You're using ice magic and you feel cold." Lyall then glanced at her sister, Lily, and asked her if she felt cold. Just like Nicole, Lily also used ice magic, but she never heard of Lily feeling any coldness in her body. "If I remember correctly, the power that appeared when you placed your hand on the appraisal stone was water and fire," Lily said. "I don't know when you started using ice magic, but are you perhaps trying a new battle style by not using the powers that you specialize in?" Nicole smiled bitterly because she didn't know how to explain her current situation to anyone. "Just like you said, my specialty is fire and water," Nicole replied. "The reason why I'm using ice magic is because if I don't use it, I'll turn into an ice statue and die." "Ha ha ha, nice joke," Lyall chuckled. "Is that what you told Ethan so that he would agree to become your bed warmer?" "Ethan and I are just best friends," Nicole replied. "There's no deeper meaning behind our closeness." "Best friends, huh?" Lyle smirked. "Well, I won't pry. However, let's start our sparring at noon tomorrow. Father asked me to run an errand, so I have no choice but to go." "Okay," Nicole nodded. Lily's family had been treating her well, and they even told her that she could stay with them for as long as she wanted. It was also through them that she discovered the news of the possibility of Ethan marrying Lily before the next school year started. Although Lily assured Nicole that it would be just a simple ceremony, Nicole still felt that it was still too early for her two friends to marry each other. Lily assured her that it would just be a formality and that her relationship with Ethan wouldn't have any drastic changes. She also believed that she was still young, so she didn't plan on giving birth to the young man's child anytime soon. But regardless, Nicole said that she wished for their happiness in life. She even told Lily in a teasing tone that she would be borrowing her friend's husband from time to time to use him as her bed warmer, which made Lyle start to have ideas as well. "Well, I just hope that he doesn't find himself in too much trouble while he's away from the academy," Lily said softly. "I'd hate it if he were to accidentally enter a nexus all alone again and be sent to the past without someone accompanying him. Ethan can get lonely easily." "You think too much, Lily," Lyle commented. "I mean, it would be weird if he accidentally found himself in the past again, right? I'm sure he already learned his lesson and wouldn't be jumping into a nexus that will send him to the past." Lily didn't reply and simply looked at the stars in the sky. "The stars here are really different from the stars seen in the lands of Alastair," Lily thought. "But why do I feel anxious as of late? Nothing could possibly happen to him, right?" Lily had been dreaming of seeing her first disciple, Princess Ramona, over the past few days. She felt sad when she and Ethan had to leave the princess behind, but they knew that they belonged to different worlds. They existed in the present, and Princess Ramona existed in the past. Their point of origin shouldn't have intersected, but due to a miracle of fate, they all met each other, and with it, bonds were formed, connecting all of them to this day. Joanne slowly opened her eyes, waking up feeling very refreshed. It had been a while since she last had a nice long sleep, and truth be told, she didn't even want to open her eyes at first because she felt too comfortable with the pillow she was hugging. But it only took her a few seconds to realize that the comfortable pillow she was clinging to was not actually a pillow but her brother, making her instantly back away. Her movement was done on reflex, so she had forgotten that she was on a bed, causing her to nearly fall off from it. Fortunately, she was able to stop herself in time, making her pat her chest in relief. However, that relief didn't last long, fatting the moment her gaze landed on the handsome young man who was sleeping on the same bed as her. It was a bit late, but she also noticed Princess Ramona hugging Ethan. Her new friend was still sleeping soundly, with her head resting on the young man's shoulder. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Joanna's other half greeted her in a teasing tone. "How was your rest? Your dream must have been so good. You've been hugging your brother all night long, unwilling to let him go." Why didn't you do anything?" Joanne asked her other half in disbelief. "Why did you allow him to sleep on the same bed as me?" "Why not?" Joanne's other half asked back. "Last night, Ramona invited brother, Ethan, to sleep with the two of you. Since she was very persistent, he reluctantly agreed to it. Who would have thought that you would treat him like a pillow and hug him all night?" "Why didn't you wake me up?" Joanne stuttered. "I could have slept in a different room." "Calm down, Joanne. He's your brother, so why are you so against being together with him?" "I don't recognize him as my brother." "You are a very stubborn girl." Joanne took out her wand, intending to toss Ethan off the bed to show her displeasure. But before she could do that, Princess Ramona opened her eyes and looked at her surroundings in a daze. The first sight that entered the princess' eyes was none other than the view of the handsome young man, making all the sleepiness in her body instantly disappear. The next one she saw was Joanne, who was holding a wand in her hand, looking like she was about to cast a spell. When the princess looked in her direction, the young lady only clicked her tongue, regretting that she missed her opportunity for payback. "Good morning, Joanne," Princess Ramona greeted with a sweet smile on her face. "You slept so soundly last night. How about the three of us always sleep together from now on?" "No way," Joanne replied in a heartbeat. "I'm not going to sleep with this guy even if he is the last man in the world." But yesterday, you even kissed Ethan's cheek and said good night, big brother, before we slept together," Princess Ramona said in confusion. The princess even used that opportunity to also ask for a goodnight kiss from Ethan, making her have a very happy and sweet dream. I kissed him and told him good night." Joanne became flustered, but it only took her a few seconds to realize what just happened. She then asked her other half if she really did what the princess said she did, and the only reply she got was a giggle, making Ethan's sister storm out of the room with a beach-red face, slamming the door behind her. Finally, Ethan opened his eyes before scratching his head. He had woken up just as the two girls started chatting with each other. However, since he felt that it was not the right time to wake up, he kept his eyes closed and quietly listened to their conversation. "Good morning, Ethan," Princess Ramona greeted. "Good morning, Ramona," Ethan replied. "Joanne seems to have forgotten what happened last night," Princess Ramona sighed. "It's really a shame, though. The two of you acting like brother and sister made me think that you finally closed the distance between the two of you. I wonder what happened. Did she drink some wine yesterday, making her act that way?" Hearing that, the young man was very tempted to answer that the Joanne who sat on his lap yesterday was different from the Joanne of today. But since it would be troublesome to explain things, he decided to change the topic, saying that he would wash up in his own bedroom before they had breakfast together. Meanwhile, inside a guest room, which was originally Joanne's personal room in Princess Ramona's residence, Ethan's sister was glaring at her reflection in the mirror. "You have a lot of explaining to do, you vixen," Joanne said, making her reflection stick out her tongue at her. "What explanation?" Joanne's other half replied. "I just acted like a proper sister to our brother. All I did was sit on his lap, kiss his cheek, and ask him to spoil me. That's very normal, don't you think so?" "Normal, my butt," Joanne raised her small fist out of anger. "You did all that without my permission even when you know that I don't like him, you traitor." "Joanne, I think it's about time to accept reality. Ethan is your brother, and no matter how hard you try to ignore it, the truth will not change. I'm sure that your parents are already aware that he is undergoing his coming-of-age trial. Once he succeeds, they will definitely welcome him with open arms. Are you sure that you want to make your parents sad by saying that you hate and won't recognize Ethan as your brother?" When her parents were mentioned, Joanne held back the words that she was planning to say to her mischievous other half, who did things without her permission. She loved her parents very much, and making them sad was the last thing that she wanted to do. Her family was busy fighting in the lands of Sarakale to safeguard Midgard from those who wished to invade it from another dimension. And yet, their selfless acts and sacrifices were not known by the common people who were peacefully living their lives, oblivious to the fact that somewhere out there, several people were fighting and dying for their sake. "Trust me, Joanne, the sooner you recognize Ethan as your brother, the happier your family will be," Joanne's other half said softly. "Besides, your brother cares for you deeply. Won't you give him a chance?" Joanne turned around and no longer looked at the mirror. She didn't want to see her other half's expression, which made her feel as if she was being teased. When she first found out that she had a brother, she felt very happy. But as she grew older, this happiness gradually faded until none was left. Joanne would often see brothers and sisters play in Kerwaidian, wearing smiles on their faces. She never experienced those things. The only ones she could play with were her dolls. Thanks to them, she was able to feel happy, suppressing the loneliness she felt, albeit momentarily. When news of her brother's return to Kerwaidian reached her ears, she felt like her sanctuary was about to be defiled by a stranger. Even if they were related by blood, Joanne didn't want anyone to suddenly squeeze himself into their family and get the attention of her parents and grandparents. She was afraid that she would stop being special in their hearts. She was afraid that they would love him more than they loved her. She was afraid that the moment she accepted Ethan as her brother, she would become too dependent on him and ask him to spoil her in the absence of their parents and grandparents. The young lady hated being weak. In her eyes, her family was shouldering the fate of their world, so she must not show any signs of weakness. She wanted to grow up as fast as she could. That way, she could also share their burdens and help them in the battles in the world of Sarakale. Your brother will leave the Magdar Kingdom in a few days in order to deal with the Ratman threat in the north, Joanne's other half said. It might take him a while to return, so use that opportunity to sort things out. This might be out of the blue, but I believe that it's not only him who is currently undergoing the trial of the heart. You are also undergoing that trial with him. Joanne wanted to shake her head and say, that's impossible, because she was still too young to undergo her own coming-of-age ceremony. However, she knew that the trial was about overcoming someone's heart demon, which could potentially grow and cause the person to stray from the right path. Right now, her brother was her heart's demon. If this trial was indeed done for her sake, then she would need to find a way to overcome her prejudice toward the young man, whom she believed had returned to destroy her happy life with her family. You know, I really think that the shadow hand grabbed you for a reason, Joanne's other half commented, breaking the young lady from her daze. Both you and your brother are undergoing a trial, and it just so happens that the setting is perfect for the two of you. Maybe there's some kind of higher power out there who decided that it would be best if you took the trial alongside your brother, so that you will be able to smile more and understand what having a brother is like. Joanne's other half stepped out of the full-body mirror and gently hugged the young lady from behind. I know that it's difficult, but can you find it in your heart to give your brother a chance? Can you give your parents and grandparents a chance to have a happy ending? I don't believe in happy endings, Joanne replied, but made no move to pry away the arms of her other half, who was hugging her. Even fairy tales don't always have a happy ending. You're right, Joanne's other half commented. But this is your life we are talking about. You have the power and ability to give yourself a happy ending. While we're at it, we can also give your first princess friend, no, your soon-to-be best friend, her own happy ending as well. You already laid out the foundations for it, so why don't the two of us work together to make Ramona happy as well? Joanne's other half raised her hand and placed it over the young lady's chest, where her heart was located. But maybe the thing that we think will make her happy isn't really something that will make her happy. Joanne's other half closed her eyes. Even so, I believe that this is something that we should do, Joanne replied. We might not be able to stay in the past for a long time, but we can pave the way for her future. So, are you ready to make that happy ending happen? Joanne kept silent and didn't answer her other half's question. Her other half also didn't say anything else, and simply hugged her tighter for another minute before merging with her body, not leaving a single trace behind. Do you want me to ask her if she wants to have breakfast with us? Princess Ramona, who was seated at the dining table with Ethan, asked. You don't need to do that, Ethan replied. If she wants to join us, then she will join us. We can just eat without her. Although he said those words calmly, Princess Ramona was still able to pick up a tinge of disappointment in Ethan's voice. You can bring the food now, Princess Ramona ordered her two maidservants, who were busy sneaking glances at the handsome tidebringer. But make it 3 servings. The maids bowed and left the room to obey their princess' orders. Ethan, you said that you will be leaving in a few days, right? Princess Ramona asked. How soon can you return? I'm not sure, Ethan replied. I will first need to understand the current situation. If there's no need to completely eliminate the Ratment, I will negotiate with them. Aren't they monsters? Can you really negotiate with them? Princess Ramona asked with curiosity. Monsters are still living creatures, Ethan answered. Eliminating them just because they are monsters will leave a bad aftertaste in my mouth. The kobolds who lived in the mountains aren't doing anything to harm the humans of this region. They are monsters, but they don't go out of their way to antagonize us. I will understand the true situation after I observe them for a few days. If there's a chance that we can have a mutual agreement, then there's no need to wipe them out. Suddenly, the door opened, and a blue-haired girl entered. She walked toward the seat that was beside Princess Ramona and sat without saying a word. However, her action of joining them for breakfast made Ethan and the princess smile. It might be a small step, but it's the thought that counts. Joanne's other half smiled from inside her sea of consciousness. She could tell that Joanne had decided to give Ethan a chance. However, she also understood that it would also take a while before Joanne opened up her heart to her brother. Fortunately, they wouldn't be leaving the lands of Alastair anytime soon. Joanne's other half believed that by the time Ethan and Joanne were ready to return to the future, both of them would have already closed the gap that prevented them from mutually recognizing each other as siblings. "I will be leaving in 2 days," Ethan said. "But before I go, I need to tell you a few things." King Baldur nodded and waited for whatever the young man was going to say. "First, I'll be leaving a guardian to protect my sister, as well as Ramona," Ethan stated. "Daneslave, come." As soon as his name was spoken, the ancient Wendigo appeared behind Ethan, making the king of the Magdar kingdom flinch. A glance was enough to tell him that this creature was stronger than him, making him feel anxious internally. "Most of the time he is just invisible," Ethan explained. "But in case he is forced to show himself, make sure to not attack him. After all, we don't want to have friendly fire, right?" "Yes," King Baldur replied, as he did his best to keep his voice calm. "I hope that there won't come a time when this guardian will show itself here in the palace." "That is my hope as well, but Daneslave is not as lenient as me. He will not hesitate to devour anyone who dares to harm my sister and Ramona. So please, tell your sons to be nice while I'm gone. I won't be held responsible if any of them get eaten while I am dealing with the Ratmen." King Baldur nodded. "I already talked to them, but to ensure that there will be no further incidents, I will talk to them again later." "Good," Ethan smiled. "Go back to your duties, Daneslave." The ancient Wendigo turned invisible once again. However, its sinister laugh echoed inside the room, making King Baldur's skin crawl. "I'll take my leave, Your Majesty." Ethan stood up and slightly bowed his head to the king of the Magdar kingdom. "Thank you as well, Ethan, for accepting my request to deal with the Ratmen." King Baldur also stood up and bowed his head to the young man. A king wasn't really supposed to bow his head to anyone, but the Tidebringer is not just anyone. Even if Ethan wasn't the original Tidebringer, his bloodline affected the people in the lands of Alastair, making them think of him as the Tidebringer. A king might not bow to anyone, but he wouldn't mind bowing to a deity, especially the deity of the lands of Alastair. Ethan left the room and headed towards Princess Ramona's residence. But to his surprise, the only one he found was the princess. His sister was nowhere to be seen, which concerned him. "Where is Joanne?" Ethan asked. "My 2 brothers, Prince Rufus and Prince Amir, came to find her earlier," Princess Ramona said with worry. "It seems that they have something important to talk about." "Was she forced to go with them?" Ethan inquired. He was ready to beat the crap out of the 2 princes if they did anything to her sister. "No," Princess Ramona shook her head. "In fact, they were being respectful to her, and she treated them like..." "Like what?" "Like servants." Ethan was surprised about Princess Ramona's words, so he asked Daneslave, who shared a connection with him about what was happening. The ancient Wendigo's priority was to protect Joanne, and since she was always with the princess, Daneslave could easily protect the 2 of them if something happened. But if they were separated, the ancient Wendigo would prioritize Joanne's safety over Princess Ramona's. "Don't worry, Master," Daneslave replied. "They are just having a friendly discussion." "What kind of discussion?" Ethan asked. "It seems that the 2 princes want to hold a party to honor Joanne and introduce her to the nobles as the Tidebringer's sister," Daneslave replied. "Your sister agreed, and it seems that their discussion is about to finish as well. She will be returning shortly." Ethan didn't find anything wrong with this, so he once again asked when this party would be held. "It will happen after 5 days, Master," Dainsleif reported. "The two princes said that they will be sending invitations today to the important people, who will join them in the celebration." 5 days, Ethan thought. "I'll be gone by then. Dainsleif, make sure to watch my sister closely during the party and ensure that no harm will come to her." "Yes, Master." After Ethan cut off his connection with Dainsleif, he assured Princess Ramona that his sister was fine, so she should not worry about her. "Ethan, did you talk with my father?" Princess Ramona asked as she sat beside the young man on the couch. "What did the two of you talk about?" "I just told him that I'll be leaving in 2 days," Ethan replied. "The sooner I deal with the Ratman, the sooner I can come back here." Princess Ramona nodded in understanding and thanked the young man for accepting her father's request. The Magdar Kingdom had a few skirmishes with monsters for the past few years, but they were able to deal with them on their own. The problem with the Ratmen was that their numbers were nothing to scoff at, and if they decided to face them head-on, a full-scale war might happen. Countless lives would be lost, and it would greatly weaken the strength of their kingdom. Even though she was still young, Princess Ramona understood the threat that the Ratmen posed to her kingdom. "If only wars did not happen," Princess Ramona said softly. "If everyone could live in peace and get along with each other, wouldn't the world be a better place?" "There will always be someone who wants more in their life," Ethan commented. "Some kings like to conquer vast swaths of lands and put them under their banner, creating an empire. Some wizards and witches desire more power, not caring on how many lives they have to sacrifice to achieve it. Ramona, remember this. In order to have the peace you want, you must have the power to protect that peace. A kingdom needs to become so powerful that their neighbors will be too scared to wage war against them. So, if you want peace, prepare for war." At that moment, the door of Princess Ramona's room opened. "He's right, you know," Joanne, who had just finished her meeting with Prince Rufus and Prince Amir, stated. "So, if you really wish to become the queen, you should be prepared to fight for it." The young lady then sat on the couch across from Ethan and Princess Ramona and eyed them with a mischievous gaze. "Joanne, I will be leaving in 2 days," Ethan said to inform his sister. "Okay, bring back a souvenir," Joanne replied casually. "But before I go, I will introduce you and Ramona to some new friends," Ethan smirked before snapping his finger. A second later, a portal appeared behind him and dozens of fairies emerged, making Joanne's body subconsciously shudder. She had still not forgotten the incident that happened during Ethan's welcoming party. The fairies she saw back then were too barbaric to be called fairies, so seeing them again now made her remember something unpleasant. "Lappies, this is Princess Ramona." Ethan introduced the princess to the leader of the fairies in Ethan's celestial domain. "Ramona, this is Lappies. I do hope that the two of you get along." "Wow!" Princess Ramona looked at the fairies who were flying all over the room, inspecting the place, and looking for any kind of sweets that might have been left behind. This was the first time that she had seen fairies, and she hoped that they would become her playmates while Ethan was away. 2 days after Ethan and the king had their talk, the young man stood in front of Princess Ramona's residence to bid the two girls farewell. "I'll come back as soon as I can," Ethan said. "Make sure to stay safe while I'm away." "I will," Princess Ramona replied. "Come back as soon as you can, and make sure to bring souvenirs," Joanne commented with her arms crossed over her chest. "We want sweets," Lappies, who was sitting on Princess Ramona's shoulder, stated. "Yes, we want sweets. This kingdom is so pitiful. They don't even have cake, only bread. They don't even have candies, only fruits. They have no chocolates, only fruit juice. Why can't they even make something as simple as macarons? What kind of backwater kingdom is this? This kingdom needs an upgrade on their sweets production. We will make Ramona the queen to ensure that this will be called a sweets kingdom in the future." Yes. The fairies, who weren't satisfied with the food of the Magdar kingdom, started to complain and made a ruckus, making Princess Ramona cover her face in embarrassment. Having her kingdom called pitiful and backwater hurt more than she expected. But since she knew that aside from their addiction to sweets, the fairies had been good to her and even played with her every day. "Okay, how about this?" Ethan raised his finger. "I'll fill up several baskets with candies before I leave. Just eat them in moderation so they won't be gone right away." Yay. "Master, you're the best." "Master, you're awesome." "Master, you're amazing." "Master, marry me." Ethan only smiled as he asked the maids to bring him several empty baskets. The candies from the celestial domain couldn't be brought out to the outside world, so he would need to use his stockpile of candies to satisfy the sweet-loving fairies, who would be left behind to become Ramona's and Joanne's playmates. After her initial shock passed, Joanne found that the fairies were actually nice and very friendly. Since she was Ethan's sister, they praised her a lot and flattered her to the point of being bootlickers. They knew that if they got along with their master's sister, they would get rewarded with sweets, so they didn't hesitate to become friends with Joanne and Princess Ramona. Ethan also handed a bag of sweets to Princess Ramona and Joanne, which left the former confused and the latter happy. "What is this?" Princess Ramona, as she picked up a colorful candy shaped like a ball from the small pouch that Ethan had given her. "It's called candy," Lappy said. "Go on, put it in your mouth and have a taste." Princess Ramona glanced at Ethan, and the latter nodded at her, telling her that it was safe to eat. The moment the sweetness spread inside her mouth, Princess Ramona's eyes widened in shock. "It's good," Princess Ramona exclaimed, making the fairies look at her smugly, as if they were welcoming a new sister in their fold who would soon know how good candies were. Joanne, on the other hand, ate quietly. Unlike the princess, who was ignorant about sweets, she had been raised with a golden spoon. Anything she wanted to eat was given to her, so eating cakes and sweets had become the norm to her. Just like the fairies, she was also disappointed by how simple the desserts were in the Magdar kingdom. Fortunately, her brother had a stockpile of candies and chocolates, which he used to bribe the fairies of Brynhildr Academy. After making sure that the fairies would have enough candies to last them for weeks, Ethan finally bid his goodbye and summoned his wind dancer. "See you soon," Ethan said before flying high up in the sky, heading northwards. The smile on Joanne's face widened after her brother finally left. There were a lot of things that she couldn't do because he was always around. Now that Ethan was gone, she could finally proceed with the plan she had in mind in order to support Ramona, so that she would become the queen of the Magdar kingdom. Originally, she didn't have any intention of intervening with the politics of the kingdom. But after becoming Princess Ramona's friend, the devilish girl had come up with a plan after Prince Rufus' plan to charm her backfired on him. Before leaving Prince Amir's residence that day, Joanne's other half not only charmed Prince Rufus, she also charmed Prince Amir as well. Using these two individuals, she asked them to come up with an event where the other princes and the nobles of the kingdom would gather together. The two, who were now her loyal slaves, proposed to hold a welcoming party for her, so that the influential nobles could talk to her privately during the party, which was the perfect opportunity to charm them. Yes, Joanne's plan was sinister, because she planned to charm the entirety of the Magdar kingdom, with the exception of its king. Fortunately, her charm doesn't render the affected people's freedom. They would just feel deep devotion towards her, which would not hinder them from performing their duties. Even if someone used a spell to observe the charmed individuals, they would not detect anything. That was how potent Joanne's charm ability was, which was a specialty of her other half. Ethan's sister didn't like doing things passively, while they waited for King Baldur to make a decision on who he would choose as his successor. Even if the king chose a different candidate, aside from her friend, that was fine as well. Those candidates would forever be subservient to Joanne, listening to whatever she said. Even if she returned to the future, the charm spell would persist unless someone extremely powerful was able to detect and dispel it. However, Joanne's other half wasn't too worried about that. By the time someone discovered her plan, the king would have already chosen his successor, who would ensure that Joanne lived a happy and fulfilling life. Joanne glanced at her friend, who was now surrounded by fairies. All of them were urging her to look for people whom they could teach the art of candy making to. The princess was totally on board with this idea because, after tasting how delicious candies and chocolates were, she believed that it would be a great loss if she wasn't able to share this delicious discovery with her entire kingdom. "Talking with you, my lady, is an amazing experience," the first prince of the Magdar kingdom said with a smile. "I agree with you wholeheartedly, brother." The third prince of the kingdom, Prince Miles, nodded. "Lady Joanne is truly an exceptional lady." Ethan's sister only smiled when she heard the praises of the two princes. She had successfully charmed them an hour ago. At that time, they were discussing the different factions supporting the princes from the shadows. Now that the four top contenders, aside from Princess Ramona, were already under her thumb, her friend would no longer be in danger of being targeted by the likes of them. At the moment, they were discussing the upcoming party, where she would meet the high-ranking officials, as well as the influential people in the kingdom. Once she gained control of these people, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entirety of the kingdom would be under her command. However, there was a certain group of people that might pose a risk to her plan, and that group was none other than the Council of Sorcerers. It was an organization of sorcerers in the Magdar kingdom, similar to the Magistratus of the Shire continent. Joanne's other half was confident that she could charm them as well, but she didn't want to take that risk. Some of these sorcerers were supporting the prince of their choice to be the next king, and their influence was considerable as well. Ever since the sixth prince was exiled by the king, the sorcerers had cautiously taken a step back, because King Baldur had announced that any attempt to harm Ramona would anger the Tidebringer. They might be powerful sorcerers, but none of them wished to antagonize a deity who could command the entirety of the lands of Alaster to hunt them down. "Make sure to not invite the sorcerers to the party," Joanne ordered after she placed her teacup on the table. "I don't want those annoying men ruining my welcoming party." "Of course, Lady Joanne," Prince Dylan replied. "We will not let them ruin your special night, my lady," Prince Miles nodded. "We will place guards to prevent them from entering the venue," Prince Rufus stated. "If they attempt to gate crash, I'll make sure to put in a word to Father about it," Prince Amir declared. Joanne nodded. "Good. The party is in 2 days. Have you already prepared everything?" "Yes," Prince Rufus replied. "I have already sent the invitations to all the influential people in the city. Anyone of importance in the kingdom will definitely come to see you, my lady." "The food and entertainment have also been finalized," Prince Amir answered. "Everything is ready, my lady." "Both of you did well," Joanne praised Prince Amir and Prince Rufus, making the two of them smile from ear to ear. "I don't know who among you will become the king, but make sure to look after Ramona for me, okay?" "Of course, Ramona is our sister after all. We will make sure that she will live a happy life. Her safety will be our top priority. It is a brother's duty to spoil his little sister. I will not let you down, my lady." Joanne paused for a bit after hearing that it was a brother's duty to spoil his little sister. "That's right," Joanne's other half commented. "It's our brother's duty to spoil us. The only problem is that you refuse to be spoiled by him, Joanne. Boo-hoo." "Shut up," Joanne replied. "You're annoying." "HMPH. When our brother returns, I'll make sure to spend some happy moments with him." "Please stop. You're making me cringe." The mere thought of seeing herself acting all cute toward her brother made Joanne involuntarily shudder. Her other half giggled upon seeing her priceless reaction. Before Ethan left to deal with the Ratmen, he would often sleep on the same bed as her and Ramona. Ramona would usually lay at the center, separating Joanne and Ethan. But whenever Joanne woke up in the morning, she would find herself sleeping on her brother's right side, hugging him like a pillow. Of course, the culprit who made her that way was none other than her other half, annoying her greatly. Although it annoyed her, she didn't say anything against it. Ever since she slept close to her brother, her sleep became peaceful, and she always woke up feeling revitalized. Now that her brother was away from the Magdar kingdom, the only one she could hug in her sleep was Princess Ramona. However, her sleep wasn't as good as the times when she had been hugging her brother. "Lady Joanne, is something wrong?" Prince Amir asked. "You dazed out for a moment." "I'm fine," Joanne sighed before standing up. "I'll go back to Ramona's residence. All of you return to your duties as princes of the kingdom." "Yes, my lady." After leaving Prince Amir's residence, Joanne's other half praised her for a job well done. "So, what do you plan to do after the party?" Joanne's other half asked. "Our brother said that it will take a few months before we can return to the present." "What else?" Joanne asked back. "Train Ramona and maybe go out for a picnic from time to time." "A picnic is a good idea," Joanne's other half commented. "Also, it will be a shame if we don't do some sightseeing here in the Magdar kingdom. Aren't you curious about what a kingdom from the past looks like?" "What's there to see?" Joanne replied. "It's just some farms, muddy roads, monsters, bandits, and tribes. There's nothing good to see aside from some beautiful scenery from nature." "Well, that's true, but there is one more thing that we can do. And that is, maybe talk to the mermaid, who always observes us whenever we are on the balcony." The young lady stopped walking after hearing her other half's words. "There's a mermaid?" Joanne asked. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I've never seen a mermaid before." "Well, this is a good opportunity to meet her," Joanne's other half smirked. "She's secretly observing brother from afar. If not for the fact that I'm very sensitive to such gazes, I wouldn't have been able to detect her." "Is she around right now?" "Let's go to the balcony first. I'll know once we're facing the sea." The young lady hastened her pace as she headed back to Princess Ramona's residence. She had long wanted to meet a mermaid, whom she often read tales about in books. Since there was a perfect opportunity to meet one, she would definitely not miss this chance. "Welcome back, Joanne," Princess Ramona greeted as soon as her friend entered the living room. "Come with me," Joanne replied as she gestured for the princess to follow her to the balcony. The princess tilted her head in confusion, but since the fairies also followed behind Ethan's sister, she decided to follow suit and see what was going on. When they arrived at the balcony, Joanne narrowed her eyes and scanned the sea in front of her. However, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see any signs of a mermaid in the vicinity. "She's there," Joanne's other half said. "She's just looking at you from under the sea." After hearing her other half's confirmation, the young lady glanced at Lapis, who was sitting on Princess Ramona's shoulder. "Do water fairies and mermaids get along with each other?" Joanne asked. "Well, we at least don't hate each other, that's for sure," Lapis replied. "But we don't go out of our way to meet each other. There is a mermaid observing us from the sea. Can you talk to her and tell her that I want to meet her?" Joanne stated. Princess Ramona, who was listening from the side, couldn't help but widen her eyes. She wouldn't have ever thought that there would be a mermaid observing them from the sea. The princess suddenly became very excited because she had never met a mermaid before. On the other hand, her grandma had met a mermaid when she was younger, and it was that mermaid who told her grandmother about the story of the Tidebringer. If possible, she wanted to meet a mermaid herself. "Maybe I can become friends with a mermaid as well," Princess Ramona thought excitedly as Joanne and Lapis talked to each other. "I'll go take a look," Lapis said before flying toward the sea, accompanied by 5 more water fairies who also wanted to meet the mermaid. The 2 girls watched as the 5 fairies dove into the water, disappearing from their sight. Several minutes later, the 5 fairies returned and told Joanne that the mermaid agreed to meet them tonight, making Princess Ramona clap her hands happily. "I'll finally be able to see and meet a mermaid," Princess Ramona said. "Maybe she can tell us more stories about the Tidebringer." Joanne faintly smiled, uncontrollably infected by her friend's cheerful energy. While the 2 were happily chatting about meeting a mermaid, the mermaid in question looked at them with amusement from under the sea. She knew that Ethan had left the princess' residence to go someplace else, but But the mermaid princess decided to stay because she was very curious about Joanne, who had the same hair color and features as her brother. Truth be told, the mermaid princess also wished to talk to Joanne and ask her about the young man, whom she had attacked several days ago. After the misunderstanding was cleared that day, she decided to observe him from afar and get to know him better through her scrying abilities. From what she could tell, Joanne hated her brother, which made her wonder how that came to be. She also found out that the princess liked Ethan very much, amusing her as well. The mermaid princess was also aware that there was an invisible ancient Wendigo currently guarding the two girls. She didn't know how Ethan was able to tame such a powerful and dangerous monster, but since it was subservient to him, she decided to ignore this matter for the time being. Several hours passed, and the time she set to meet them had finally arrived. Riding Joanne's flying broom, the two girls flew toward the location where they would meet with the mermaid princess. The water fairies were in front of them, serving as a guide. And even if it was dark, they were able to travel safely since the water fairies glowed in the darkness. "Don't be afraid, okay?" Lappy said as the dozens of fairies encircled Joanne's flying broom. "We will use a spell to create a water bubble, which would allow you to breathe underwater." As soon as she finished talking, the water fairies cast their spell. Just as Lappies had told them, the flying broom was encapsulated by a water bubble. "Let's dive," one of the fairies said before diving headfirst toward the surface of the water. Joanne navigated her flying broom to do the same, and soon, she and Princess Ramona entered the dark sea, which was nearly devoid of light. "We will keep diving," Lappies said through telepathy. "Just follow me." Fear was slowly creeping onto Princess Ramona, for she was truly afraid of the dark. Because of this, she hugged Joanne tightly as if her life depended on it. "You have nothing to fear, Ramona," Joanne said. "I will protect you. Besides, Lappies and the others will keep you safe." After hearing her friend's words of assurance, Princess Ramona slowly regained her calm. Finally, after diving for more than a minute, the two saw a blue glow in the distance, which they believed was their destination. "Welcome, guests." A soothing and beautiful voice reached the two girls' ears as they made their way to the blue dome of light. When the water bubble and the dome of light collided, Joanne and Ramona found themselves staring at an extremely beautiful lady who was looking at the two of them with a smile. Mermaid," Princess Ramona pointed at the mermaid princess, making the latter giggle. "Yes, I am a mermaid," the mermaid princess replied. "Nice to meet you, Princess Ramona." After realizing that she had childishly stated the obvious, the princess' face turned beet red out of embarrassment. Joanne, on the other hand, observed their surroundings. The water bubble had disappeared, and yet the two of them were able to breathe underwater. They could even talk telepathically, which she believed was the power of the mermaid who had come to meet them. "I already know both of your names, but I think it will also be good if we properly introduce ourselves to each other," the mermaid princess said. "I agree," Princess Ramona replied. "My name is Ramona von Magdar, 12th princess of the Magdar Kingdom. I am currently 12 years old." "Joanne Valentin," Joanne said with a smile. "Greetings, Princess Ramona, Joanne," the mermaid princess nodded with a smile. "My name is Illumina Laziali Astria, but feel free to just call me Illumina." Illumina smiled at the two girls, whom she had wanted to talk to for a long time. Now that an opportunity had arrived, she would ask them to tell her everything about the young man who was currently on an expedition away from the Magdar Kingdom. Margrave Forest. 2 days after leaving the Magdar Kingdom, Ethan finally arrived at the Margrave Forest. It was an ancient forest that seemed to extend as far as the eye could see. At its center was a giant tree, which Ethan assumed to be a young world tree. If his estimate was correct, the tree was more or less 200 meters tall. It was already big and tall, but it paled in comparison to an adult world tree, which usually had a height of thousands of meters, so high as if breaking through the sky. While Ethan was minding his own business and appreciating the scenery around him, a shrill screech sounded, prompting him to look to his right side. There, he saw over a dozen griffins flying in his direction. These griffins weren't ordinary griffins. They had elves riding on top of them, and these elves were holding bows loaded with arrows aimed in his direction. "What a warm welcome," Sebastian commented. "I forgot that elves don't usually like it when people trespass in their domain, especially the elves of this era. The Tidebringer also had problems with them since they are an arrogant bunch." "And did he get along with them?" Ethan asked with curiosity. "Well, back then, the Tidebringer wasn't really in a good mood when he visited this forest. Let's just say that the elves added salt to injury, and all hell broke loose in the end. Then I'm sure that those elves still remember that. After all, only hundreds of years have passed." Ethan's other half smirked. "For them, that much time is nothing. Maybe some of them developed some kind of trauma after the Tidebringer was done with them." "Sounds like a good idea. Ethan, give them hell." "Yeah, show us some fireworks." Ethan ignored the two members of his peanut gallery and stopped his wind dancer from advancing forward. He just made it float in the air as he watched the elves encircle him with wary looks on their faces. "Who are you, and what are you doing here in the Margrave Forest?" an elf wearing green light armor asked. Ethan assumed that this person was the leader of these elves, so he decided to settle this matter peacefully. "My name is Ethan," Ethan replied, "but some of you might know me as the Tidebringer." As soon as the word Tidebringer was said, all the elves flinched as if they had been electrocuted by something. "Stop lying," the captain of the elves stuttered. "You're not the Tidebringer." "Are you sure?" Ethan asked in a teasing tone. "You might want to double check. Certainly, you don't want to experience a repeat of what happened in the past, right?" The elven captain turned pale, even more so after taking a good look at the teenage boy in front of him. He remembered the description of the young man with long blue hair and blue eyes, whom the elves mustn't offend no matter what. "Are you really the Tidebringer?" a lady elf asked with curiosity. "Maybe," Ethan replied with a smile. His playful tone made the elven lady arch an eyebrow, but after half a minute had passed, she raised her hand and ordered the other elves to lower their weapons. "I guess this lady is the real captain of the group," Ethan's other half commented. "Why don't you take this opportunity to ask her about the Ratmen? I mean, the Cloudwall Mountains are just right past the Mangrave Forest. If they are this zealous about patrolling their domain, there's a possibility that they have also encountered the Ratmen scouting party." Ethan thought that this was a sound idea, so while everyone was uncertain about how to deal with him, he addressed the elven lady politely. "I am only passing through here to go to the Cloudwall Mountains," Ethan stated. "I received a report that a horde of Ratmen might be plotting to head southward with the intention of spreading plague and pestilence to the lands. If this report is true, then I plan to deal with them. So, if you have encountered them before, can you tell me any information that you know about them?" The elven lady was surprised after Ethan stated his purpose for coming to their domain. "Just answer my one question," the elf lady stated. "Are you really the Tidebringer?" "No," Ethan replied, "but I'm the closest to his existence here in the lands of Alastair." "Ha, so you're not really him." The elf man, whom Ethan thought was the elven captain earlier, finally found the courage to speak. "How dare you try to lie to me? Everyone surround this filthy Huma." Before the elf could even finish his words, Ethan summoned his sea god's trident and pointed its tip to the heavens. A moment later, black clouds gathered above the Margrave Forest. Thunder and lightning grandly made their presence known, which made the elf man look in horror as a single lightning bolt descended upon him. Suddenly, a barrier appeared above the griffin riders, protecting them from the lightning bolt that could have given them serious injury. Ethan had no plans to injure anyone. He only summoned the bolt of lightning because his other half told him that someone with strong magical powers was observing him from the World Tree. His other half assured that the being would not allow any of their people from getting injured by Ethan's simple demonstration. "Please forgive my grandson for being naive and ignorant, Your Excellency." A beautiful voice spread in the surroundings. He is only 100 years old, so he is still ignorant of the world. See, Ethan's other half smirked. I told you so. Ethan didn't say anything and commanded the thunderstorm to increase its influence. The roars of thunder echoed across the sky, as if telling the elves that if they messed with him, he would make them regret it. Calm your anger, Tidebringer. Although you are indeed not the one who visited us hundreds of years ago, his blood flows in your veins. You must be his descendant. Again, I apologize for my grandson's offense. How about we talk this out, and I will answer the question you asked earlier. Sounds good, Ethan replied before navigating his wind dancer to fly toward the young world tree. None of the elves dared to stop him, because the roaring thunderstorm above their heads prevented them from doing anything reckless. Also, their queen had already spoken. It would be rude to offend the guest, whom she personally invited to proceed to the Griffin Court. Ethan, who was making a beeline toward the world tree, flew over countless tree houses, with elves looking at him fearfully. It seemed that his show of power had been very effective, seeing that the other Griffin riders only watched him from afar and didn't dare to block his path. When he was near the world tree, he noticed a single tree house at its base. There, an elven lady with long green hair was looking at him with a solemn expression on her face. The young man descended and hovered a dozen meters away from the elf, looking at her calmly. The two stared at each other for a while before the elf bowed her head respectfully. My name is Elyon Lamaril, Elyon said softly. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Ethan. I am Ethan Gremory, Ethan properly introduced himself. I hope that we can get along well. After they exchanged their greetings, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, allowing light to once again shine down on the forest. Elyon sighed in relief. She didn't want to experience a repeat of the events that happened hundreds of years ago when the elves tried to mess with someone whom they shouldn't have messed with. Please come inside, Ethan, Elyon smiled. I'm sure that you're tired from your journey, so relax for a while before we talk about the Pestes Empire, which is slowly but surely corrupting the lands around the Cloudwall Mountains. Ethan nodded and followed the elven lady inside her treehouse. The treehouse wasn't Elyon's home. It was a house customly constructed to receive guests, especially esteemed guests like the Tidebringer. It was quite spacious and 3 stories high. As Ethan sat on a wooden couch, he was served tea made from the leaves of the world tree. Before you return, make sure to get some leaves from this tree, Ethan's other half said. It has healing properties, and it can get rid of most poisons in the body. It would be a shame if we don't take some of it back to the present as a souvenir. The young man nodded, because he thought that this was also a good idea. As soon as he took a sip of the tea, he immediately felt revitalized, and all his fatigue from his 2-day journey to Margrave Forest disappeared. The lands of Alistair was an entire continent, so its lands were very vast. If he wasn't in a hurry to return to the Magdar Kingdom, Ethan would have done some sightseeing with Joanne and Princess Ramona. Although he missed them, he knew that he should focus on the elf lady in front of him, who was also sipping the tea to calm her nerves. Well then, let's talk about the Pestes Empire. Elyon placed her teacup on the table in front of her. Their former home wasn't the Cloudwall Mountains, but the Oster Hills located in the northeastern part of the Slarka Swamp. The lizard men didn't want the ratmen to share their turf, so they hunted them down, forcing them to head south of the Duchy of Morgau. The humans, who have been suffering from countless monster raids in the past, didn't like the idea of letting a bunch of ratmen build their nest near their homes. They attacked their colony, forcing the ratmen to once again head southward, until they found their safe haven in the Cloudwall Mountains. After suffering for many years, being hunted down by the lizard men and humans, they were finally given some breathing room to increase their numbers. When the size of their colony increased, they soon remembered all of their old grudges and decided that it was time to take revenge on those who made them suffer. Elyon raised her head to look at the young man in front of her, who was listening silently to her story. At first, it started as a few skirmishes on the borders of the Duchy of Morgau. But soon, it escalated into full-blown raids, with hundreds of ratmen descending from the mountain and pillaging the surrounding lands. At first, they only stole many forms of livestock, but as their confidence and boldness grew, they started targeting humans, bringing them back to their colony as food and as playthings. A year later, they sent an army to the territory of the lizard men and started to infest their swamps with pestilence. This was their revenge for almost being driven to extinction. Originally, ratmen wasn't a smart race, but it seems that a leader was born among them, now leading them to wage war on their neighbors. We've also had skirmishes with them in the past. Now, the border of the forest and the Cloudwall Mountains has become an infected land, destroying the land around it. The majority of our forces are stationed on the border, preventing the ratmen from further defiling our land. Unfortunately, their numbers are quickly increasing, and they also like using wave tactics to further push the pestilence that they created into our sacred forest. I'm afraid that within a decade or two, the entirety of the mangrove forest will be turned into a wasteland. Once that happens, we will be forced to migrate somewhere to escape the plague that the ratmen bring. After Elyon finished her story, Ethan closed his eyes to think of a way to handle this situation. The ratmen might have started this war for revenge, but soon it would spin out of control until the surrounding lands had turned into a wasteland, with not a single plant or life form growing in sight. After careful consideration, Ethan decided to stay the night in the treehouse to think things through. He was still on the fence about whether he should eliminate the ratmen or find a compromise that would prevent them from wantonly attacking their neighbors. Inside the underground city, within the Cloudwall Mountains, the humans are amassing their forces. Yes, a ratman shaman said. They come in great numbers to kill us. Foolish humans, it is not us who will get killed. It will be their corpses which would be forever buried in these mountains. Yes. A ratman, who sat on a throne made of rocks, slowly opened its eyes and smirked. If it's killing they wants, killing they will gets, the Ratman King declared, making the entire colony cheer. They were no longer the small and weak ratmen who could be bullied by the lizard men and the humans. The ratmen had finally gained the power to fight back, and with it, they would make sure that those who had hunted them down in the past would now become the hunted. An army that numbered tens of thousands marched down the Cloudwall Mountains. Their destination was none other than the Duchy of Morgo. Several years ago, the humans there had attacked the ratmen as the latter was running from the lizard men of the Slarka swamp. Since then, the ratmen had kept their grudge bottled up. They weren't originally an aggressive race and were fine living in their colony. However, when bombarded with violence and brutality, even the gentlest creature would have no choice but to adapt or die as per the rule of natural selection. Perhaps it was this sense of desperation that made several members of this pitiful race give birth to individuals with the ability to use magic. And one among these special individuals had the vision to ensure that his race would thrive enough to be capable of seeking vengeance on those who almost pushed their race to extinction. His name was Kesnir, and he was now the Rat King of the Pestes Empire. When he came of age, the deity of pestilence spoke to him in a dream, and a contract between them was forged. Using this power, he gave his brethren the ability to spread pestilence and corruption across the land. Wherever a ratman died, that place would be corrupted, and only those born from corruption could live in it. Kesnir wanted those who had forced them to migrate to feel the same desperation they did. He wanted them to understand what it meant to be driven away from their homeland and forced to become vagabonds with no place to call their home. The human villages and towns at the base of the Cloudwall Mountains had long been abandoned. Their residents had long moved to major cities, which had a defensive wall and guards protecting them. Having already anticipated the attack from the ratmen, they had chosen the farthest settlements to ensure their safety from the inevitable invasion that could end their lives. Seeing that their original targets were nowhere to be found, the ratmen continued their march, but this time, they didn't move deeper into human lands. No. They headed straight to the Slarka swamp, which belonged to the lizard men. The ratmen hated the humans, but the hate they felt for the latter paled in comparison to the hate they felt toward the lizard race, the culprit for the disruption of their peaceful lives. The lizard men, aware of the ratmen's intention to take revenge, attempted to send messengers to the Pestes Empire in order to negotiate terms for a peace treaty. But Kesnir ignored them. The ratmen would no longer tolerate living under the same sky as the lizard men of the Slarka swamp, so they sent their army for the kill. The lizard men, who had also been anticipating the ratmen's advance, had created defensive moats within the swamp in an attempt to delay the ratmen or force them into a battle of attrition. Since they could swim quickly in water, they planned to use guerrilla tactics against the ratmen, whittling down their number and forcing them to retreat. However, the ratmen didn't attack the lizard men without a plan. They had come prepared. As soon as they entered the territory of the lizard men, the ratmen didn't advance toward the settlements of the lizard men right away. No, they first went to the water source of the swamp. Upon realizing where the ratmen were headed, the lizard men felt alarmed and rushed the execution of their pre-planned guerrilla tactics. With it, they hoped that it would deter the enemies from reaching their destination. However, the ratmen were no longer the pushover race they once were. Knowing that their enemy would attack them in the middle of their journey, they placed countless scouts in the surroundings, who would warn them if the lizard men were approaching. These scouts were blessed with exceptional senses, allowing them to hear, see, and smell the approaching lizard men. The moment they deem it fit, they would warn the bulk of their army to prepare for a surprise attack. When the two forces clashed, blood spilled into the swamp, dyeing it red and green, gradually mixing into brown. No matter how many ratmen died, none of them backed down, and all of them relentlessly massacred the enemies that were trying to get in their way. The ratmen who died were deliberately left alone on the ground. For their race, they would serve another purpose even in death. Kilsthems, the commander of the ratmen, who went by the name Karar, ordered, "Wipe them out from the face of the Slarka swamps." "You wretched rats," the leader of the ratmen army roared. "We will kill you owls." The ratmen and lizardmen shouted their war cries and fought each other with savage brutality. Their hate for each other was clear as day. One side was trying to defend their home, and the other was taking revenge for what had been done to them in the past, which made them lose their home. Several skirmishes would continue for half a day, until the ratmen finally reached their destination. The ratmen had headed to their former homeland, which was right beside a massive waterfall that they formerly called Krakova Waterfall. Upon their arrival, all of them began to dump a yellowish substance on the water of the waterfall that flowed toward the swamp. They intended to contaminate every water source that was connected to the waterfall, which would be a faster way to deal with the lizardmen race. As the pestilence-filled water slowly spread into the swamp, the fish living in it started to stir and swim as far away from the source of the corruption as fast as possible. This mass migration resulted in a frenzy, causing countless number of fish to jump out of the water in an attempt to escape the deadly poison that was swiftly spreading in the waters of the Slarka swamp. The lizardmen also panicked, having realized what the ratmen were trying to do. They were trying to kill the land entirely, corrupting it and making sure that the lizardmen would not be able to live in the Slarka swamp ever again. After dumping all the jugs filled to the brim with pestilence into the waterfall, the ratmen started their advance toward the ancestral lands of the lizardmen race. Their revenge had only just begun, and they would not stop until the lizardmen paid for their arrogance with their lives. With the momentum on their side, the ratmen swept through the various settlements of the lizardmen with one goal, and one goal only: total annihilation. The lizardmen fought bravely. However, disadvantaged by the current state of the swamp, they were unable to implement their original plan, as those who dared to swim in the water would immediately feel as if their throats were burning. They might be able to hold their breaths for a long period of time, but the corrupted waters carrying fast-acting pestilence and diseases could seep through their scales. This weakened the lizard men's tough bodies, preventing them from performing at their peak potential. The lizard men resisted with everything they had, but the march of the rat men was unstoppable. Step by painful meter, they were slowly being pushed back, leaving only the dead and dying behind. The rat men who died in battle only strengthened the pestilence that was spreading through the water, for their very blood carried these diseases. They were walking and breathing biological weapons, so it didn't matter if they killed their opponents with their weapons or with their dead bodies. They would win either way, sealing the fate of anyone who opposed them. All the lizard men fought bravely. Unfortunately, bravery alone was not enough to overcome their current situation. In the end, a mass evacuation was initiated all across the Slarka swamp as the proud lizard men fled from the invading ratmen, whose shrill cries reverberated across the land. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. By the end of it, the entire lizard men race abandoned the Slarka swamp because they no longer had any future living in it. News of the battle between the lizard men and the ratmen spread like wildfire. The human kingdoms that bordered the Slarka swamp immediately went on high alert as they hastened to raise their defenses against a possible ratmen invasion. The Thorngard kingdom, the Skagerholm kingdom, and the Wallenberg kingdom had dispatched their emissaries to the ratmen. They were hoping that they could use diplomacy to prevent their kingdoms from suffering the same fate as the lizard men, who were forced to move to the Reaver coast. The human kingdoms believed that the lizard men planned to swim across the sea to reach the Jomsborg Isle, which they would make their temporary home. If the lizard men continued to flee northward, even the ratmen wouldn't be able to catch up to them because they weren't proficient in seafaring. This meant that their next targets would be the 3 human kingdoms, who had formally formed an alliance to resist the ratmen's race territory expansion. After securing the Slarka swamp, the ratmen regrouped as their commander, Karar, pondered on their next course of action. Although they had great numbers, the lizard men still managed to kill a quarter of their army. This would pose no problem if they were to only attack the Duchy of Morgau, which belonged to the Kingdom of Wallenberg. His people might be victorious and feeling very happy now, but it didn't change the fact that they also felt exhaustion after the week-long battle against the lizard men. "Tell everyone to rest for 3 days," Karar ordered. "After that, we shall attack the human lands." The ratmen cheered and executed their commander's orders. While this was happening, Ethan had just arrived at the Duchy of Morgau. Along the way, he had not seen a single human, only abandoned villages and towns. There had been signs that a massive army had passed through these lands, but seeing that there were no signs of battle, the young man assumed that the people managed to escape before the ratmen invaded their lands. Following the trail left behind by the army, Ethan arrived at the borders of the Slarka swamp. "The swamp here has been corrupted," Sebastian frowned. "If left alone, this entire swamp will become the breeding grounds of those rats, as well as any foul creatures who are immune to plagues and diseases. It's also possible that it will spawn new abominations that will spread a deadly plague in the lands of Alaster, wiping out every living thing in this land," Ethan's other half commented. Ethan frowned because this was something that he didn't want to happen. Although he felt a bit sympathetic toward the ratmen, that didn't mean that he approved of their intention to devastate the surrounding lands until only their race was left. He would not be able to sit still, knowing that there was a possibility that the ratmen would head southward, past the mangrove forest and into the Magdar kingdom, where Princess Ramona lived. There was no way that he would let a threat like this continue after he returned to the future. Using the water of the swamp as a medium to locate the ratmen army, Ethan was able to find where they had set their camp. He didn't hesitate to fly in that direction, observing the ratmen from the sky. The ratmen naturally sensed his presence, and some of them even shot arrows in his direction. However, Ethan simply flew higher until their arrows couldn't reach him anymore. Summoning his wand, Ethan magnified his voice and addressed the one commanding the ratmen in the swamp. "Who is your leader?" Ethan asked, his voice booming in the surroundings like thunder, making the ratmen on the ground narrow their eyes. "Was askings," Karer asked back. He felt enraged after hearing someone dare to address them in this manner, after they had just driven out their mortal enemy, the lizard men. However, Ethan's next words made him pause and wonder if he had heard his reply properly. "The Tidebringer." "You speak Lys," Karer replied. "And even if Yaus are the Tidebringers, so what's? Where were Yaus when our race was being killeds? Where were Yaus when our kind was being hunted downs? Where were you when we needed you the most? Tidebringer, your name means nothing to us." All the ratmen screeched in anger towards the young man, who was out of their reach. "I know that all of you have suffered and been forced to flee in desperation," Ethan stated. "But I cannot allow you to spread your pestilence all over the land. Can't we reach a compromise? Is there a way for your kind to live with the other kingdoms peacefully?" Karer laughed out loud after hearing Ethan's words. The Tidebringer was the spiritual support of all the races in the lands of Alastair. But for the ratmen, this deity was someone who had turned a blind eye to their suffering. Since then, the ratmen changed the object of their worship to the Lord of Pestilence, Era. This was the deity who had lent a hand to the ratmen during their darkest moments. It was thanks to him that they gained the power to rise once again. Even if they were facing the Tidebringer, none of the ratmen were afraid. They knew that even if they perished in battle, their deity would avenge them by turning the lands of Alastair into a corrupted land. And only those who worshipped Era would be allowed to live in it. "The time of the Tidebringer is over," Karer shouted. "It is now Lord Era's turn to rule the lands of Alastair's. He will prevail. Glory to Lord Eris. Glory to Lord Eris. Glory to Lord Eris. Glory to Lord Eris." The shouts of the ratmen reverberated across the Slarka swamp, making the spies of the human kingdoms who had come to monitor their movements shudder. A chill ran down their spine as the ratmen's eyes glowed yellow in preparation for a battle to the death. "They're serious, Ethan," Sebastian commented. "I think whoever that Eras is has brainwashed the entire ratman race into serving him." "This isn't good." Ethan's other half-face became solemn. "Ethan, I know that you don't like senseless killing, but there's no hope for them anymore. They've sworn their allegiance to a progenitor." "A progenitor?" Ethan frowned. "That Eras that they spoke of is a progenitor." "Yes, and a very nasty one," Ethan's other half replied. "He is one of the so-called Dark Ones who only wish to spread pestilence and corruption to the world. His true body might not be on this plane of existence, but his followers can borrow his power. In the worst-case scenario, he can even descend to this realm for a brief period of time as long as the right conditions are met. In his case, sacrificing thousands of lives is enough to summon him, and we would have a major problem on our hands." Ethan's expression turned grim as he steeled himself to wipe out the ratmen to prevent the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately, the ratmen had prepared for everything, including the intervention of higher beings, such as the Tidebringer himself. Eras knew that the lands of Alastair were under the Tidebringer's protection, but he wasn't too worried about that. At most, the Tidebringer was only a colossi, while he was a progenitor. There might only be one rank difference between the two of them, but progenitors would always be stronger than a colossi. Also, Ethan wasn't even a colossi. He had just inherited the Tidebringer's legacy and hadn't even unlocked its 4th and 5th levels. Dark clouds formed above the skis of the Slarka swamp as Ethan summoned a thunderstorm in order to aid him in battle. While this was happening, the ratmen shamans were already chanting their spells, using the entirety of the Slarka swamp as a medium for their grand spell. Ethan, who knew whom he should prioritize to eliminate, targeted the ratmen shamans with his thunderbolts. However, his attacks were blocked by a wall of ratmen who sacrificed their own lives to protect their brethren. The young man no longer held back and unleashed countless lightning bolts at the same time, making those who witnessed this scene think that the end of the world was coming. However, with every lightning bolt that descended, several ratmen would fearlessly use their bodies to tank its damage, not caring even if they died in the process. There were tens of thousands of ratmen, and most of them were wearing artifacts that gave them resistance to magical attacks. Even with Ethan's bombardment, they managed to protect their shamans at the cost of their lives. "No good," Sebastian exclaimed. "They are using the ratmen that you killed as a sacrifice to empower their spell." As if to confirm Sebastian's observation, the commander of the ratmen, Karir, laughed out loud. Yes, kills us," Karir laughed. "Use our lives to summon our Lord Eris. He will avenge us. He will avenge us." Ethan roared as he gathered all the lightning bolts at the tip of this sea god's trident and unleashed a giant lightning dragon headed towards the shamans. At that exact moment, a giant magic circle appeared within the Slarka swamp, and a bestial roar reverberated across the land, making the surviving ratmen rejoice. Ethan's lightning dragon descended upon the shamans, and a loud explosion followed suit, bathing the world in a brilliant light. Powerful gusts of wind pushed Ethan back from the sky as he momentarily lost control of his wind dancer. When the light receded, the young man glanced in the direction of the Slarka swamp. The once lively home of the lizardmen had turned into a land of devastation. Ethan's expression turned grim as he looked at the monster that was standing at the center of all of this destruction. "You're not the Tidebringer," an ancient voice that sounded like nails scratching a chalkboard spread in the surroundings. "But that's fine. Yes, it doesn't matter who stands in my ways. This lance is doomed to fall in my hands." The yellow giant rat, who was over 100 meters tall, stared at Ethan with ridicule. The young man took out his wand and summoned fairy wings on his back, which made the giant rat chuckle. "Just what creature are youse?" the giant rat asked. Interestings. This is the first time I'm seeing something like youse." Ethan took a fighting stance with his wand hovering beside him and pointing at the monster, who was eyeing him with great interest. "Part demon, part celestial, part feast," the giant rat commented. "Ah, I see. You are one of those thrice-blessed beings. I'm sure that you'll become a fine addition to one of my collections, yes." Ethan's other half narrowed his eyes and gave the young man his advice. "Ethan, whatever you do, don't use your celestial domain," Ethan's other half stated. "This monster will corrupt that world and snatch it away from you once it falls under its control." The young man nodded as he intensified the storm that was brewing in the surroundings. Powerful gusts of wind accompanied the heavy rainfall. Thunder and lightning streaked in the heavens, ready to assist their lord in dealing with the abomination that was in front of him. "Lord Eras, avenge us. Avenge us. Avenge us. Avenge us." The ratman who had survived started to chant, making the giant rat sneer. A second later, it let out an ear-piercing screech, and the ratman who heard it at close range exploded into a shower of blood, which merged with the giant rat's body, making its presence more terrifying. Ethan held his sea god's trident tightly, using its influence to fight the overwhelming hostility that was aimed in his direction. "That is not Eras' real body," Ethan's other half stated, "but it's still extremely powerful. If possible, don't make contact with its body. You might contract diseases or debilitating maladies through skin contact." "Any idea how we can defeat this thing?" Ethan asked. He was unable to use his celestial domain, which only left his Tidebringer domain. According to his other half, using his Tidebringer domain was all right since it wasn't like his celestial domain that truly existed somewhere in the world. Even if Eras was able to corrupt it, the young man could just cancel it without problems. "Just stay out of its reach," Ethan's other half replied. "It's only using borrowed time to manifest in this world. As long as you hold on until it reaches its limit, the progenitor's avatar will disappear." But just as Ethan's other half thought that the young man would be safe in the sky, the giant rat suddenly jumped in his direction at unbelievable speed. "Fly up now," Sebastian shouted. Ethan didn't need Sebastian to tell him anything, because that was indeed the only thing he could do at the moment. In the span of several seconds, Ethan broke through the storm clouds in the sky and continued to fly higher. To his horror, the giant rat landed on top of the storm cloud and stayed on top of it, using it as a platform to stay in the sky. Eras didn't even give Ethan any breathing room as he unleashed a yellow breath attack that was similar to a laser beam. Evade to the right, Ethan's other half roared, and Ethan quickly heeded his call. The attack of the giant rat passed several meters away from Ethan's body, and yet he could feel the heat of the attack, as well as its very pungent smell. Ethan thought that he had already seen the peak of the powerhouses in the world, but just that single attack alone made him realize that progenitors are scary, even if they were only using their avatar to manifest in the world. Ethan desperately evaded the attacks of the giant rat with every fiber of his being. He poured all his concentration into dodging the deity's attacks, leaving him no time for anything else. A second of hesitation could spell his doom, so he didn't have time to properly counterattack. Eras could turn his body into a mist, just like Wendigo's, which could infect anything it touched. The storm that Ethan conjured had transformed into an acid storm, destroying the lands under them while the two fought in the heavens. It wasn't even a fight at this point, but Ethan dodging Eras' attacks and doing his best to distance himself from the progenitor, whose attacks were increasing in intensity and speed with each passing minute. "Ethan, he will corner you if you keep on only dodging," Sebastian stated. "You need to attack him to break his momentum." Originally, Ethan wanted to summon Illumina, but he was afraid that Eras would infect her with his powers. With that, using his resonance was out of the question. The only thing he could use was his spears, so he summoned them and gave them one order, and that was to attack Eras. Lightbringer and Ariad pair flew towards Eras like missiles. At first, the giant rat planned to just ignore the two spears, but after sensing their properties, it immediately targeted them with its breath attacks. Lightbringer and Ariad pair evaded this attack and flew toward the giant rat's left and right sides. Ariad pair turned into a blazing comet, while Lightbringer shone like a silver shooting star. The two spears then embedded themselves into the giant rat's body, making the latter scream. It didn't expect that the two spears would deal damage to it. Seeing that an opportunity had arrived, Ethan pointed his wand in the giant rat's direction and unleashed countless water balls that were the size of a basketball. They were made from compressed water, so they were incredibly dense and would hit as hard as a full-powered strike of a sledgehammer. But Ethan also added something else to this attack. He had added cleansing properties to the water balls, hoping that it would weaken the pestilence that formed the giant rat's body. This was a simple trick that was taught to him by his father, Wallace, which he said would be effective against unholy opponents. Water was an element that had the power to cleanse anything. Even though it can easily be influenced by many things, at the end of the day, water has the power to purify filth. Just as Ethan expected, his attacks were having an effect on his Eras, who was now being pushed back. With Lightbringer and Ariad pair attacking him from his blind spots, and Ethan's water balls descending on him from the front, Eras had finally been suppressed. At least, that was what Ethan thought. The little breathing room he had created for himself instantly disappeared the moment Eras decided to fight seriously. Pestilence domains. Ethan immediately found himself in a world of decay, filth, and plague. The air in his surroundings made him feel as if his throat was on fire, making it hard for him to breathe. The young man coughed repeatedly before creating a water bubble to cover his face. This would prevent him from getting affected by dangerous fumes that were attacking his body even now. "Playtime's over, mortals," Eras declared. "I will eat Yaus and gain your powers." Eras laughed, and the world around him shuddered. The entire domain was brimming with plagues and diseases, dooming anyone unlucky enough to be trapped inside of it. If not for the fact that Ethan had ways to counter the environment, he might have succumbed to sickness in the span of half a minute. "This place is draining my magic reserves at a rapid pace," Ethan thought. Right now, he was still fine because he still had half of his magic remaining. But the moment it ran dry, he would be at Eras' mercy. Even if he didn't use any spells, Ethan believed that he would only last for half an hour before the pestilence, domain, took hold of his senses. Because of this, he brainstormed with Sebastian and his other half about how to deal with their current situation. Right now, it is a race against time, Sebastian said solemnly. It is either he runs out of magic first, or you run out of magic first. I might be able to help you, Ethan, but I will need some time, Ethan's other half stated. How much time do you need? Ethan asked. 15, no 10 minutes. I'll finish my preparation in 10 minutes. Ethan nodded as he hurriedly distanced himself from the giant rat, who was now feeling extremely confident because the young man was now trapped inside his domain. Even though it was only in his avatar form, it was still powerful enough to prevent his enemy from getting away. Ha ha ha, that's it. Runts, Eras laughed as he ran after Ethan. In his domain, he could cover great distances in just a short period of time, so it didn't matter even if Ethan ran away. Eras would easily catch up to him whenever he wanted. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to escape Eras' pursuit, Ethan used his Mimir's wisdom in an attempt to find a way to overcome his current situation. In this state, Ethan was capable of multitasking, allowing him to do many things at once. Another term for this was parallel processing. It was the ability to carry out multiple thought processes at once, which was one of the perks of using Mimir's wisdom. While Ethan was in this stage, his body was dodging and predicting Eras' next move, allowing him to barely evade his attacks. There was also a part of his mind, which was looking for solutions on how to overcome his current situation. His other half asked him to give him 10 minutes, so he would fight with everything he had to give him that 10 minutes. Suddenly, a solution came to Ethan's mind. Just as Era's filthy claws were about to swipe Ethan's body, the young man suddenly shrank, making the giant rat's attack miss. Ethan had used his Mimir's wisdom to transform into a rat. It took a while for Eras to comprehend what had just happened. But before it could return to its senses, the rat that landed on the ground immediately started digging, escaping underground. Fighting inside the domain of your opponent would put you at a great disadvantage, but it didn't guarantee their victory. This was something that Wallace had taught Ethan, which the young man took to heart. He was feeling thankful that he had been taught about countering domains before this fateful encounter. If not, he would definitely be quickly defeated by the progenitor of pestilence, whose angry screech reverberated within his own domain, because he couldn't believe that his enemy would turn into a rat just to offend him. "You bastards," Eras roared as he jumped high up in the air. "I'll crush Yaus." A loud explosion spread in the surroundings, accompanied by an earthquake as the 100-meter-tall rat slammed into the ground with force. A crater that was hundreds of meters wide emerged from the point of impact, proving how powerful Eras' attack was. Ethan was caught up by the tremors, but he didn't stop and continued to dig deeper into the ground. It was now a race against time. Either he would be crushed by Eras first, or he would be able to buy enough time for his other half to complete whatever he was doing, which would help him defeat the monster, whose powers had surpassed his expectations. Everything around him was shaking terribly, but Ethan didn't have the time to pay attention to it. Not caring about anything else, he kept on digging and digging as fast as he could, for there were only 5 minutes left until his other half finished whatever he was doing. Ethan often wondered how powerful progenitors were. When he was in the celestial domain, Queen Celestia was indeed powerful, but he knew that she was at his weakest at that time. He didn't know if the Tidebringer could be considered as a colossi, and he also didn't know how strong Sebastian's master was. The only ones whom he had the opportunity to fight were none other than the powerhouses of Eastshire. They were indeed powerful. Even his adopted father was powerful. But that also made Ethan curious about how the strongest humans could compare to the strongest beings of the world. Sometimes, Ethan would daydream about fighting against a progenitor in order to better understand just how powerful they were. But those battles were, in the end, a mere product of his imagination. Until he saw the real thing, he wouldn't have something to compare to. Now that wish had been granted, Ethan frankly felt that he was facing something that was way out of his league. So, suddenly, Ethan's small claws hit the deepest part of the ground, making him pause. I've reached the end, Ethan thought. Am I safe here? But just as he was thinking along those lines, Sebastian shouted from within his sea of consciousness. Dig to the right, Sebastian shouted. Ethan did what he was told without asking the reason why. Right now, they were in a critical situation, and he didn't have time to second-guess Sebastian's advice. A few seconds after he started digging to his right, he sensed it. Something big, fast, and dangerous was headed in his previous location. You're not the only Anes who knows how to digs. Iras' hateful shout reached Ethan's ears, forcing him to dig faster. He had covered his body with an extremely thin layer of water to prevent the corrupted ground from affecting his senses. Because of this, his magic reserves were dwindling at a rapid rate. According to his estimate, he only had 5 to 7 minutes left before he ran out of juice. You're not getting away. Iras' hateful roar caused the ground under Ethan's feet to rise up, pushing him upward like a water about to erupt from a geyser. In just a matter of seconds, Ethan's body was blown off from the ground and into the sky. Iras, who had also emerged to the surface, didn't hesitate to jump at Ethan with his mouth wide open. Ethan's body immediately transformed into a raven and flew away, barely evading the giant rat's jaws. A raven that could fly against a raging storm. This was one of the creatures that Ethan could transform to due to the power of Mimir's wisdom. Although he had a head start, Ethan knew that Iras would not stop until he became rat food. Iras, who was getting annoyed by the young man's little tricks, transformed into a yellow mist and shot toward Ethan like a comet. But Ethan was prepared for something like this. As he flew, countless playing cards trailed behind him. Each of these cards were transcribed with rune magic, which Ethan only planned to use if ever he was forced to fight without any magic power in hand. Luna had stored 2 condensed orbs of moon magic in his heart, which was something that he could use during emergencies. He planned to use one of them just as soon as his magic power were about to dry up. But before then, he wanted to try something first, and that was his rune magic. The countless cards that trailed behind Ethan all started to activate at the same time, creating a powerful tornado that sucked up the yellow mists that were following him. A moment later, a blaze erupted inside the tornado, burning everything inside of it. But it didn't end there. Lightning magic had also manifested, creating a tornado that was imbued with air, fire, and lightning, 3 of the most destructive elements in the world. To his surprise, Iras screeched in pain. It seemed that rune magic affected him more than other kinds of magic. Seeing that it worked, Ethan unleashed more cards, and this time, these cards had the power of sealing his opponent. It was one of the most difficult magic to transcribe, and it needed more magical power to manifest. Iras found himself unable to break free from the rune magic, which was a lost ancient magic only known by the oldest of elves and dragons. Word was power, and rune magic was magic created from words. It had a stronger and longer-lasting effect than the other types of magic. Its only downside was that it needed time and many preparations to be effectively used in battle. Fortunately, I've made thousands of them during my free time, Ethan thought as he watched the screeching giant rat, which had taken its physical form and was now bathed in wind, fire, and lightning. I'll kill Yaus, Iras shouted. I'll kill Yaus. The pestilence domain trembled as the ground cracked and rose up to the sky, merging with Iras. This cheater, Sebastian cursed. The giant rat's size increased tenfold, making it thousands of meters tall. It then used brute force to disperse Ethan's tornado, and its yellow eyes filled with hatred locked in on Ethan's body. It was at that moment that something unexpected happened. Ethan, who was in raven form, suddenly lost the ability to fly. No matter how hard he tried to flap his wings, he couldn't maintain his flight. His vision was also starting to blur, which greatly alarmed him. "You really thinks that your petty tricks can stop my pestilences from infecting Yaos?" Iras sneered. "Fools! From the very moments you arrived in this world, you have already contracted my diseases. It's too late for you knows. Regret the fact that you tried to defy me, mortals." Ethan's transformation faded away, reverting him to his human form. His vision was now extremely blurry, and his breathing ragged. "I got infected at that time, when I first breathed in the air in this domain," Ethan thought as his body became as heavy as lead. Iras, who had already been irritated to the point of no return, no longer said anything and went for the kill. The giant rat descended from the sky with its mouth opened wide to devour the young man, who had pushed it to the limit of its patience. Ethan's 5 senses slowly faded as he fell towards the ground. He could no longer see, hear, and feel anything around him. However, he was certain that Iras was just moments away from devouring him completely. But just before his consciousness fell into complete darkness, an amused voice reached his ears. "Good job, it was very entertaining," a familiar voice said from within the deepest part of his mind. "I'll take it over from here. This rat and I have a few scores to settle as well." The familiar voice was soothing, making Ethan believe that everything was going to be fine, so he allowed the darkness to embrace him and fell into a deep sleep. "Your powers are minus," Iras roared as he was about to devour the young man whole. Suddenly, Iras heard the teenage boy chuckle. The giant rat thought that the boy had given in to desperation and was simply ridiculing himself for challenging someone as powerful as him. But just as the giant rat was entertaining this thought, Ethan opened his eyes and glanced at his direction. For a brief moment, time seemed to come to a complete standstill as Iras gazed at those purple eyes filled with mischief. Eyes that were familiar to him. "You did my boy dirty, Iras," Ethan said. "Time for me to pay you back for bullying this child." As soon as those words left Ethan's mouth, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared above the giant rat's head. Before Iras could even register what happened, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. After that, he found himself falling towards the ground, face first, making the ground quake and creating a crater that was thousands of meters wide. The giant rat propped itself up from the ground before standing tall, glaring at the young man, who seemed to be busy looking at Ethan's hands. "This vessel is simply perfect," Ethan commented. "The descent went smoothly and didn't even need any sacrifices. Not bad." Seeing that his opponent was ignoring him, Iras didn't hesitate to swipe at the teenage boy with his vicious claws. However, Ethan only raised his hand and grabbed the tip of the rat's claws, without even bothering to glance at Iras, who currently had a dumbfounded look on his face. "At least 90%, Ethan commented as he continued to look at Ethan's hand. "I can use 90% of my power in this body without problems." Suddenly, 10 black wings sprouted from Ethan's back, and 2 small horns appeared on his head. "Why Yaos," Iras stuttered. "Impossibilis house." "That's not how you should greet me, Iras, especially when you're just an avatar," Ethan replied, as he raised his hand that was holding the tip of Iras' claw and lifting the 1,000-meter-tall giant rat as if it was as light as a feather. Without any warning, Ethan slammed Iras on the ground, making the giant rat spit out a mouthful of yellow blood. "Despicable as always," Ethan chuckled. "You really have no delicacy, Iras. Nothing has changed. Not in the past, the present, or even the future." "Damn Yaos," Iras cursed. "What are you doing here, XXXXXXX?" "You're lucky that this boy is already unconscious," Ethan replied. "If he heard my name at this point in time, he would definitely be wary of me. Ah, Sebastian, make sure to not tell him anything, okay? We don't want to impede his growth, right?" Sebastian frowned, but still nodded his head to agree to the entity who had taken control of Ethan's body. "Good, now where was I? Ethan tilted his head to the side before clapping his hands. All right, it's time to clean up the trash. Damn you, XXXXXXX. Iras roared, ready to make his domain implode in order to destroy the enemy before him. However, Ethan only snapped his fingers, and the domain shattered completely, making Iras' 1,000-meter-tall body crumble into a pile of dust. Iras reverted to his 100-meter-tall body and found himself lying on the ground and looking at his opponent with a gaze filled with hatred and unwillingness. Did you really think that an avatar of yours was enough to defeat me? Ethan asked in a teasing tone. If you want to fight, bring your real body. You know where to find me. I'll even give you a handicap next time. XXXXXXX. I'll kill you even if it's the last thing I arg. The giant rat was unable to finish whatever it was going to say because it was immediately consumed by purple flames, making its body burn in a blazing inferno. Talk is cheap, Iras. Ethan smiled. If you want to kill me, you should line up. You're not the first and not the last who wishes to kill me. When the purple flame dispersed, not even the giant rat's ashes were left. Ethan then glanced at the Slarka swamp and arched an eyebrow. He could easily purify the Slarka swamp, but decided to not do anything. This was the vengeance of the ratmen against those who had forced them to flee from their home. Since it was their greatest wish to defeat the lizard men, Ethan decided to just leave the Slarka swamp as it was. Not my problem, Ethan said before disappearing from where he was and reappearing a few seconds later in the Cloudwall Mountains. Yes, over there, Ethan muttered before disappearing for a second time. This time, he reappeared in the underground kingdom of the Ratmen, where their king, Kesnir, sat on a throne made up of bones. Who are Yaus? Kesnir asked the moment a being who was emanating with a terrifying power appeared in front of him. I can't stay for long, so let's make this quick, Ethan stated. Do you wish to live, or do you wish for me to wipe your entire race from the face of this world? Faced with a question of survival and extinction, Kesnir clenched his claws so hard that they were making noises. We serve Lord Iras, Kesnir replied. I know, Ethan smirked. You serve that weakling that I just killed, yes, so do you want to die as well? No, Kesnir answered. Good, Ethan nodded. From now on, you will be my subjects and you will obey my commands. Ethan snapped his finger, and a purple ripple spread across the entire mountain, dispersing the corruption that Iras had left behind for the Ratman race. From this moment onwards, you will no longer be rats that spread plagues and pestilence, Ethan stated. From now on, you will be the shadow rats who will report only to me. Kesnir, who had lost his former power and gained another power, couldn't help but look at his hands in shock. He felt more powerful than when he was serving Iras, and with the new ability that he and his race had gained, it was now nearly impossible to wipe them all out, even if they were surrounded by enemies from all sides. Well then, I'll wake up the owner of this body, so you and him can talk things out, Ethan said. Remember, his words are my words. You will cooperate with him no matter what. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency, Kesnir bowed his head respectfully. But may I know your exalted names? If your contribution is high enough, then I will let you know my name, Ethan replied. Until then, you will serve this boy faithfully and without fail, yes. Yes, Kesnir replied, making the being who had taken over Ethan's body temporarily nod his head in satisfaction. At a small temple on top of the Cloudwall Mountains, Ethan sat down with a meditative pose. This temple had just recently been built with the help of magic and was now the Ratmen's sacred site. After his battle against the progenitor of pestilence, Iras, the young man had entered a state of deep slumber. Currently, the one moving his body was none other than his other half, who was keeping watch on the Ratmen to ensure that they followed his instructions to the letter. It had been a week since the battle had come to an end, but Ethan still hadn't regained consciousness. Although the pestilence that had entered his body was a factor, the main reason why he was in a comatose state was the descent of a progenitor who used his body as their temporary vessel. It took a great toll on his body, so he would need to rest for a long time. Sebastian and Ethan's other half didn't know how long Ethan would remain unconscious. So, for the time being, they decided that it would be best if someone took over his body and watched guard so that the ratmen wouldn't revert to their old ways. Of course, the progenitor who had converted the plague rats into shadow rats made sure to put a safety measure. Should any of the ratmen ever defy him, they would die without warning. "How long should we stay here?" Sebastian asked. "Truth be told, I'm a bit worried about Joanne and Princess Ramona." "Don't be," Ethan's other half replied. "Dainsleif is there to protect them. I doubt that there'll be anyone who has the ability to overpower him in battle. Even King Baldur won't stand a chance against him." Sebastian sighed. "Then how about we return to the Magdar Kingdom? The problem with the ratmen is over now, and we don't really have a reason to keep staying here, do we?" "You're right," Ethan's other half nodded. "But let's wait for one more week. If he's still not awake by then, we will return to the Magdar Kingdom." "Why should we wait for a week? Can't we just go back now?" "I want Ethan to take control of the shadow rat race. You already know that he's a bit worried about Princess Ramona. If the shadow rats are there to protect her, he will have some peace of mind once he returns to the present." Sebastian nodded in understanding, knowing that this was truly one of Ethan's worries. Right now, the princess didn't have any allies. She couldn't trust anyone, and everyone in the castle, with the exception of her father, was her enemy. At the end of the day, Princess Ramona was only 12 years old. She was too young and too inexperienced to protect herself from the schemes of the royal family and their allies. Days passed as Ethan remained asleep. After a week of waiting, Ethan's other half deemed that he couldn't wait any longer. He descended from the peak of Cloudwall Mountain and entered its interior. "Kesnir, have you already made the necessary preparations?" Ethan's other half asked. "Yes, masters," Kesnir replied. "I and 100 of my men are ready to accompany Yaus to the Magdar Kingdoms." "Good, tell everyone that we will leave in an hour," Ethan's other half stated. "Prepare yourself for the journey." "At once, masters," Kesnir bowed respectfully. The shadow rats were no longer feeling vengeful since they had already exacted their revenge against the lizard men, as well as the humans. In order to ensure that the hostility against the ratman race would cease to exist, Ethan's other half visited the nearby kingdoms and talked to their kings. He stated that the ratmen were now under his protection, so they were not allowed to target them again. To begin with, none of the kings planned on doing something like that. They had seen the battle through the recording crystals brought by the observers who had come in person and watched the battle between the Tidebringer and the giant rat. Truth be told, they were thankful that they no longer had to worry about a ratman invasion, which had been their greatest fear and concern over the past few days. Ethan's other half also intended to go to the Griffin Court in order to explain the current situation to the leader of the elves. Since the Margrave Forest stood between the Magdar Kingdom and the Cloudwall Mountains, it was necessary to inform them about the current state of things so that they would not do anything to antagonize the shadow rats. An hour later, Ethan's other half flew through the sky, riding the Wind Dancer. The shadow rats had all entered his shadow, so there was no need for them to travel alongside him. Half a day later, they arrived at the Griffin Court, and the beautiful elf, Elyon, welcomed them. When the shadow rats appeared, her face immediately paled, and the elves guarding her all drew their weapons. Ethan immediately assured them and told them that there was no need to worry. Only then did they regain their composure and enter a discussion. "So from now on, I want the elves and the ratmen to officially form an alliance," Ethan's other half stated. "Is that fine with you, Elyon?" "Can you guarantee that they will not harm our kingdom in any way?" Elyon asked. "We once," Kesnir replied before Ethan could even say anything. "You pointy ears didn't do anything to us, and you are not part of our revenge lists. Master also told us to get alongs with you pointy ears, so we will do as he says." "From now on, call them elves, Kesnir," Ethan's other half stated. "Don't call them pointy ears again." "Yes, masters," Kesnir bowed respectfully. I will do as you say. After finalizing the rules of the alliance, Ethan took his leave, bringing the Ratman with him to the Magdar Kingdom. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the capital city and headed straight to Princess Ramona's residence. Ethan was still in a comatose state, but Sebastian and Ethan's other half believed that he would wake up sooner or later. The moment he landed on the residence, Dainsleif appeared and kneeled in front of Ethan. "Welcome back, Master," Dainsleif stated. "Did anything happen while I was away?" Ethan's other half asked. Dainsleif paused for a brief moment, sensing that the one he was speaking to wasn't his master, but someone else. Even so, he knew who it was, so he remained kneeling as he gave his report. "Everything is fine, Master," Dainsleif stated. "The young miss and the princess are safe and healthy." Ethan's other half nodded. "Good. All of you come out and introduce yourself to your new comrade at arms." As soon as the order was given, 100 shadows emerged from Ethan's shadow and materialized behind him. "I am Kesnir," Kesnir stated. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dainsleifs." Dainsleif nodded. "Nice to meet you too." The ancient Wendigo knew that his master had left the Magdar Kingdom to deal with the Ratmen. However, he thought that his master had gone to exterminate them, not turn them into his subordinates. But either way, Dainsleif really didn't care. As long as they were serving his master, that made them allies instead of enemies. Also, Dainsleif favored having more people watching over the two girls. Joanne had already ensured that all the important people in the kingdom would support and protect Ramona. Dainsleif had witnessed it all, and frankly, he liked how ruthless the little girl was. Joanne's other half had approached Dainsleif and asked him to keep everything he saw a secret. The ancient Wendigo didn't promise anything, but he still said that if his master didn't ask him to report to him in detail, he would not say anything about the charming incident that Joanne's other half performed during the party that happened more than 2 weeks ago. Ethan's other half suddenly caught a figure moving from the corner of his eye and was seemingly headed in his direction. It was none other than Princess Ramona, who saw Ethan land at the yard of her residence. But when she was only several meters away from the young man, several water snakes grabbed hold of her and pulled her back. "Don't go near that man, Ramona," Lapis shouted. "He's not our sugar daddy." "That's right, he's not out sugar daddy." Another fairy raised her small fist in anger. "Who are you, and what did you do to Master?" The fairies all hovered behind Princess Ramona and summoned water balls, ready to unleash them at any moment. "Everyone calm down," Joanne, who had also arrived at the scene, stated. "He's not an enemy." "Are you sure?" Lapis asked. "Yes," Joanne replied. "He's still your master, just a different one." Joanne's other half had temporarily taken over the young lady's body because she didn't want things to escalate. She could tell that the one that was controlling the young man's body was Ethan's other half, since they shared the same origin. Joanne, who was watching this exchange from inside her sea of consciousness, frowned. "He's just like me," Joanne mused. "We have the same power inside our bodies." As someone who had lived with her other half since she gained awareness, Joanne understood what was happening. However, this also made her frown. The only time her other half would emerge was when she was knocked unconscious, or when she was in great danger. Since the one standing in front of him was her brother's other half, this meant that Ethan was currently unable to control his body and had to rely on his other half to do things for him. "Let's talk inside," Ethan's other half said as he gestured to the shadow rats to enter his shadow again. The fairies, who had already become good friends with Ramona, eyed Ethan warily. They knew that the little girl liked him, so they didn't want her to get hurt by someone who seemed to be possessing their master at this point in time. When everyone was seated in the living room, Ethan's other half decided to explain everything that happened while he was on his mission. Kesnir and the other shadow rats, who were currently inside Ethan's shadow, sighed after hearing what happened during the battle. They didn't regret their decision to attack the lizard men. In their eyes, the latter deserved to be exterminated for what they had done to their race. The only regret they had was that none of their soldiers were able to return alive, and were even sacrificed to summon their former master, Iras. Seeing that the Tidebringer was able to survive such an attack also made them all realize that the person who had forcefully asked them to submit to him was more powerful than their deity of pestilence. But this made them feel more assured, because that also meant that they would no longer be sacrificed and treated as disposable tools by the deity of pestilence, who thought of the Ratmen as his mere pawns. Joanne's and Princess Ramona's faces turned solemn as they listened to Ethan's story. They didn't expect that the young man would have to fight against a progenitor, let alone survive to tell the tale. So, right now, Ethan is in a comatose state, Ethan's other half said. But you don't have to worry. It will probably take him no more than a few more weeks before he wakes up naturally. Princess Ramona was still feeling anxious, but she decided to believe Ethan's other half. Joanne, on the other hand, became pale because she didn't expect that their family's patron deity would descend into the world and take over her brother's body for a time. Just thinking of it happening to her own body made her shudder. Iras needed to sacrifice thousands of lives in order to meet the condition for his descent. That meant that the deity of pestilence required an enormous amount of flesh, blood, and magic in order to manifest. Progenitors were truly powerful beings, so the means to summon them wasn't that simple. This was also why she was incredibly impressed, and even scared that her brother alone had managed to contain the power of a progenitor. If that happened to her, her body might have imploded because it lacked the ability to hold such great power inside of her. In a way, Joanne and her other half had a newfound respect for Ethan. What he had just accomplished was something that only their grandfather was able to do. Kesnir, come out, Ethan's other half commanded. The shadow rat heeded his call and manifested. From now on, you and your men will guard Princess Ramona, Ethan's other half commanded. Ramona, Ethan is very worried about your safety, so from now on, they will be your guardians. Also, I will not take no for an answer. They will guard you whether you like it or not. I am just informing you about my decision. Do you understand? Why, yes, Ramona stuttered because there was nothing she could do but accept Ethan's goodwill. After bowing to Princess Ramona, Kesnir merged with her shadow. After that, the other shadow rats also left Ethan's shadow and merged with the princess, shadow, making her almost scream out of fear. She did her best to calm her senses, and fortunately, she was able to hold it back. I will now leave Ethan's body and allow him to recover naturally, Ethan's other half said. If there is an emergency, I will appear again. However, until then, Ethan will continue to rest. With the fairies, shadow rats, and Daneslave protecting the two of you, I don't think that there is anyone in this kingdom who can harm any of you. But just in case something happens, feel free to call out to me. I will do what I can to help. Ethan's other half didn't even wait for the reply of the two girls before he stood up and walked toward the bedroom assigned to him. Although it took her a few minutes to digest everything that she had heard and seen, Princess Ramona finally regained her calm. She felt a bit bitter, knowing that Ethan got hurt due to the request that her father had asked of him. But since it was all in the past, the only thing she could do was move forward. Just as she was thinking along those lines, the image of a beautiful mermaid princess appeared inside her head, making her stand up in response. Wait, there might be someone who can help, Princess Ramona said as she looked at her best friend. Joanne, maybe Illumina can help. Joanne blinked, once then twice before her eyes widened in shock. You're right, Joanne replied. She might be able to wake him up naturally. After making up their minds, the two girls and the water fairies left the residence and went to the sea. Their destination was Illumina's temporary shelter near Princess Ramona's residence. The mermaid princess had grown attached to the princess and Ethan's sister, so she decided to find a temporary place to settle, making it convenient for them to chat every day. Since mermaids had mysterious powers and abilities, Princess Ramona believed that Illumina would be able to wake up Ethan without any problems. She only hoped that Illumina would be there when they arrived. The sooner Ethan opened his eyes, the sooner the young lady would be able to spend time with him again. While Ethan's body had entered a comatose state, his spirit awoke on a place that he had visited in the past. "Good morning, Ethan." "Good morning, Mimir." The young man was floating above crystal-clear waters, with Mimir looking down on him with a smile. "Can't move your body?" Mimir asked. "Yes," Ethan replied. "How long have I been unconscious?" 2 weeks. "Is that long?" Mimir nodded. "Your other half opened a connection within your consciousness to allow a progenitor to descend into your body. He believed that it was the only way for you to get out of that dire situation." "And was there any other way aside from that?" Ethan asked out of curiosity. When he was facing against Iras, his back was pressed on the wall. He could do many things, but after carefully considering his options, all of them proved inadequate to use against the progenitor of pestilence. There were, but the consequences of using those methods would have been harsher than what your other half did. At most, you'll be sleeping for a month with the method that was used. The other methods would have required you to sacrifice someone important to you, for example, Sebastian. If your other half didn't have a way to save you, Sebastian would have sacrificed himself to save you. The trade-off would have been that you would lose him forever, and you would need to find another way to return to the future. Ethan grimaced at the thought of losing Sebastian, which he would never want to happen. "Iras is strong," Ethan said, "and it wasn't even his real body, but merely an avatar." "He is," Mimir nodded. "Iras is one of the Dark Ones, and even the other progenitors avoid him like a plague. The only reason why he can't move unhindered in the world is that the moment he goes too far, all of the progenitors will gang up on him and eliminate him for good. Destroying an empire or 3 won't warrant the other progenitors to take action because the world is vast, and as long as their interests don't intersect, Iras can do whatever he wants. In fact, even if he destroyed the entirety of the lands of Alester, the other progenitors wouldn't bat an eye. Unfortunately, he was not aware that you'd be in the picture, and you have someone backing you up that also has a beef with Iras." Mimir chuckled in a good-natured way, because he found this turn of events quite amusing. "How long will I remain here?" Ethan asked. "If no variables happen, you'll be here for 2 more weeks," Mimir replied. "But I think you'll be waking up sooner because there are 2 girls that are working hard to make that happen." Ethan felt something warm spread inside his chest, as the images of Joanne and Princess Ramona came to his mind. Suddenly, he thought of a question that he believed would be answered by one of the wisest beings he knew. "Mimir, I have a question." "Ask." "How can I get along with my sister?" Ethan inquired. "She hates me, and I feel like no matter what I do, she will not see me as her brother." "Just to clarify, she doesn't hate you as much as you think," Mimir answered. "Joanne has grown up alone and had to fend off the loneliness by herself. Aside from her parents and grandparents, she doesn't treat anyone else as family. So, after hearing that her brother, whom she hasn't seen for 12 years, would suddenly be arriving in Caerwhitian, she didn't know how to feel or how to act in front of you. Since that is the case, she did the only thing she could do, and that is to deny that you're part of her family." Ethan sighed. "Then what should I do?" "Take small steps," Mimir replied. "Joanne is a girl, so if you treat her like one, she will definitely come around. You don't need to work hard to be her brother because you are her brother. Even if she closes her eyes, your connection with her will not disappear. Joanne understands this as well, so she is now taking her own steps to accept you as her brother. Just don't tell her that I told you, okay?" Mimir winked at Ethan, which the young man found amusing. "Okay, so she is already starting to consider me as her brother," Ethan said softly. "That's good." But you need to thank her other half for that," Mimir commented. "If not for her, that gap between the 2 of you would have grown bigger. Her other half is a kind and sweet." Ethan couldn't help but smile after remembering the time when Joanne's other half sat on his lap and wanted to be spoiled by him. The giant head didn't make any comment about how kind and sweet her sister was, especially after what she did to the princes and high-ranking nobles of the Magdar kingdom. Yes, Mimir replied. It is one of the powers within your bloodline. In fact, her other half wants to be spoiled by you. She wants her brother, so she will definitely help to make you and Joanne become closer to each other. Ethan felt that, with Joanne's other half helping him, he stood a better chance in having a good relationship with Joanne. But after thinking for a few seconds, he sighed in relief because even though his sister was mostly alone, she still had someone to talk to. I'm sure people would have thought her weird if she talks to someone out loud, even if there's no one there. Ethan sighed. True that, Mimir replied. Ethan, although you can trust your other half, you can't trust the one that gave you that other half. Are you referring to the one who took over my body? Ethan said solemnly. Mimir nodded. Although I don't think that he will do bad things to you, his nature is, well, unpredictable. Unpredictable. Yes, he is a very bored individual. Maybe he will do things just to entertain himself. For example, drag your sister into the river of Okanos with you. The moment those words were spoken, the world around them trembled as if someone was trying to break it open. However, Mimir was unfazed, and was even smiling as if he succeeded in teasing someone. No matter how strong the patron of the Valentin family was, Mimir didn't give a hoot. Looks like he got angry because I spilled the beans, Mimir chuckled. Anyway, although he did it for his amusement, he also did it for a reason. Your trial is about confronting your heart demon, and Joanne's heart demon is you. Since that person thinks that letting you take the trial together will be like hitting two birds with one stone, he decided to give it a go. Maybe you need to thank him because, by doing what he did, you and Joanne will be together for a long time. Using that time, the two of you may grow closer to each other, and she will no longer hate you. Although he can be twisted, I think he genuinely cares for you and your sister very much. After saying those words, the world stopped trembling, as if the one that was trying to break it open was pleased with Mimir's choice of words. Then what is my heart demon? Ethan asked. Mimir eyed Ethan with a smile. You already know it, right? I do. Yes, you do. But I don't know it. Do you really not know it? Mimir asked in a teasing tone. What is the thing that has been troubling your heart for a very long time? Ethan didn't answer right away as he pondered this question. Fortunately, he didn't have to ponder for a long time because the answer had always been in his mind and his heart. I want to know the reason why I was abandoned. Mimir nodded. That's right, that is your heart demon. Then, will I find the answer here in the past? Ethan inquired. Sorry, but time's up, Ethan, Mimir said as the world around him started to turn transparent. It seems that Joanne and Princess Ramona brought the help you need. While you will not be able to wake up right away, you will definitely open your eyes in a day or two. Wait, Mimir, Ethan called out. Please answer my question first. Mimir chuckled as he looked at the desperate young man who was asking him for answers. Sorry, but I won't give you spoilers this time, Ethan, Mimir replied. But I'm sure that you will find the answer to your question. After all, this trial is for that very reason, right? After saying those words, Ethan heard a soothing song, which made him feel extremely drowsy. Illumina, Ethan muttered as he recognized the owner of the beautiful voice, which was making him fall into a deep and dreamless sleep, so that his body and soul could once again become one. As the sound of chirping birds reached his ears, Ethan opened his eyes and saw a familiar ceiling above his head. His body no longer felt as heavy as lead, which made him sigh in relief. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that he was being hugged by two girls, who were sleeping peacefully beside him. The two girls were, of course, Joanne and Princess Ramona. Seeing his sister hugging him made Ethan feel fluffy inside. However, he also understood that Joanne wouldn't really hug him in this manner, especially with their current relationship. Thank you, Joanne's other half, Ethan thought. Right now, the two girls were hugging him, so he couldn't move, or else they would definitely wake up. Since he wasn't in a hurry to wake the two girls, who had helped him recover, he decided to talk to Sebastian and his other half, who were also feeling relieved that he finally opened his eyes. "I thought that you would continue to sleep until I gathered enough power to send you and your sister back to the future," Sebastian said with his arms crossed over his chest. "I'm sorry to make you worry, Sebastian," Ethan replied as he looked at the guardian of Zentris, who would not hesitate to sacrifice himself to save him. "Well, you couldn't really do anything about it," Sebastian relented. "But I'm really glad that you woke up. A mermaid princess has been singing beside you and stealing kiss, MMMHHH." Ethan's other half covered the chatty guy's mouth with his hand, because this was something that he shouldn't be telling the young man right now. "Stealing what?" Ethan blinked because he thought that Sebastian was telling him that Illumina had been stealing his Kai, which was a form of energy used by other practitioners. "Anyway, Illumina came to help you wake up," Ethan's other half stated, while still holding onto Sebastian's mouth. "She has been working for 2 days in a row. If you didn't wake up today, she might have come to sing to you again." Ethan nodded in understanding. Truth be told, he wanted to meet Illumina and ask her a few questions. The mermaid princess, who would appear whenever he used his resonance, was a will that Illumina had left behind in her rainbow scale. She did this so that she would be able to find wherever her rainbow scale had been taken, allowing her to meet the person, whom she had been waiting for a very long time. "Ethan, you should pretend to still be unconscious today," Sebastian said with a mischievous smile. "That way, Illumina will come again and you can catch her in the act of ahum." "Ahum?" Ethan tilted his head in confusion. "Sorry, Sebastian, I just woke up and my brain isn't working properly. What are you referring to?" "Just trust me." Sebastian rested his hand on Ethan's shoulder. "Just pretend to still be in a coma until noon. It will be more fun that way." Ethan's other half fought the strong urge to roll his eyes, but he also thought that this would be an amusing scene, so he didn't stop Sebastian's antics. "Trust me, Ethan," Sebastian repeated. "If you do as I say, you will definitely not regret it." Ethan didn't know if he should believe Sebastian or not, because he could tell that the guardian was up to no good. The young man then gave his other half the "should I trust him?" look, making the latter avert his gaze. Seeing his other half's reaction, Ethan knew that his suspicion was right, so he decided to ignore Sebastian's proposal and returned to reality. Princess Ramona, who chose that moment to wake up, sleepily planted a kiss on Ethan's cheek and greeted him good morning. Joanne's other half had tricked the little princess and told her that guys liked to be given a good night and good morning kiss before going to bed. Joanne, who was taking a nap at that time, didn't know that her other half was up to no good, which came to bite her 2 nights ago. When Princess Ramona gave the still unconscious Ethan a good-night kiss on the cheek, she asked Joanne why she wasn't kissing her brother, which made the blue-haired girl look at her in confusion. When the princess told her about what she had said earlier, Joanne immediately confronted her other half, who only giggled mischievously inside her sea of consciousness. In the end, seeing that Ramona's face had turned beet red because she thought that she had been lied to, Joanne reluctantly gave Ethan's left cheek a quick peck and said, "Okay, happy." Ethan, who had just been kissed, subconsciously greeted Princess Ramona good morning, which made the young lady's body stiffen. A moment later, the princess fled the room in a hurry, not even bothering to change her nightgown. Joanne, who woke up due to the commotion, rubbed her eyes and subconsciously planted a kiss on Ethan's left cheek, which she had already done a day ago. But after seeing that Ethan was actually awake and looking back at her with surprise, she also bolted out of the room with a beach-red face, running after her friend, who had done the same thing. Sebastian, who saw the entire thing from start to finish, laughed out loud, making Ethan shake his head helplessly. "Don't worry, those two are just shy," Sebastian commented after he stopped laughing. "They'll revert to their former selves and probably won't give you any kisses anytime soon. Very sad, right?" Ethan didn't even bother to answer the annoying guardian and just shook his head helplessly. He then summoned his wand and waved it at the bed, making it fix itself. Well then, first things first, Ethan said to his two greatest critics and two greatest supporters. Tell me everything that has happened since the battle with Iras. Make sure not to leave out any important information. He had been sleeping for a very long time, and he was certain that many things had happened while he was in a coma. Ethan wanted to know what happened to the Ratmen, as well as any other event that resulted in the aftermath of the battle. Knowing that the young man was serious, Sebastian and Ethan's other half told him everything, so that he would not be surprised about the changes that had happened in the lands of Alester while he was sleeping. After hearing about the events that happened while he was in a coma, Ethan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The plague rats had become shadow rats and were now loyal to him. Although he was surprised at this unexpected boon, he also felt grateful because with such creatures guarding the princess, he would be able to have more peace of mind. I guess I need to report this development to the king as well, Ethan thought. There might be problems in the future if the shadow rats suddenly appear out of the blue here in the palace and cause panic. It will be best to avoid misunderstandings. However, he didn't head to see King Baldur right away. The first thing he did was take a nice long bath. When he was done, he found the two girls waiting for him in the living room because they wanted to have breakfast together. Both had already changed their clothes and had just taken a bath as well because their hair was still a bit wet. The fairies, on the other hand, were also seated on the table and munching on some candies, which he had left for them before he left the Magdar kingdom. Master, we're almost out of candies, Lapis reported as soon as she finished eating. Understood, Ethan nodded. I'll give you more later. Having heard that their stock of candies would be renewed, the fairies stopped trying to eat sparingly and ate to their heart's content. Due to the fact that Ethan was unconscious, they had been rationing their remaining supply of candies. Since Ramona and Joanne had also been added to the list, they made sure that they only ate 3 pieces of candies for breakfast, lunch, an afternoon snack, and dinner. Ethan chatted with Joanne and Ramona as they ate, making the atmosphere quite lovely. Even Joanne, who didn't even want to talk to her brother in the past, would answer with a word or 3 when asked a question. This was already a big improvement, which made Ethan quite happy. After the breakfast ended, the young man went to see King Baldur, who had also been waiting for him to wake up. The king was relieved after finding out that the Ratmen were no longer a threat to his kingdom. However, when Ethan said that the Ratmen were now his subordinates and were ordered to protect Princess Ramona, King Baldur couldn't help but smile wryly. Is this your way of telling me that if I don't make Ramona the queen, you will order the Ratmen to invade my kingdom and destroy it like what they did to the lizard men? No, Ethan replied. I don't really care who becomes the next ruler of this country. All I want is for Ramona to be safe and live a happy life. If that is not possible, I will eliminate anything that stands in the way of her happiness. Is that a proposal for my daughter's hand in marriage? King Baldur asked in a teasing tone. No, Ethan replied. It's just to remind you that the only one I care for in this kingdom is Ramona. So make sure that even if she doesn't become the queen of this kingdom, you will do everything in your power to protect her. Otherwise, Ethan didn't need to finish whatever he was going to say next. The Ratman race was a race that could multiply very quickly. Now that they had become shadow rats, although they had lost the ability to carry pestilence and plagues, their ferocity didn't diminish. In fact, they held a new kind of danger, which King Baldur understood very well. The power to use shadows was something that could be exploited in many ways. After all, if the opponent was a shadow, wouldn't that mean that they couldn't trust their own shadows? Understood, I will definitely take Ramona's safety seriously. King Baldur nodded. Good, Ethan replied. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some other matters to take care of. The young man didn't even wait for King Baldur's reply before he walked out of the room to go back to Princess Ramona's residence. Sebastian and his other half told him that the 2 girls had a way of contacting Illumina, so he wanted the 2 of them to call her. He wanted to talk to her and ask her a few questions. Ethan didn't know if Illumina also existed in his present time, so he decided to meet her now before the mermaid princess disappeared without a trace. However, when he arrived at the residence, he was speechless because the same lady whom he wanted to meet was already there waiting for him. Illumina was wearing a simple blue dress that highlighted her curves. The young lady with deep blue hair and eyes looked at Ethan with a smile, which made him subconsciously swallow due to how enchanting they were. This wasn't the first time he was seeing Illumina. However, the Illumina in front of him was very different from the Illumina that was always with him. Her charm and beauty were on another level, making even Princess Ramona, who was a girl, blush as she looked at the mermaid princess with eyes filled with admiration. "Ethan Gremory, we need to talk," Illumina said softly. Her voice was like the voice of an angel, soft, silky, and soothing to the ears. "Okay," Ethan replied as he walked towards the couch where Illumina was seated and sat beside her. "I also want to ask you a few questions." "Very well, but there are some questions that I can't answer," Illumina stated. Her voice was firm, which meant that she was serious. Ethan nodded in understanding before glancing at Joanne and Princess Ramona, who were also in the room. "If possible, I would like to talk in private," Ethan said, which immediately made Joanne scoff and Princess Ramona to pout. Joanne crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm not leaving." "I'm not leaving as well." Princess Ramona imitated her best friend and crossed her arms over her chest as well. Seeing that the two girls didn't plan to leave, Ethan sighed and decided to pretend that they weren't there. The things that he and Illumina would talk about were personal, but it wouldn't be a problem if the two girls were to hear their discussion. "So, my first question, what am I to you?" Ethan asked. "Ramona told us a story that a mermaid princess had given the original Tidebringer one of her rainbow scales. However, what happened after that was a complete mystery. Are you aware that your scale would be used as an ingredient to create this wand?" Ethan summoned his wand and handed it over to Illumina. The mermaid princess accepted the wand and held it dearly, as if she was reunited with a long-lost friend that she hadn't seen for hundreds of years. Illumina gazed at the wand for nearly a minute before shifting her gaze back to Ethan. "I didn't know that my scale would be used as an ingredient to create this wand," Illumina stated. "This is the first time I'm seeing something like this. Do you use it to harness the ether of the world?" Ethan nodded. "Yes, I use it as a medium to use magic." "Then, has it been useful to you?" Illumina inquired before returning the wand to Ethan's hands. "Yes," Ethan replied. "It has saved my life on more than one occasion." A faint smile appeared on Illumina's beautiful face after hearing that a part of her had helped the young man in his time of need. "But I still don't understand," Ethan said. "Why did you give your rainbow scale away if it's that precious to you? I'm not complaining or anything. I wouldn't be where I am now without this wand." "It's because of a selfish wish," Illumina replied. "A selfish wish?" "Yes, a selfish wish of a young, innocent, and naive mermaid who believed in the prophecy of a seer." "Can you tell me more about it?" Ethan inquired. "It's a boring story. Are you sure you want to hear it?" Illumina asked in a teasing tone. "I do," Ethan nodded. The two little girls, who were also inside the room, perked up after hearing this because they didn't want to miss this juicy gossip. 300 years ago, when the Tidebringer visited our kingdom under the sea, a mermaid princess fell in love with him. Fortunately, he also developed feelings for her, so the two of them married. Many years passed, and the mermaid princess had become the queen of her kingdom, with her consort by her side. When their two twin daughters were born, they invited the other mermaid kingdoms to celebrate their happiness. That was when I met the Tidebringer. I was still a little girl back then, just as old as these two girls here. The Tidebringer and the mermaid queen were like a match made in the 7 seas. Every mermaid and merman who saw them wished to find the same happiness. And I, when I was young, wished to have that kind of happiness as well. Illumina paused as she recalled the events that happened 300 years ago. The mermaid queen's mother was a seer, and a very powerful one at that. Illumina continued her tale. Her visions were very accurate, and it had helped their kingdom evade the calamities during that era, where the progenitors and the colossi were always at war with each other. When she saw me, she had a vision and told me that there was a possibility that my wish would come true. However, there was a price that I needed to pay, and that is none other than my precious scale. Illumina's face reddened a bit, which made Ethan unable to take his gaze away from her. The mermaid princess, who was already very beautiful, rose that beauty even further in the span of a few seconds due to her bashful appearance. All mermaids have a special scale that only grows once in their lifetime. That scale holds a fraction of our power and life force, which we only give to our special someone. The mermaid queen had given her rainbow scale to the Tidebringer. It is a token of our love, trust, loyalty, and devotion, something that is very dear to us, and that was the thing that the seer told me to sacrifice if I wished to find the person who would make me a part of their world. The mermaid princess gaze softened as she looked at Ethan, who was holding the wand, which contained the scale that she had given up, in his hands. Ethan suddenly remembered the first time he saw Illumina after getting his wand from Sanders, who sold wands in Limburg town. Illumina had said, "Finally, I am now a part of your world." It was one of the turning points in his life, because he thought that he would never find a wand that would suit him. Someone who didn't have any magical powers was chosen by a wand, who also took his first kiss from him. But Ethan thought that back then that the kiss didn't count as a first kiss because that would be weird, since he kissed a wand instead of a girl. What did the seer say? Ethan, who suddenly became curious about Illumina's prophecy, asked. "I can't answer that question," Illumina smiled faintly. "It is one of the things that I am unable to tell you because, if I answer it, I will turn into sea foam." Ethan's body stiffened after hearing Illumina's reply. She was smiling and said those words in a teasing tone, and yet, for some reason, Ethan knew that she was telling the truth. Because of this, he no longer insisted on the topic and changed the subject. "Do you know that I live in the future?" Ethan inquired. "I learned that only a few weeks ago," Illumina answered. "Your sister told me about it." Ethan glanced at Joanne, but the latter was leaning on the couch with her eyes closed, pretending that she was taking a nap. The young man once again shifted his attention to the mermaid princess and asked another question. "Do you think we will meet each other in my own timeline?" Ethan asked. Princess Ramona lowered her head and looked at her hands that were resting on her lap. Ethan's question made her feel sad because she knew that she wouldn't be able to meet him in his own timeline. Their worlds were not only far apart, but were also separated by hundreds of years. The princess knew that no matter how hard she tried, she would be unable to live that long. Humans weren't like elves and mermaids. Their time was finite, and at most, they would only be able to live up to a little over 100 years. But what was the point? Even if she lived that long, she would already be a wrinkled old lady. She wouldn't want Ethan to see her in such a state, which made her very sad. The young man, who wasn't aware of what Princess Ramona was thinking, waited for Illumina to answer his question. "Mermaids can live up to 10,000 years, Illumina replied. "It is also the reason why some races want to eat our flesh and drink our blood, thinking that they will be blessed by immortality or a longer lifespan by doing so." The mermaid princess' smile dimmed a bit after remembering these vile practices, which the merfolk abhorred the most. "Right now, I'm still considered a very young mermaid," Illumina stated. "We are only treated as adults once we are 2,000 years old." "I guess we will be able to meet each other then," Ethan smiled. "Of course we will," Illumina nodded. "After all, I paid the price for it." Illumina narrowed her eyes, which made Ethan shudder. For a brief moment, he felt like a fish on the chopping block that was about to be hacked in two. The mermaid princess' choice of words made him think that since she had paid the price, she would get something in return. As for what that thing was, Illumina couldn't say until the promised time arrived. "Illumina, your eyes are getting scary," Ethan smiled stiffly, feeling a bit intimidated by the mermaid princess' sharp gaze. Scary, Illumina's smile widened. Why would you find my eyes scary? Did you do something bad? Are you guilty of something? Did you perhaps have more than 5 wives and 1 concubine? Ethan didn't know how Illumina learned about the 5 wives and 1 concubine promise he made with Lily. However, for some reason, the beautiful mermaid, who could cause the downfall of a nation, made him feel as if his little Ethan was about to face a battle that he absolutely had no way to win. Princess Ramona summoned an ice golem that was over 4 meters tall and ordered it to attack Joanne. Ethan's sister smirked before tendrils of darkness rose up from behind her and formed a dark walker. A mage who had succumbed into the power of darkness and gained its secrets at the cost of their humanity. The dark walker waved its hand, and countless shadowy hands pressed against the ice golem in an attempt to suppress it. "Don't lose, ice golem," Princess Ramona ordered as she supplied her summon with more of her magic power. The 4-meter-tall ice golem's size increased by 2 more meters and broke away from the shadowy bindings that Joanne had summoned to hold its body. "Just like its master, you just use brute strength," Joanne said in a teasing tone. "When you grow up, I'm sure you'll look like a gorilla." "What's a gorilla?" Princess Ramona asked. "Someone who looks like Ethan." "Then it's very handsome then." PFFFD. Princess Ramona, who hadn't seen a gorilla in her lifetime, ordered her ice golem to crush Joanne's dark walker. Ethan's sister had to admit that, in terms of raw power, Princess Ramona's ice golem was stronger than her dark walker. However, strength wasn't everything. Using her shadows, Joanne attacked Princess Ramona directly, while the latter was focusing on the battle of the ice golem and the dark walker. The shadowy hands grabbed Princess Ramona's feet and raised her upside down, making the young lady scream as she held down on her skirt, which was now showing her legs. "You cheater," Princess Ramona shouted. "Put me down." "If this was a real battle, you would have already lost," Joanne replied with a smug smile on her face. "This is the wisdom of your elders. Make sure to learn from this mistake so it won't happen again in the future." "What elder?" Princess Ramona, whose face was now flush with both embarrassment and anger, as she held onto her skirt, shouted back. "You're just 2 months older than me." "I'm still older, so that's that," Joanne smirked. "Do you surrender or not?" "You cheater. Stick and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me." Ethan watched this battle from a distance with an amused look on his face. One of the reasons why Princess Ramona was desperately holding on to her skirt while being hung upside down by Joanne was because the young man was watching their duel. She wanted to win so that Ethan would praise her, but her opponent used a trick to put her into this situation, making her feel very embarrassed. "Your sister is good," Illumina, who was also watching the sparring battle, commented. She knew that she wouldn't win in a direct confrontation of strength, so she attacked the summoner directly. Ethan nodded. "I have a feeling that Joanne will do anything in her power to win." "Which is how things should be," Illumina said. "Only those who are truly strong can fight fairly because they don't have to worry about the tricks that their enemy would use. They are strong enough to brush off everything that the enemy would throw at them." Ethan glanced at the beautiful lady beside him and asked her a question. "Illumina, what do you know about the Fomorians?" Ethan inquired. "In the present, they are looking for the Stone of Destiny to choose their next king so that they may once again return to the surface world. Can you tell me more about them?" "I know very little about the Fomorians," Illumina answered. "They are not a direct threat to us mermaids because the battles they wage are always on land. Even so, they are a race of monsters that are known for their strength and cunning. Granted, not all Fomorians are evil, but the majority of them are. I only know that they fought against the Tuatha De Danann and were banished from the surface world. However, not long after this incident, the Tuatha De Danann also disappeared from the world, leaving only their history behind. Some believed that both races were just biding their time before they once again returned to the world. However, in my eyes, The most scary of all races in the world are humans. They are short-lived, ambitious, and greedy. These qualities force them to improve at a very fast rate, which is several times faster than the races who have long lives. Perhaps, because they can't live past 100 years, they try to achieve everything they can in their lifetime. We have much to learn about the humans. Even the progenitors and colossi think that there will come an age when the humans will become the most dominant race in the world. The mermaid princess then glanced at Ethan with a mischievous smile. "You live alongside humans, but you're not truly human, right?" Illumina inquired. "I don't know," Ethan answered. "I believe I am human, but nowadays I don't really know what to believe. When Eras fought me, he said that I was part demon, part celestial, and part fae. But I believe that I also have a human part. One of the retainers of my family, an old catkin, said that my grandfather was once human. So that means I still have a bit of humanity left in me." Illumina raised her hand and cupped the side of Ethan's face. "It doesn't really matter what you are," Illumina stated. "It is who you are that is important." The mermaid princess then reluctantly pulled her hand back and placed it over her chest. "According to you, the power of magic is the power of imagination," Illumina said softly. "The mind gives it form, words make it manifest, and its power is taken from the heart, which supplies your body with life. This is also the same for your origin. You may be part demon, part celestial, and part fae, but what is important is what you feel right here." Illumina lightly tapped her chest. "Power is neither good nor evil. It depends on who wields that power that is important. So it doesn't matter what you are. It is what you do in this life, which will ultimately be part of the strands of history, making Edie so others remember you for the actions that you performed." Illumina paused before glancing at the two girls, who were still having a battle of words, making her smile. "The world is vast and yet so small at the same time," Illumina stated. "Whether it is from the past, the present, or the future, all of these are connected in the grand scheme of things. My mother told me that there is no such thing as coincidence in this world. And after meeting you, I am inclined to believe her words. Ethan, I don't know when or under what circumstances we will meet in the future. But no matter what, and no matter who you are fighting, whether it be Fomorians, the Tuatha De Danann, the elves, the dwarves, the beastkins, halflings, merfolk, humans, or the other races of the world, know that I will always be on your side. Even if the world becomes your enemy, I alone will not. So, during the time that you will be staying here in the lands of Alastair, won't you spend it with me?" Ethan looked at those beautiful eyes that were only looking at him. This decision wasn't a hard decision, because he also wanted to know more about the mermaid princess, who had tied her destiny to him. "Okay," Ethan replied, "but promise me one thing." "What is it?" "When I'm gone, make sure to look after Ramona, so she won't be too lonely, okay?" Illumina shifted his attention on the princess, who was now running after Joanne in an attempt to make her pay for the embarrassment that she had suffered in her hands earlier. "That girl likes you very much," Illumina said. "I'm sure that she will be extremely sad when you are gone. Very well, I will accept that condition. Do you want her to be the queen of this kingdom?" "I don't really care if she becomes the queen or not. I just want her to be safe and happy. I can't always be here to protect her." Illumina looked at the young lady sadly and sighed in her heart. "It's a shame that humans are short-lived creatures," Illumina stated. "If not, I'm sure that her wish to find happiness would be granted with time." Ethan didn't say anything because this was already something that he had accepted when he and Lily were about to leave the city of Zentris. Princess Ramona had begged them to stay, but they couldn't do that. Perhaps this was also one of Ethan's regrets. Maybe he was sent to the past, just to once again see the princess, who wished to be with him and Lily forever. Days passed. Weeks passed. Months passed. Ethan had spent his days going on adventures with Illumina, under the sea and on land. At first, they were just short trips, but over time, these trips would sometimes last for days on end. Sometimes, they would just venture with only the two of them. But there were also many occasions when they brought Joanne and Princess Ramona with them in their adventures. For Joanne and Princess Ramona, who were always cooped up in the castle, the beautiful sights and sceneries that they saw were a marvel to behold. While Illumina didn't bring them to the mermaid kingdoms, she did bring them to places that were truly beautiful that could only be found under the sea. The luminous coral garden that could be found at the bottom of the sea was a spectacular sight, which truly impressed Joanne and Princess Ramona. Giant sea monsters and gentle sea creatures, who allowed the humans to ride their backs, gave them a surreal experience. This was something that the two little girls would probably not experience again in their lives, so Illumina made sure to only take them to the best spots that she knew of. These adventures took several days, sometimes even weeks. King Baldur, who didn't need to worry about Princess Ramona's safety in the palace, was also happy that his daughter was able to travel alongside the Tidebringer, who would protect her no matter what. Of course, these adventures were not only limited to the sea. Since Illumina could also travel on land, they would visit other kingdoms to try different foods and learn new customs from them. Since the three ladies were beautiful, Ethan proposed that they wear disguises so that they wouldn't be targeted by unnecessary troublemakers. Fortunately, Illumina and Joanne knew some illusion magic, allowing them to tweak their faces, making themselves plain-looking. Of course, they did the same for Ethan and Princess Ramona, so no one paid too much attention to them during their journeys to the human kingdoms. The more they traveled together, the stronger their bonds grew. Joanne no longer referred to Ethan as you, him, and that guy, and properly called him brother. Of course, this only happened after 3 months of their travels because Illumina, Princess Ramona, and Joanne's other half were all working together to make the brother and sister become closer with each other. Their hard work paid off, so although Joanne still couldn't fully express her familial feelings to him, she now allowed him to hold her hand whenever they were taking a stroll in the city. They even stopped caring who King Baldur would choose to become the next crown prince or crown princess. All of them enjoyed their time with each other because for them, the limited time that they could spend together was very precious. "Are they asleep?" Illumina asked as soon as the door of her and Ethan's room in the inn opened. "Yes," Ethan replied. "Both of them are very tired after dancing with the other children at the harvest festival." Illumina smiled after hearing the young man's words. "They really had fun today, didn't they?" Illumina inquired. Ethan nodded. "They sure did." The young man then sat down on the bed before blowing on the lamplight to extinguish it. The faint light of the moonlight that seeped through their window was enough for him to see in the dark. He took off his shirt, as well as his pants before lying on the bed. Illumina also removed her clothes and cuddled with him, feeling his warmth, which she would surely miss for a few hundred years. The two of them would often sleep like this, while holding each other's body. They didn't do anything past that. The two of them also didn't share kisses between them. It was like they had a silent understanding that whatever they wished to do, they would do it in the present, when they were reunited again. For now, they were fine like this. Both of them trusted each other, which was why Illumina took the initiative to ask for this skinship whenever it was possible. At first, Ethan was feeling anxious about it because Illumina was a very gorgeous and sexy lady. Fortunately, he was no longer the innocent young man back then, so he was able to resist her charms and the softness that he held every night. Illumina was quite surprised by Ethan's willpower, because not everyone could resist the charm of a mermaid. As for being held while she was naked, she didn't feel embarrassed about it because mermaids, in general, didn't really wear anything to cover their bodies. She only wore clothes because she didn't want other people to see her body, which was something that she only wanted Ethan to see. Even so, she suspected that Ethan was only able to act the way he did because he had plenty of experience with beautiful women. She just found it a shame because she wasn't able to see Ethan's flustered expression as he held a naked lady for the first time in his life. 3 more months, right? Illumina asked softly. Yes, Ethan replied. King Baldur would make his announcement for who would inherit the throne in 3 months' time. That was also the time when Ethan and Joanne would return to the present, where they belonged. Ramona will definitely miss you and Joanne. Only Ramona, how about you? I'll miss you a little. Illumina hugged Ethan a little tighter. Hey, tell me more about your magic academy. Also, you still haven't told me what year you belong to in the future. Joanne lives in Caerwhitian, and I am staying in Brynhildr Magic Academy, which is located in Easter of the Shire continent, Ethan replied. The school year has just ended, so when I return, I will become a second year in the academy. The year is 1826 of the Asgardian calendar. My grandmother's name is Agnes Gremory. My grandfather's name is Benjamin Gremory, and my adoptive father's name is Wallace Gremory. Ethan told Illumina everything that happened to him in the past, including how he met his lovers. At first, he thought that Illumina would get angry, but she listened attentively, as if memorizing the names and the descriptions of the girls who were now part of Ethan's life. He continued to talk until a yawn escaped his lips. Let's stop for the night, Illumina said as she lightly patted Ethan's cheek. Let's talk more about your life tomorrow. Ethan nodded and closed his eyes, falling asleep after only a few seconds. Illumina continued to gaze at Ethan's sleeping face for a while. Although she was a little sad that they only had a few months to be together, she was also looking forward to their next meeting, which would happen after hundreds of years. She didn't know what she would be like by then, but she was certain that if there was an opportunity to meet Ethan, she would make that happen. Right now, she was just trying to know everything about him, so it would be easier to find him when the time came. 1826 of the Asgardian calendar, Illumina said softly. I better finish tying up all of the loose ends before that time comes. The mermaid princess then snuggled closer to Ethan before closing her eyes to sleep. Today was another wonderful day, and she hoped that when she opened her eyes in the morning, she would once again have a memorable day with the person who held the other piece of her heart. Ethan looked at the young lady, who was holding on to him tightly as tears streamed down her eyes. It was the night before their return to the Magdar Kingdom, and Princess Ramona asked if she could sleep with Ethan that night. Perhaps knowing that this would be a prelude to their final goodbye, Ethan agreed. Joanne, who was also feeling sad, decided to join them. Illumina, on the other hand, left to give the three of them some time to be together. Unlike Princess Ramona, she would still be able to meet Ethan in the future, so this wasn't really a final goodbye for her. That night, the princess held onto Ethan tightly as her tears fell like a river. Joanne, who was lying behind her, hugged her tightly and couldn't help but cry as well because she would miss her dearly. The princess was Joanne's first friend, who easily became her best friend. Both of them were princesses, so in her eyes, both of them had equal standing. This was very different from the treatment Joanne gave the Protector clans, who acted as her guardians. They were more like servants in her eyes, so having someone who was the same age, as well as position as her, allowed her to connect to Princess Ramona more than the people she had met in the past. Ethan held Princess Ramona's trembling body as her pained sobs pricked his heart. Back then, the princess had also cried in his arms when he and Lily were about to return to the present. Although he also felt sad back then, the sadness that he was feeling now was more than what he felt in the past. Princess Ramona was a very lovable girl, and seeing her cry was heartbreaking. So Ethan endured and held her tightly until she and Joanne fell asleep with traces of tears lingering on their faces. Even Sebastian and Ethan's other half kept silent and didn't say anything all through the night. They knew that Ethan was hurting in his own way, so they did the only thing they could do, and that was to give him some space to sort out his feelings for the young lady, whom he would be leaving a second time. According to Sebastian, they still had 2 weeks left before he had gathered enough magical energy to send Ethan and Joanne back to the present. So, although they were still a few days away before their departure, Joanne already felt that the moment they returned to the Magdar Kingdom, her happiness would also come to an end. Ethan was unable to sleep that night and spent the hours until morning, holding the young lady who loved him very much. When morning came, he watched as Princess Ramona slowly opened her eyes and looked at him as if wondering if all the time that she had spent with Ethan and Joanne was just a dream. Perhaps feeling a bit more emotional, Ethan planted a kiss on her forehead and held her closer to him. "Good morning," Ethan whispered in her ears, making the dregs of sleep in the princess' consciousness fly away. "Good morning," Princess Ramona replied as she also held onto Ethan. She promised herself that she would no longer cry after last night, so she shed her tears until she no longer had tears to shed. However, the warmth that she was feeling right now made her eyes moisten once more. Fighting the urge to cry, the princess took deep breaths and calmed herself to the best of her ability. 5 minutes later, she finally regained her composure and reluctantly pulled away from Ethan's embrace. "Joanne, wake up," Princess Ramona lightly shook the young lady beside her. "MMHH," Joanne groaned lightly before she sleepily looked at her friend, who was looking at her with a smile on her face. "Wipe that drool on your face," Princess Ramona said in a teasing tone. "You brag so much that you are older than me, but you act more like a child than I do." Joanne, who had just been told that she was a child, immediately wiped the side of her lips with the back of her hand. The two girls then went to the table to pour some water on the bowl that they could use to wash their faces. "She's a strong girl," Sebastian commented. "I'm sure she'll be fine." "Yes," Ethan replied in a sad tone. Ethan's other half, on the other hand, only watched this with his arms crossed over his chest. He really liked the princess, but he knew that some things were not meant to be. Although Ethan had managed to go to the past twice, that didn't mean that he was capable of bringing someone to the present. The laws of the world didn't work like that. So even though he thought that bringing Princess Ramona to the future would make Joanne and her best friend happy, he knew that it was not meant to be. Even if they succeed, the consequences of doing so would be dire. It would completely change history, and the Norns, who constantly weaved the thread of fate, would not allow such a thing to happen. After washing up, the three headed down to the tavern to have breakfast together. As if waiting for their arrival, Illumina waved them to her table, which was already filled with food. All of them were Joanne's and Princess Ramona's favorites, but the two didn't have much appetite to enjoy this sumptuous breakfast that the mermaid princess prepared for them. The four of them ate in silence because there was nothing to talk about. When their meal ended, they left the tavern to continue their journey back to Magdar Kingdom. Princess Ramona hugged Joanne's back as the two of them flew on her flying broom. Ethan and Illumina rode his wind dancer and followed behind the two girls. It only took them 3 hours to arrive at their destination, and the moment they landed in Princess Ramona's residence, Illumina bid her goodbye. "I'll meet you at the city of Zentris before you leave," Illumina whispered in Ethan's ears. Ethan nodded and thanked the mermaid princess for everything. Just a few minutes after Illumina left, King Baldur arrived at Princess Ramona's residence to see his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for several months. Although he knew that she would be well protected by the Tidebringer, that didn't change the fact that he missed her terribly. An hour later, the king announced that he would announce who would succeed him in his position in 4 days' time. He ordered his servants to prepare a grand feast, which would mark a turning point in the history of the Magdar Kingdom. Everyone of importance in the Magdar Kingdom, as well as those from the nearby kingdoms, were invited to this grand event. Many came, not because of the king's declaration, but due to the presence of the Tidebringer. After witnessing the battle between Ethan and the Ratmen, the elves of the Mangrave Forest, the royals and other dignitaries of the Thormgard Kingdom, the Skagarholm Nigdom, and the Wallenberg Kingdom all joined this momentous event, making King Baldur extremely happy. During the past months, these 4 factions had decided to form an alliance, which would ensure that their kingdoms would grow and prosper. Of course, the Ratmen were also invited to this event, and Kesnir would be there to represent their race. The kings were more than happy to form a strong connection with the Ratmen, because they were afraid that they might decide to attack them in the future. The Cloudwall Mountains were now the Ratmen's territory, and none of them wanted to poke this hornet's nest, which could potentially trigger a calamity. Also, Ethan made sure to tell everyone that the Ratmen were now his direct subordinates, making them all the more eager to form ties with them. On the day of the party, Joanne wore the most beautiful clothes in her private collection because she wanted to outshine all the princesses and the noble ladies at the party. Of course, she also forced made Princess Ramona wear one of her dresses as well, so that she would catch the attention of everyone. Ethan chose to wear the ceremonial night clothes that were given to him by the Wisteria royal family when he became an honorary knight. Among Ethan's clothes, it was the most apt for this occasion, and it highlighted his good looks further. "You look very beautiful in that dress, Joanne," Ethan praised his sister before shifting his attention to Princess Ramona. "You look very stunning, Princess. I'm sure that you will be the star of the party." "Impossible," Princess Ramona shook her head. "How can I stand out when you and Joanne are there?" "I can already imagine the long line of ladies who will want to talk to you tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if Joanne were to receive many marriage proposals as well." "HMPH, why would I be interested in marrying any of those monkeys?" Joanne crossed her arms over her chest. "They lack the qualities that I desire in men." "And what are the qualities that you are looking for?" Princess Ramona asked with genuine curiosity. "Someone who can beat this guy." Joanne pointed at her brother with a smug look on her face. "You're setting the bar too high," Princess Ramona commented. "But I can understand. Anyone who is not at Ethan's level is not good enough." "I know, right?" Ethan looked at the two girls in amusement before making a gesture for them to hold on to his arms. The two glanced at each other and nodded their heads with a smile. They allowed the Tidebringer to escort them to the event hall, where everyone was already waiting for their arrival. The moment the guards saw them, they immediately announced their names, making everyone look in the direction of the main entrance. Princess Ramona von Magdar, Lady Joanne Valentin, His Excellency, the Tidebringer. As soon as Ethan and the two beautiful girls who were holding onto his arms entered the hall, a thundering applause greeted them, making the smile on Joanne's face widen. She liked it when people treated her like a VIP, and since her brother was the Tidebringer, that made her the super VIP of the Magdar Kingdom. Ethan, who had no idea what his sister was thinking, walked with confident steps until he arrived at the table where King Baldur and the other kings and queens of their alliance were seated. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Your Excellency," the king of the Thormgard Kingdom, King Vernon said with a smile. "I feel the same way, King Vernon," Ethan replied as he shook hands with the king. "It is also my honor to be in your presence, Your Excellency," the king of Skagarholm Kingdom, King Raoul commented. Last but not the least, the king of the Wallenberg Kingdom, King Harold, also greeted Ethan. "Thank you for keeping the lands of Alester safe from harm, Your Excellency," King Harold stated. "Without you, I'm afraid that this land would have ended up engulfed in war, and we would be living every day in fear, not knowing when our enemies would come bearing down on our gates." The kings looked at King Harold and cursed him internally for being a good flatterer, which they wished they had done as well. Queen Helwyn looked amused because he found these human traits quite interesting. Suddenly, Kesnir, who was the king of the Ratmen, rose from Ethan's shadow, almost making the three kings jump in fright. "Your Excellency." King Kesnir nodded his head in greeting, which Ethan replied with a nod of satisfaction. "At ease, everyone," Ethan said. "Kesnir is my subordinate, so he won't threaten any of your domains unless, of course, you threatened his domain first." "Ha ha ha, that's not going to happen, Your Excellency," King Vernon replied. "True, we are all friends here," King Raoul smiled. "All of us are going to be partners from now on." King Harold commented. "This is truly a wondrous moment." King Baldur and Queen Helywin, who had already had a good relationship in the past, exchanged a knowing glance with each other. They were also happy that an alliance between the different kingdoms had been formed, which would truly bring in an era of peace and prosperity to their lands. When everyone was seated, King Baldur clapped his hands, and the performers for the night started their performances. Just like Princess Ramona had expected, the royal princesses of the different kingdoms had tried to get her attention, but her best friend remained aloof and treated those who were trying to get her attention like air. The kings and Ethan had a lively discussion as they ate and talked about future projects that would make their kingdoms prosper. Finally, after 2 hours had passed, King Baldur once again caught everyone's attention and announced who would succeed his position. "Everyone, after many months of deliberation, I have finally made my decision," King Baldur declared. "Tonight, I hereby declare Princess Ramona to be the next queen of the Magdar Kingdom." The corner of Joanne's lips curled up because she had pulled some strings in the background to make sure that this would happen. Ethan was not surprised by the king's decision because he knew that picking Princess Ramona would ensure that the Tidebringer and the Magdar Kingdom would have an unbreakable relationship. However, before everyone could congratulate the young lady, the princess stood up and made an announcement. "Thank you, Father, but I respectfully decline your appointment," Princess Ramona said, making everyone, including Ethan and Joanne, look at the young lady in disbelief. The two of them thought that this was the princess' dream, so they supported her candidacy and helped her in their own way. But now, after getting what she wanted, she decided that she didn't want it anymore and simply looked at her father with a determined look on her face. "I can't be the queen of this kingdom because that would require me to give birth and continue the royal line," Princess Ramona said. "I'm afraid that I can't do that because I don't want to marry anyone. From now on, I will dedicate myself to being the priestess of the Temple of the Tidebringer, which will become this kingdom's main religion. Since almost everyone in the lands of Alastair worship him, I think it is about time to give him a proper temple, which his followers can visit in order to pay homage to him." The princess looked at her father with determination, making the latter understand that she was dead serious in her decision to not claim the throne of the Magdar Kingdom. After Princess Ramona's declaration, and seeing that nothing he would say would change her mind, King Baldur decided to back down and pass the throne to the second person, whom he deemed eligible to take over his position. And that was none other than the fourth prince, Prince Emir. Prince Emir was quite happy to take over the position that Princess Ramona had turned down, and made a promise to ensure the Magdar Kingdom's growth and prosperity. The party continued as usual, with Ethan entertaining the kings, as well as their daughters. The princes, on the other hand, were ignored by Joanne altogether because, in her eyes, they were just monkeys that were trying to entertain her. Ethan first danced with Joanne, then the other princesses of the different kingdoms. This was to foster good relationships with all kingdoms and let them know that he approved of their alliance. The last dance he saved for Princess Ramona, and the two danced silently. Ethan wanted to say many things to her, but knew that the time wasn't right. He would have plenty of opportunities once the party was over, so he danced with her, making the young lady's heart flutter. The celebration lasted well into the night, but Ethan, Joanne, and Princess Ramona retired just before midnight. Both girls were already exhausted from socializing, and Ethan didn't want them to suffer any longer. When they arrived at the residence, Joanne and Princess Ramona took a bath in their room, while Ethan took a quick shower. When he was clothed and feeling refreshed, he walked towards the balcony and sat on the chair to look at the stars in the sky. "The stars here are really different from the stars in the Shire continent," Ethan thought. Suddenly, a song reached his ears, making him smile. The song, of course, was being sung by Illumina, who saw Ethan on the balcony. However, she didn't have any intention to meet him at this time. Illumina wanted to give the young princess all the time in the world to monopolize the young man, who would only be with her for 9 more days. Perhaps Ethan understood this as well, So he closed his eyes and listened to the Mermaid Princess song, which made all the exhaustion he felt during the party disappear without a trace. When the song ended, the young man felt someone approach him from the living room, so he turned his head to look at Princess Ramona, who was wearing her one-piece nightgown. "Big sister is out there, right?" Princess Ramona asked as she sat on Ethan's lap, as if it was something that belonged to her entirely. "Yes," Ethan replied, as he wrapped his hands around Princess Ramona's waist. "Where's Joanne?" "She told me that you're here and I should watch the stars together with you, or something similar," Princess Ramona answered before resting her head on Ethan's shoulder and closing her eyes. She felt incredibly comfortable right now, while being held by the person who was the reason she decided to turn down the position as crown princess, who was supposed to take over her father's place and rule the Magdar kingdom. "Well, the stars are indeed very beautiful," Ethan nodded. "More beautiful than me?" Princess Ramona asked, with her eyes still closed. Ethan suddenly felt that he was stuck between a rock and hard place. He knew that when girls asked this question, there was only one answer that men could give them. "You're more beautiful, of course," Ethan replied as he ignored Sebastian's and his other half's laughter from inside his head. "Our boy is no good," Sebastian commented. "Indeed," Ethan's other half nodded. "He's not even a match for a 12-year-old. Just as he expected, the smile on Princess Ramona's face widened as she hugged Ethan. "Say, are you sure about being the priestess of the Tidebringer religion?" Ethan inquired. He wasn't really the Tidebringer, and someone who only inherited his bloodline and powers, so he was feeling a bit guilty that the princess chose this path, instead of being the queen of the kingdom. "Yes," Princess Ramona replied. "I don't want to marry anyone aside from you. I don't want to give birth to anyone's child aside from you." During this era where strife was everywhere, the age of marriage for girls was around 13 to 14 years old. Right now, Princess Ramona was 12, and she understood that when she turned 13, her father would definitely arrange a political marriage for her. The young lady didn't want that to happen, so she chose to become a priestess, who would protect her maidenhood till she died. "This path you chose, I don't know if I should be happy or sad, knowing that you did all of this for me," Ethan said softly. He was well aware of the princess' feelings for him, and this was the reason why he felt guilty, because the path she chose was due to him. You should definitely take responsibility," Princess Ramona commented. "I'm only 12, and I'm going to become a widow in 9 days. This world is so cruel." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing the princess' words. However, a second later, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine because he sensed a piercing gaze from the sea, which made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "You shouldn't say those words casually," Ethan sighed. "You don't know who is listening to our conversation." "It's just big sister, so let her listen," Princess Ramona pouted. "She will be able to meet you in the future, but I..." The young lady bit her lip because she didn't want to continue whatever she was going to say. She wasn't a crybaby, and she didn't want to cry every night because of the inevitable. Ethan didn't say anything, and simply hugged her before lightly patting her head. A few minutes later, the young lady pulled back before kissing Ethan's cheek. "I'm getting sleepy," Princess Ramona said. "Then let's sleep," Ethan replied before planting a kiss on her forehead. He then carried her in a princess carry and went to her bedroom, where Joanne was already fast asleep with her arms spread wide on the bed. "Leviticus!" Princess Ramona summoned her staff and pointed it at the sleeping girl, making her body float from the bed. A giggle then escaped her lips, because she found this situation very funny. Ethan also smiled as he gazed at his sister, who was floating with her arms spread wide. He then gently placed the princess at the center of the bed, while the latter made her best friend land gently on her right side. Ethan laid down on Princess Ramona's left side and hugged her to sleep. The two of them would have a proper talk tomorrow after they were well rested. As both of them closed their eyes to sleep, they once again heard the singing of a mermaid. This time, Illumina sang the song, Lullaby for a Stormy Night, which soon put Ethan and Princess Ramona to sleep. A few minutes later, Illumina stopped singing and watched them from afar, using her scrying magic. After making sure that they were truly asleep, she swam towards the depth of the sea, where she had created her own little sanctuary. There, she would continue to watch over the people whom she deemed important to her, and make sure that they would only dream of sweet and happy dreams on this beautiful night. The kings and queens made their way to Princess Ramon's residence to talk with the princess about her plans on creating a grand temple and establishing a religion centering around the Tidebringer. Just like what the young lady said in the party, the Tidebringer had been the deity that the people in the lands of Alester prayed to whenever they were facing challenges in their lives. However, there had been no official temples built for his worship. In a world where people could believe in whatever gods and deities they wanted to worship, it was only natural for people to approve of Princess Ramona's decision. All of them agreed that it was a good idea, and since she was also close to the Tidebringer, it made her the ideal candidate to become the first saintess of the religion. Ethan, who was there when this gathering happened, didn't talk and simply leaned on the wall with his eyes closed. He knew that a single word from him could affect this meeting, so he remained quiet and didn't show any kind of reaction from the beginning up to the end of the discussion. It was only Princess Ramona who talked to the leaders and finalized everything. Only when the talks were done did the young man talk to the kings and queens, who were more than happy to receive his attention. Prince Emir, who was now the crown prince, was also present and was currently talking with Joanne at the corner of the room. "I want you to build a statue of me when you become king," Joanne said. "I don't want a simple statue. I want it to be very big, bigger than your castle. Oh, you can also make a statue of Ramona standing beside me as well." "Very well, my lady." Prince Emir nodded with a solemn expression on his face. "I will use half of the kingdom's treasury to make it happen." "Good," Joanne smiled sweetly. "I'm sure that your kingdom will be blessed with good fortune because you listened to me." Ethan, who overheard his sister's words, couldn't help but wonder why Prince Emir was listening to her. Building a statue that was bigger than the Magdar Kingdom's palace. Sebastian rubbed his chin. "Joanne sure knows how to make her mark in the pages of history." "Just imagine if it actually comes true," Ethan's other half commented. "I'm sure that she'll brag about it to Ethan and her parents when she sees it for herself." "But I don't think it will happen." Sebastian shook his head. "I'm sure that Prince Emir is just nodding his head to get Joanne's good graces." Ethan's other half nodded. "Who in their right mind would use half of their kingdom's resources for such a thing? I don't see it happening." "I know, right?" "Well, at least she looks happy because Prince Emir looks like he is going to really do it." Ethan shared Sebastian's and his other half's thoughts in regards to Joanne's demand. It just wasn't feasible, and no sane ruler would do such a thing. When the rulers finally left, and only Ethan, Joanne, and Princess Ramona were left in the residence, the three sat in the dining room in order to relax. Naturally, Princess Ramona sat on Ethan's lap, acting spoiled, which made Joanne smirk. "Prince Emir said that he will send a painter to paint us together later this afternoon, Ramona," Joanne said. "I'll go take a nap until then. Wake me up when the painter arrives." Ethan's sister didn't even wait for her friend's reply as she hastily went to the bedroom, leaving the princess and her brother alone. "Ramona, make sure to stop anyone who plans to build a statue of my sister here in the Magdar Kingdom, okay?" Ethan said in a serious tone. I thought that it was a great idea," Princess Ramona smiled sweetly. "Also, since a painter will be here later, maybe we should all pose together. I'd like to hang that painting in my bedroom so I can always see it before I go to sleep." "Okay," Ethan nodded, trying not to sound sad. "Your wish is my command, Your Highness." "Good," Princess Ramona rested her head on Ethan's shoulder. "Maybe we should have 2 painters. That way, you can also bring my painting back to your time so you won't forget about me." "Actually, I have something better," Ethan replied as he took out an old-looking magic camera with a tripod from his storage ring. This is called a magic camera, and it can take pictures of people. Princess Ramona looked at the odd-looking device with great curiosity. Pictures of people, what's that? Ethan smiled and asked Ramona to sit properly on the couch while he set up the camera. The princess, who also wanted to know what the camera could do, obeyed Ethan and sat properly. The young man, After saying his second spell, the black and white photo in Princess Ramona's hand slowly transformed into a colored photo, making her look at Ethan in surprise. Earlier, she felt disappointed because the photo was only in black and white, but she was still fine with it. But now that the photo had color in it, it made her extremely happy. With this, she would be able to have a memento of Ethan and Joanne, which she would cherish for a lifetime. Ethan, I have a great idea. Why don't you take a photo without your shirt on and holding the sea god's trident? Sebastian commented. Princess Ramona can hang that picture on the altar of the temple so that everyone can see what you look like. I don't think that's a good idea, Ethan replied. No, it is a good idea, Ethan's other half stated. Listen to Sebastian, he knows what he is talking about. Ethan's other half didn't plan on telling Ethan about the power of faith, which could affect even the strands weaved by fate. It was a power that transcended everything, and only those who understood this law used it to their advantage. Ethan thought that it was a bad idea, so he made his opinion known to the two members of the Peanut Gallery. Hello, I am not the real Tidebringer, Ethan countered. I don't think it's good to take credit with someone else's identity. It's fine, Sebastian said. That fellow is a happy-go-lucky guy. In fact, he might even laugh out loud if he returns here and sees that people are worshipping the Tidebringer, who doesn't look like him. Sebastian didn't say that he wanted to get back at his previous owner, who didn't even bother to visit him in the city of Zentris for hundreds of years. He believed that a little payback was in order, and what better way than to let the people worship Ethan instead of the original Tidebringer? The two tried their best to convince Ethan, but he remained firm that he didn't want to do it. However, he changed his mind when his other half said that he should do it for Princess Ramona, who planned to become the saintess of the religion. Sebastian added that Ethan should take responsibility by going all the way with the religion, making the young man fold in defeat. Later that afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Joanne took a photo of Ethan holding his trident and acting imposingly with the sea as the background. Princess Ramona's face was betrayed because Ethan's naked upper body was enough to make even someone like her feel her cheeks burning for reasons that only she knew. The painter, who was also there to witness the scene, was dumbfounded by such a magical contraption, making him ask how it was made. Of course, Ethan didn't tell him because he also didn't know how it had been done. Joanne, who was feeling mischievous at that time, decided to help her friend take a memorable picture with her brother. Hey, the two of you stand together, Joanne ordered her best friend, whose face was still as red as a tomato. Go and hug him, and you should hug her as well, brother. Yes, that's it. Closer, stick your body to him, Ramona. Hug her tighter. Now look at each other as if you are in love. Hey, be serious. Stop laughing. Then, with the reddish-purple sky as the background, and a few stars of the stars starting their appearance, Joanne took a picture. When the photo was developed, she nodded her head in satisfaction and used her magic to enlarge it and add color to it. Ethan took the picture and used his rune magic to create a frame for it before handing it to Princess Ramona, who looked at it in a daze. Suddenly, tears fell down her eyes, which made Ethan and Joanne think that she didn't like the picture. However, after telling them that she only cried because she loved the picture very much, the brother and sister pair finally sighed in relief. Joanne was not aware that her mischievous antics became Princess Ramona's most treasured possession. She stared at the picture with blurry vision as tears of happiness fell down from her face. Princess Ramona looked at the photo where her and Ethan's gaze met each other, making her heart beat wildly inside her chest. During that time, she wished that time would stop so that she could remember that moment forever. The magic photo in her hands had perfectly captured that moment, which made her extremely happy, making her cry tears of joy. Joanne looked at her brother and gave him the "What are you waiting for?" gaze, which made Ethan shake his head. The princess said that she was crying tears of joy, so he felt bad if he were to suddenly intervene when she was feeling happy. It took the princess a few minutes to regain her composure, but after that, she returned to her room and hid the picture frame inside her closet. She didn't want others to see it, because it was for her eyes only. "Hey, it's not fair that you are the only ones who get pictures," Lapis complained. "That's right," another fairy raised her hand. "We believe in fairy rights. We also deserve to be in the picture. The picture is good, but we also want candies." "Yes, we can't forget about the candies. It makes the world go round." "Have you not heard of the tooth fairies? They're real, you know." Ethan was quick to pull on a shirt because the fairies were poking him all over as they made their protests. In the end, Ethan, Joanne, Princess Ramona, and the fairies struck a pose as they faced the magic camera. Ethan used his wand to magically take their pictures so that everyone would be in the same frame. When the picture was developed, a visitor entered from the balcony, which made Ethan turn his head to look at the mermaid princess, who made a beeline towards his photo, where he posed as the Tidebringer. Without even saying a word, Illumina took it and left the scene without even taking a second glance to everyone inside the room. Princess Ramona pouted, because that picture frame was supposed to be the one that she would place over the altar of her temple. "Don't worry, we can just take another picture tomorrow," Joanne stated. "We can make it way better and make it bigger. I think a 5-meter-tall picture frame would be good, right?" "You're right," Princess Ramona nodded. "If it's that big, people will see it from a distance." Ethan wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead because this was getting out of hand. He didn't regret showing the magic camera to the princess because he also wanted her to keep a memento of him and his sister so that she wouldn't be too lonely without them. The days passed swiftly, and finally it was only a day before Ethan and Joanne returned to the present. Ethan's sister, who had become too attached to Princess Ramona, cried that night as she hugged her best friend tightly. Joanne, on the other hand, held back her tears and hugged her best friend, who had made her days very happy. Looking at the two, Ethan thought of delaying their return to the present, but also understood that this was just delaying the inevitable. He understood that Princess Ramona was trying to be strong, so doing that would only make her effort useless. That night, Ethan and Joanne hugged the princess tightly, wrapping her in their warmth and love. This was their last night together, so they would spend it like they always did and sleep in each other's loving embrace. Ethan, Joanne, and Princess Ramona left the Magdar Kingdom and headed to the city of Zentris. He initially didn't plan to bring the princess with them, but Illumina said that she would send Princess Ramona back to her residence after Ethan and Joanne had left, so he allowed her to come with them. During the journey, the princess quietly hugged her best friend from behind as they flew through the sky on her flying broom. Joanne's eyes were red and moist because both of them had cried for quite a while before leaving. Ramona was her first real friend, someone whom she had acknowledged as her equal. Joanne had grown up only playing with her dolls and talking to her other half inside her mind. She had no other friends, so parting with the only one she had was very painful for the young lady. Ethan had a calm expression on his face, but deep inside, he was feeling really sad. This was the second time he was going to leave Princess Ramona behind, and it was more painful than the first time he had done it. The travel time to the city of Zentris from the Magdar Kingdom was only 30 minutes, but they weren't in a hurry, so it took them an hour to arrive at their destination. The allied tribes were very surprised when they saw the Tidebringer again, because they thought that he had left already. Ethan talked briefly to the chieftains and mentioned that Princess Ramona would become the saintess of the Tidebringer religion. Naturally, all of them were on board with this idea and looked at the young lady with admiration and respect. Princess Ramona's act was befitting of her position as princess, and she took everything in stride. Illumina also appeared, stunning the allied tribes with her beauty. Perhaps feeling mischievous, Illumina introduced herself as the Tidebringer's consort, which made Princess Ramona pout. The people, of course, were overjoyed because they were finally able to meet another one of the Tidebringer's lovers. They were also ecstatic when Ethan introduced Joanne as his sister, making everyone look at her fondly. Their talk lasted for 2 hours before Ethan led Joanne, Princess Ramona, and Illumina to the top of the pyramid. Only those whom Sebastian had given permission to enter the pyramid could climb its stairs, so the tribesmen could only watch them from the ground. "The allied tribes will now be a part of your strength," Ethan said as he lightly patted Princess Ramona's head. "They will also be your devout supporters, so if ever something comes up, don't hesitate to ask for their help." Princess Ramona nodded, knowing that Ethan was doing all of this to ensure that she would be safe from harm. 100 shadow rats were also currently hiding in her shadow, ready to attack anyone who would dare to harm her. Little did Ethan know that Joanne had also laid out the foundation for best friends' protection by charming the princes, as well as the other influential people of the Magdar kingdom. Even if she would no longer be there, the charm would still be in effect and would last for many years. The people who had been charmed wouldn't act out of line, but they would think that protecting the princess was something that they should naturally do. "I'll meet you in the future," Illumina whispered in Ethan's ears, while Joanne and her best friend were hugging each other. "Don't worry, I'll look after Ramona and ensure that she will live her life to the fullest." "Thank you," Ethan replied. The young man had created multiple layers of protection for the young lady who loved him, but hearing the mermaid princess promise gave him more peace of mind. Joanne, whose eyes were red and puffy, continued to hold onto her best friend, who was surprisingly calm. Perhaps having already cried until she had no more tears to shed before coming here, Princess Ramona's gaze was calm, and a smile hung on her face. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to build a statue for you," Princess Ramona said as she lightly patted Joanne's head while hugging her tightly. "I'll make it so big that even you will be surprised when you come and visit the Magdar kingdom in the future." I'll definitely visit," Joanne replied. "I'll visit the Magdar kingdom even if I have to come on my own." "Don't come on your own, silly," Princess Ramona replied. "Bring Ethan with you, you're his sister. He will definitely accompany you if you ask him." Joanne, whose tears were falling like rain, only hugged her best friend. She was truly reluctant to let her go, and if possible, she really wanted to bring her in the future with them. But it was not meant to be. Ethan allowed Joanne to hold Princess Ramona for as long as she wished. Only after about half an hour did she reluctantly take a step back. The princess then wiped the tears on her best friend's face. She kissed the girl's cheeks and planted one more on her forehead. After that, the young lady held Joanne's hands and said words of blessings to her. "May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again. I pray that you will be well and happy." Joanne, who had just recovered from crying, hugged her best friend again tightly, making Princess Ramona smile helplessly. "She's strong," Illumina said through telepathy so that only Ethan would be able to hear her. "Yes," Ethan replied. After a few more minutes, Joanne finally recovered. This time, it was Princess Ramona's turn to say goodbye to Ethan. The young lady made a gesture for Ethan to crouch down so that she could bid him farewell as well. Ethan knelt in front of the princess like a knight and looked up at her. The young lady then kissed both of his cheeks, which Ethan reciprocated by kissing her cheeks as well. The princess then cupped the young man's face, who was looking up to her, and said the words that came from her heart. "You are the peace of all things calm. You are the place to hide from harm. You are the light that shines in the dark. You are my heart's eternal spark. You are my lord, and with me still. You are my love, who keeps me from getting ill. You are the light, the truth, the way. You are my savior this very day." Princess Ramona then lowered her head and slowly closed her eyes. Ethan, who understood what the princess was going to do, also closed his eyes. Her soft lips touched his forehead, and they stayed that way for a few seconds before she reluctantly pulled away. "Don't forget about me," Princess Ramona said softly, "for I certainly will not forget about the two of you for the rest of my life." Ethan stood up and reached out to hold the princess, but the young lady took a step back and shook her head. "I'm doing everything in my power to not break down and cry," Princess Ramona stated. "Please, I don't want you to see me in a broken state before you leave to return to your time." Although her words were clear, Ethan could tell that she truly was doing her best to stay strong. "She's really an amazing girl," Sebastian replied. "It's a shame, truly a shame." "I wouldn't mind if she became one of Ethan's consorts," Ethan's other half replied. "Sadly, it's not meant to be." Illumina, who had watched everything, suddenly reached out her hand to cup Ethan's face. She also planted a kiss on his lips, taking everyone by surprise. A few seconds later, she pulled back with a slightly reddened face. "It's all Ramona's fault," Illumina stated. "I just went with the flow." Ethan smiled faintly and nodded his head. He then held Joanne's hand and waved farewell to Princess Ramona and Illumina. Joanne also waved her hand, as tears made her vision blurry. Princess Ramona and Illumina waved back and bid them farewell with smiles on their faces. "Let's go, Sebastian," Ethan sighed in his heart. "Very well," Sebastian replied. A white portal then appeared behind Ethan and Joanne, which would lead them back to the present. "Goodbye, Ramona," Ethan said softly as he turned around to enter the portal with his sister. But before he took that step toward the portal, a voice filled with affection and love reached his ears. "Goodbye, my love," Princess Ramona replied. "I wish you happiness wherever you may be." Ethan almost turned around to look back at the princess, but he knew that if he did that, the young lady doing her best to keep the smile on her face might lose her composure. "Let's go, Joanne," Ethan pulled his sister, who was still wiping her eyes with her free hand. A few seconds later, both of them stepped into the portal, leaving behind the young princess, who would remain in their hearts forever. End of Volume 3. You are my heart's eternal spark.